Enemy Games. A West Penn Hockey Romance. Written by Brittney Mulliner. Text copyright 2022 by Brittney Mulliner. Production copyright 2023 by Brittney Mulliner. Chapter 1, Presley. Any second now, I was going to wake up from this dream. From the private car that picked me up from the airport to the enormous house recently renovated just for us, this was all too good to be true. I can't wait to see the arena, Chris, my new roommate, muttered while taking in the modern, white kitchen. She swung open the fridge doors, and a wide grin spread across her lips. Oh, yeah, this is going to be a great couple of years. I slipped in next to her to take in the fully stocked shelves. We had endless choices of fruits, veggies, and meats, as well as pre-made meals we could heat up. Those would be a lifesaver after tough practices when we'd be too tired to cook anything. If this was what we had, I could only imagine the men's house. It wasn't a secret their teams always got the best hookups. For some unknown reason, the population preferred to watch guys play sports, which meant they brought in the money and were rewarded. It was certainly that way at my old school, Green Lake University. Our team was barely an afterthought. We got the leftovers. The hand-me-downs, really, of the men's team. So, if this was what we were getting, I didn't want to see the luxury they were living in. They probably had a personal chef coming in every day to cook them healthy and balanced meals. Check this out. Chris waved at me from the hall, and I followed her to the last room. A theater? I gasped. There was no way. We had to be in the wrong place. Was this a prank? Did the guys set us up? Was this really their house? It's not just a theater. It's our team room. We can watch tapes here and have meetings. Carly, our team captain, appeared behind us. She wore team warm-ups, with her straight brown hair brushing over her shoulders. She reminded me of my high school captain, no makeup, no fuss, and always smiling. Come on, I'll show you guys your room. We followed her out to the staircase that led upstairs and grabbed our suitcases from near the front door before heading up. Almost everyone is here. We're only waiting on 2 more girls. I checked on the freshmen earlier today. They're settled into the dorms. Luckily, the 6 of them were all put on the same floor, so they can watch out for each other. That is nice, I replied, only half paying attention. This house was too beautiful to be ours. The craftsman style made it feel homey despite the large size. I counted doors as we walked down the hall and got to 8 before Carly stopped. This is yours, guys. Let me know if you need anything before we head over to practice. She glanced down at her watch. We'll walk over in about an hour. Chris opened the door and pulled her bags in behind her, and I trailed behind. Wow. I took in the gray hardwood floors, white bedding, and light gray walls. It was calming and classic and way too nice for college students. I can't help but wonder what the catch is, Chris said, mostly to herself, but I'd been thinking the same thing. I know. I keep waiting for someone to come knocking and tell us there was a mix-up and a broken-down house a few miles from campus is really our housing, right? She chuckled. There's no way a women's team has these accommodations. Not women's hockey. Maybe gymnastics or cheerleading, but not our often forgotten sport. I pulled my first suitcase onto my full-sized bed and began filling the closet on my side of the room with my belongings. Since finding out a few weeks ago that we were going to be roommates, Chris and I had texted and called each other a few times to make sure we didn't double up on anything we could share, but more was being provided for us than we'd expected. This room is at least twice as big as the one I had in Connecticut, she said, while adding a rainbow blanket to the foot of her bed. Oh, easily. And we have more than one outlet. I cheered. My old roommate and I had to come up with a schedule so we could charge everything we needed. Chris burst out laughing. Okay, you win. Thanks, but it's not exactly a contest I'm happy to win. I don't understand how you lived like that. I sent her a picture of my previous room during the holiday break when she didn't believe me. She was convinced it was a prison cell. I didn't know any better. Just goes to show that just because a school is Division I doesn't mean it's nice or fancy. She refolded a pair of leggings before adding them to a drawer in her dresser. That was an unfortunate lesson I learned after arriving at my previous dorm for the first time. None of the tours or visits I had leading up to my freshman year showed the true living conditions. Not that it would have changed my decision. It was the only Division I school I got a scholarship offer from, and it was the closest university to my hometown. I could stay close, visit home often, and my parents could come to my games. The biggest downside was that it was the most popular choice for the kids from my high school, so it earned the nickname of being Green Lake High. I wanted the chance to continue to play hockey and start fresh, but with so many people that had known me since elementary school, it was hard to do. The opportunity to truly grow and become the person I wanted to be without my past holding me back was the main reason I jumped on the chance to transfer to West Penn, playing on a brand new team, and with an organization that had only been officially formed for a few weeks, was intimidating and risky but completely worth it in my mind. Despite a few bumps, West Penn had an amazing athletic program and much higher academic rankings over Green Lake, which aligned better with my plans for the future. I was nearly done with my bag, and had barely taken up any space in the closet and hadn't had to use my dresser at all. This room was even nicer than the one I grew up in. "Have you met or talked to any of the other girls?" I asked as I opened my second bag and began unpacking. "Not really. I just added them on social media but didn't really reach out." "You?" She stacked her suitcases in her closet, then sat on her bed, looking at me. "Same. I sent them messages, introducing myself, but that was it. Only a couple replied." I went to the closet for a few more hangers and worked through my tops and jackets. "Hopefully, everyone is chill. I can't stand drama." She played with the laces of her purple Converse. "I think we all have enough on our plates to keep us busy." She snorted. "Some people can always make time to stir up trouble." I finished with my bag and put it in the corner of my closet before falling back on my bed. "Do you think I have time for a nap before we have to go?" "Nope. We have to leave in 10 minutes. I let out a groan and closed my eyes. This day was never going to end. I got up at 3 that morning to get to the airport, and it was now 4 in the afternoon, and we still had the tour and the meet and greet with our coaches and teammates tonight. I just wanted to sleep. A knock on our door surprised me enough to make me sit up. "Come in." Carly poked her head in. "Just letting you guys know we're going to be meeting downstairs in a few." "Do we need to change?" Chris asked, and I eyed Carly's outfit. She'd switched outfits since we last saw her and was now wearing a tight black sweater, leather skirt, and black tights. I thought this was just a casual team thing. Did I miss an email or text about a party? Oh, I just wanted to look nice. Carly waved us off and smiled before leaving, not shutting the door. "Should I change?" Chris stood and waved a hand in front of her black and white flannel, baggy jeans, and sage green beanie. Her teal hair poked out of the bottom, making her blue eyes pop. "I like what you have on, but if you want to, you have time." I waited for her to decide so I knew what to do. She looked down, then sighed. "It's just the team. They're going to have to get used to seeing me like this sooner or later." "That's true. This is pretty much what I wear every day, so there's no point in pretending." I tugged down the sleeves of my oversized cream sweater down to my wrists. My jeans were worn and molded to my body just how I liked them. She chuckled. "We'll be used to seeing each other in pads and sweating by the end of the week." Not the most flattering image, but she had a point. We walked down the street toward campus with our other 16 housemates. The sophomores and juniors from the team were allowed to live in the team house, but the freshmen had been assigned dorm rooms to keep them with the rest of their classmates. The arena we'd be calling home was closer than I expected. The walk was less than 5 minutes since it sat on the very edge of campus. The freshmen were waiting for us, looking nervous and so young. I was only 2 years older, but the fear emanating from them made it seem like more. "Welcome, Bobcats," Carly called to us before opening the door and ushering us in. "I'll do a quick tour before we meet our coaches." She led the way, and Chris and I moved to the front of the pack. She showed us the brand new locker room that was already complete with our names and gear. The smell of fresh paint and carpet glue hung in the air. The showers are through that door, Carly pointed to the far wall, and our training room is straight through there. She turned and pointed at the opposite corner. Have you met our trainer? A redhead in the back asked. I tried to remember her name. I knew she was a sophomore, but that was it. Only over the phone, Carly replied while looking around. Any other questions before we move on? No one spoke, so she waved us through the door we came in from and back down the hall. This is the weight room. We have priority in the mornings, and the men's team has the evenings. The afternoon is free to use for anyone that wants to get in some extra workouts. That's right, Coach Jerry, a smiling middle-aged woman with cropped brown hair and navy and gold warm-ups on, stepped up next to Carly with Coach Harrison, the assistant coach, next to her. Welcome to West Penn, ladies. I can't begin to tell you how happy we are to finally be here, together. This program has been in the works for a long time, and it's so exciting to see all the blood, sweat, and tears that went into making it happen finally pay off. Coach Harrison, a trim man with salt and pepper hair, nodded. We're grateful that each of you had the faith to take this chance on us. We have the people here needed to win. With hard work and dedication, we can be champions. Chris turned to me, and I mirrored her smile. Let's head to the team room now to discuss what to expect in the coming days and weeks. Coach Jerry led us farther down the hall. We trailed behind her, taking in the photographs on the walls. Past celebrations and shots of the men's team. Their past had been marred with controversy, and West Penn had gained a reputation that the team was still trying to overcome, which was the hardest part about deciding to transfer here. There was a risk we all accepted when we agreed to join this team, but it came with too many opportunities to pass up. Sure, the rules were strict, and the men's team was still paying for the sins of past players, but their determination had paid off in the past few years. They sent more players to professional leagues around the world than any other school. That was the main reason why I accepted the offer that resulted in me turning my back on my hometown and my old teammates. I had one dream. One goal that had driven me since I first stepped onto the ice as a child. I wanted a gold medal. The gold medal. The opportunities for women to play professional hockey were very limited, and I knew that the odds weren't in my favor to play as a career. I accepted that long ago. No, the only thing I ever wanted was to make it onto the U.S. women's hockey team and win gold. When I stood on the platform to accept my medal, all the sacrifices and injuries and hurt feelings of the people I left behind would be worth it. Welcome. A boom of voices made me jump. The men's team and their coaches were standing at the front of the team room with balloons and a long poster that read, "Welcome Bobcats," in blocky letters. I laughed and smiled as I moved farther into the room, taking in the guys while Chris pulled me along to find seats in the front row. Coach Jerry stood at the front with Coach Harrison facing the room. Do you know where they came from? Chris leaned over and asked. I followed her line of sight to our coaches and shrugged. I think Jerry mentioned a school in Michigan in her intro bio, but I could be wrong. I don't remember if Harrison said anything. He was an assistant coach for the men's team at Boston College. A freshman leaned forward and whispered over our shoulders. I turned and offered her a smile. Thanks. She nodded, not meeting my eyes. So she was comfortable listening in on our conversation, and even contributing, but not looking at me? Huh. This dynamic had to change fast, or there was little chance of our team working together on the ice. The men's coach moved to the middle and faced us. Hello, everyone. I'm Coach Weston, and I speak on behalf of everyone on the men's team when I say welcome to West Penn and the Den. We're excited to expand the hockey program and share our love of the greatest sport on earth with more people than ever. Everyone cheered, and I scanned the faces of each of his players, wondering if they actually agreed with him. Most of them seemed genuinely happy and excited, but I noticed one grump in the back half-heartedly clapping. He was all tan skin, bronze hair, and golden eyes like some sort of living embodiment of a Greek god. Too bad he looked like he fit the profile of the typical hockey bro, perfectly. Something about him tugged at my memory, but I couldn't place him. I must have remembered him from watching the West Penn games while I was researching the school. His eyes suddenly connected with mine, and his slight frown deepened before he looked away. So not everyone was pleased with our arrival. I expected some pushback, but seeing the evidence right in front of me, well, the whole team, made my stomach knot. This transition was bound to be uncomfortable at times, but I refused to let any of the guys intimidate me or my teammates. We belonged here just as much as them, and I'd make sure they knew that.
Chapter 2 Hunter. How did I know her? She was hot. Blonde. Lean enough for me to make out the muscles hiding under her sweater. Taller than most of the others on her team. She stood out. Especially when she smiled. She checked off many of my boxes, except for the fact that I couldn't place her. It was on the tip of my tongue or mind or something. I recognized her, at least, I was pretty sure I did. The women's team was brand new, but maybe she went to school here and joined the team? No. Coach told us all the girls were transfers. She had to have been playing somewhere else. Was she the sister of one of my friends? I glanced at Reed and cringed. I hoped not. Had we run into each other at an event? There was only one way to find out. I needed to get her name and pray it triggered something. Hey, I whispered to Ethan. Have any of them introduced themselves to you? Just the captain. He tilted his head in the direction of the short brunette talking to the coaches. Carly, right? I had to double check even though she had told us a few minutes ago. Yeah. Are you interested in one in particular? He raised his brows while scanning the group. I feel like I know one of them, but can't figure out where we would have met. I glanced at the blonde. She turned away from us and was talking to the girl next to her. He leaned toward me like he was trying to track my line of sight. Which one? I stepped to the side so it wouldn't be so obvious that we were both staring at her. The blonde in the white sweater. He looked around before finding her. Oh, she's cute. You think you know her? She looks so familiar, but I can't figure it out. Do you know any female players? A handful, but I haven't seen or spoken to any of them since high school. You didn't hook up with her, did you? He asked quietly. That would be the most likely reason. I didn't date, unlike my friends who seemed to be committing one after another. There was no point since I didn't believe in love. It was nothing but a chemical reaction, a biological craving, and a social construct created to trap people in unnatural situations. My parents were the perfect example. They thought they were in love, but it didn't last. It never did. People stayed together out of obligation or laziness. Dad told me over and over growing up that women were like paper towels, nice to have around but not entirely necessary. There were other ways to get the job done. And that was how I figured out the exact reason my parents divorced. My dad was a misogynistic jerk, and my mom finally left. But just because they were an extreme didn't mean my theory was wrong. At least I still had Benjamin as a single friend. He wouldn't date while we were in school, and I doubted he would change his mind through the first few years of his career. He was too focused and too dedicated to our sport to risk any interruptions to his plans. Like this girl. I stared at her profile but couldn't figure out why she looked so familiar. I rubbed the back of my neck. I don't think so. I don't think I've ever hooked up with another player. He shrugged. Go talk to her, and maybe she can help you. She might remember you, too. If she did, she was an expert at hiding her reaction. We locked eyes, and she didn't even blink. This would drive me crazy if I didn't figure it out, though. Fine, I'm going over. He patted my shoulder as I walked away. Good luck. I carved a path through the crowd gathered at the front, heading toward where I last saw her, but as I got closer I didn't see her or the girl she was standing with. Where did they go? With my height advantage, I was able to look over most of the people around me, but I didn't see her anywhere. I turned back to where Ethan sat and raised a brow. He scanned the room then shook his head. They'd disappeared. Well, it wasn't like she could hide for long. We were bound to run into each other again soon. By that time, I would probably either have remembered her or stopped caring. Once the room began to empty, I left with Reed, Ethan, and Benjamin. "Let's grab lunch on the way back," Ethan said while rubbing his stomach. No one argued since we never turned down a chance to eat. We made it to the closest dining hall and filled our trays before finding a secluded table near the windows that overlooked a line of trees rather than one of the pathways. "How do you think the game against North Dakota's going to go?" Reed asked after swallowing. "Their defense was strong last year, but they had 5 guys graduate, so they're basically a completely different team," I pointed out. "The games we've watched haven't been that impressive," Ethan added before taking another bite. "I'm not too worried. As long as we continue to play the way we have been, we're solid." Benjamin grinned. I liked seeing him confident. After the somewhat stressful start to the season, it was good to have him back to normal. "I wonder how the girls will do with their first game. They'll only have 3 days to practice together," Ethan mused. "It will be interesting to see," Reed said with his mouth full. I was halfway through my burger when Benjamin leaned over and pulled out his phone. His smile disappeared as he answered. Ethan glanced between me and Reed, but I shrugged. I didn't see the screen, so I wasn't sure who he was talking to, but there weren't many people in the world Benjamin would be upset to hear from. "Yeah, that's fine." He sighed. "I'll make sure it happens, sir." "Sir?" Who would he call that? He only referred to our coaches by that title. The 3 of us leaned forward as soon as he hung up. "Who was that?" Ethan asked before I could. "Mr. Crowley." Benjamin practically spit the name. It wasn't a secret there was no love lost between our team and the athletic director. He was the one responsible for the punishment and strict rules all the athletes faced. Even though none of us were around for the scandals of the previous hockey players, he still made us pay for them. Then again, he was also responsible for helping our coaches get the NHL to look at us again. He was doing his job by keeping us in line, we got that, but it felt like he was constantly holding a bomb over our heads waiting for one of us to make the smallest mistake. What did he want? Reed pushed his tray away and leaned forward with his elbows resting on the edge of the table. Evidently, he called for a press conference to announce the arrival of the women's team. He wants us to personally invite them to a meet and greet with us before the formal sit-down. He ran his hands through his dark hair. They want all of us there to show our united front and support the women. "Are we going to be interviewed?" I asked. "I'm not sure." Benjamin shrugged, poking at his uneaten burger. "Probably." "When is it?" Ethan fell back in his chair. "Tomorrow." "So we need to go talk to them now," Benjamin said, staring at the table. "We?" Reed repeated. Benjamin's eyes shot to him. "Yes, we. Why do we have to go?" I challenged. "We need to make sure they feel comfortable here. How would you like to have transferred in the middle of last year to join a brand new team? Not just new to you, but new to each other. They have a lot going on right now, and I want them to know they're not alone. They can come to us for help, not just with hockey but with anything school-related." That sounded a lot like something our coaches would say. Was he just repeating what he'd been told? Probably. "Is that it?" Reed wagged his brows. "Or do you have your sights set on one of them?" Benjamin shot him a look that definitely suggested he thought he was an idiot. "I don't date, and even if I did, I would stay far away from any of them." "Why?" I crossed my arms. I had no intention of getting involved with any of them, but I didn't like being told what to do either. Because, if it caused any drama or distractions, Coach would kill me. Plus, I'd have their coaches on me too. No way do I want to open myself up to that. Plus, we're 1 semester away from graduation. I'm not going to risk taking one step out of line this close to the draft. He was possibly the most boring human on earth. If he wasn't such a great player and leader, I never would have put up with being his friend or roommate for the past 3.5 years. Fine, but why can't we just send them an email? Or text? I grumbled as we stood and cleared our trays. He looked up from his phone. Because we're better than that. I made a face to his back before the door opened, and Ethan and Reed trailed behind us. Ready? Benjamin asked, and we all agreed like the good little followers we were. A couple of the younger guys from our team caught up, apologizing to Benjamin that most of them couldn't make it since they were in classes. The main street where the student houses were located held mixed memories for me. There were a few places I felt comfortable hanging out, like the football and basketball houses, but the majority reminded me of mistakes. There had been times over the years that I got tired of all the rules and restrictions we faced as student athletes, especially on our team. Our every move was analyzed under a microscope. Even though most of our classmates supported us and would cover for us if needed, there were always those that wanted to tear us down. It wasn't fair, but it was what we agreed to. West Penn's history was our present. We were paying for the crimes of the guys that came before us. Because they hadn't known how to balance life and hockey, we weren't even given the option. This street was full of secrets and regrets. Over the years, I bent the rules. I drank but didn't get drunk. I went to parties but made sure to stay out of pictures. I hooked up with girls but made sure they knew it ended with the sunrise. The most important thing was that as far as the coaches knew, I stayed out of trouble. But that was because I took precautions and stayed within my limits. Staying under the radar for nearly 4 years wasn't easy, but it was the only way I could stay sane. The hardest part was keeping that side of my life from my best friend, roommate, and captain. Benjamin and I clicked the moment we met at training camp before our freshman year. Since then, we've grown to be as close as brothers. I loved him, but he didn't agree in bending any of the rules. He believed they were black and white. Good and bad. Wrong or right. So, this street tended to remind me of the secrets I kept from him. Which was pretty remarkable, considering we slept 4 feet from each other. Sneaking in and out was never an easy task, so I usually ended up having to lie about staying with one of our teammates. For some reason, our other best friends, Ethan and Reed, had a pass in his mind. Benjamin didn't get too upset when he found out about their escapades or when they got in trouble, but he gave me the disappointed parent look when I did. He wanted me to be like him. But I wasn't perfect. I wasn't a born leader. I never wanted people to look up to me or follow me. I just wanted to breathe every once in a while. We passed a frat house I frequented quite a bit during our junior year, and one of the guys straddling the half wall on the porch called out my name. I waved and hurried past, hoping he wasn't looking for a conversation. "Friend?" Benjamin asked curiously. "Nah, we had a class together last semester. Worked on a few assignments together." The lie rolled off my tongue as smoothly as the truth. Because I was a terrible person and a worse friend. Why was this short trip turning into a literal walk of shame? I'd been better this year. I rarely snuck out and only went to a handful of parties. Compared to the average college student, I was a saint. Whoa! Ethan sighed behind me. I turned back only to see him staring up at the massive house we were stopped at. "When did this appear?" Reed asked. I cocked my head, trying to make sense of this. I was no stranger to this area, but I knew for a fact I'd never seen this house. "Calm down, this is the old Omega Delta house," Benjamin explained. "I told you guys it was getting renovated weeks ago." "You didn't say it was getting completely rebuilt," Reed argued. "This is amazing." The bright white paint and navy shutters made the large colonial-style house even more imposing than any of the other frat homes, which were by no means understated or small. "This is the women's house." He nodded toward the path that led to the front door. "Are you serious?" I blurted. "They get this?" Jeremy, a sophomore, grunted. Benjamin stopped and spun to face us. "Hey, each and every one of you had a choice. Any of you could have moved into a frat or off-campus housing. You made the decision to stay in the dorms." "Yeah, because all of you did." Another sophomore spoke while staring at his feet. "You just admitted to being a follower," Reed pointed out. If it was really important to you to live someplace like this, then you should have had the guts to stand out and be independent. Don't blame us if you're unhappy. I grinned at Reed. Normally, we were united as a team, and the four of us tried to be good role models for the younger guys, but at times like this, it was our job to remind them each of us was accountable for our decisions. It's just not fair. They got new showers, a new locker room that doesn't smell like stale sweat and feet, and a brand new house, Joey, a junior, complained. Benjamin inhaled slowly, somehow managing to stay calm. This is the one and only time I'm ever going to say this, so listen up. The women's team and our team are very different. Yeah, we know that, someone behind me muttered. They have drastically different goals and expectations than us, Benjamin continued without addressing the interruption. There are only 6 professional teams in the US for women, and the average pay is significantly less than what any of us might make in our rookie year. Realistically, the players on their team are at the end of their hockey careers. Some of them only have 1 or 2 more years to play. He paused and let that sink in. I glanced over my shoulder and had to fight to keep from smiling at the sullen expressions of my teammates. This was hitting home. The idea of not getting to play beyond our time here was devastating for most. This is their time. Playing at the college level is the height of experience as female players. If that means they get all new stuff, then fine. Most of you won't even think about them when you're off playing in the NHL in a few years. As harsh as his words were, he was right, and based on the expressions of the rest of the guys, they understood. We're going to support them, be kind to them, respect them, and make sure they know we're proud to have them as a part of our program. Is that clear? Yes, we said as one. Good. He turned and marched up the rest of the stone pathway to the front door and knocked loudly. I shared a look with Ethan while we waited. This was new territory for all of us. All we had to do was play nice, but I had a feeling it wouldn't be easy. We had a tendency to make things complicated.
Chapter 3, Presley. Pounding on the door nearly made me jump out of my skin. I stared at the door, wondering if I had to answer it or if I could hurry up the stairs and pretend I hadn't heard. It felt strange opening the door to a house I lived in with so many other girls. The odds were pretty much 0 that it was for me, so ignoring it seemed acceptable. It could be someone else's problem. Can someone get that? Carly shouted from somewhere upstairs. Did I have to? No one else was around, which meant that, 1, there were no witnesses if I bailed, and 2, I was the only one here to answer. The knock came again, and I groaned before taking the steps to reach the handle and face whoever was persistent enough to hang out. A group of guys stood in front of me. It took a few seconds to recognize the one in the front. He was captain of the men's team. I glanced at the others, one had a man bun that looked obnoxiously good on him, and another had the whole tall, dark, and handsome thing going for him. Was the whole team this attractive? Then I noticed the familiar Greek god looking apprehensive about being here. Can I help you? I tried to keep the annoyance out of my voice, but the narrowing of the captain's eyes told me I failed. He quickly changed his expression to a warm smile, but I didn't believe it. We're here to talk to all of you. Not all of us are here. The freshmen live in the dorms, and I think some of the girls went out. None of them made a move to leave. I hated awkward interactions like this. It was why I didn't want to open the door. I didn't know what to say, and they were all staring at me like they were waiting for a specific answer. Maybe you could come back later? Is Carly here? Captain asked. We can at least tell her what's going on, and she can let the rest of your team know. Before I could answer, footsteps sounded down the stairs like a stampede, and Carly appeared at my side. Hi, Benjamin, what's up? I moved back, letting her take over. We're here to invite your team to a meet and greet tomorrow with our team. It's a chance for us to get to know each other, and the press to take pictures? Carly finished. Benjamin snorted. Yeah, there might be a few interviews as well. She glanced at me. Why don't you go let the rest of the girls here know, and I'll send a text to the freshmen. I agreed, relieved to have an excuse to leave, and offered a grimace that I hoped looked more like a smile to the guys. The Greek god had relaxed a bit, and once again, the strong sense that I'd seen him somewhere before tugged at me. Maybe he just had one of those faces. As I passed each door upstairs, I knocked and told my teammates about the glorified photo opportunity we were required to attend. As annoying as it was, we all knew this was coming. Not that we'd been warned, but a brand new team being added to a school was a big deal. Especially when it was a women's team. I gave a handful of interviews before arriving, and would likely have to endure even more through the coming weeks until the excitement settled down. When I finished telling everyone I could find, I went back to my room and sighed dramatically as I passed Chris. "What's wrong?" she asked with a laugh. "I'm never going downstairs again." I dropped onto my bed as ungracefully as possible. "That might prove to be a bit more difficult than you think, but I'll support you. You're the best." I fell back onto my pillows. "So, why is it not safe down there?" "The door." She made a choking sound, obviously not expecting my answer. "Excuse me? What did that chunk of wood ever do to you?" Anyone, strangers off the street, serial killers, or worse, the captain of the men's team, can just come knocking, and we're expected to blindly answer. Well, yes. That is typically how the front door of a house works, but based on the likelihood of those options, I'm guessing that this time it was the men's team? I propped myself up on my elbows. Unfortunately. Why is that a bad thing? Because they invited us to a press conference under the guise of a meet and greet for the teams. She groaned. Oh, man. Well, we knew it was going to happen at some point. How much time do we have to stew over it? A whole day. It's not until tomorrow night. How rude of them. The corners of her lips twitched, but she maintained her frown. I shook my head. The audacity. She rolled her eyes before picking up her phone. Hopefully, this would be the one big press event we had to do, then we could focus on what really mattered. We needed time to practice together and build chemistry with each other. I was itching to get back on the ice and play. Classes would start in 2 days, and then life would fall back into the crazy routine of practice, study, and sleep until the semester ended. Spending any of these peaceful moments plastering on a smile and pretending for the cameras seemed like the worst kind of waste. But it came with the territory. It wasn't a surprise to any of us. It was just annoying. The only time I didn't mind was when I was interviewed during intermission or after a game. I was in the zone and so full of adrenaline I didn't even think about how nervous I was. I hated public speaking, so phone and email interviews were my favorite. Press conferences? Yeah, I'd do my best to hide in the background. But I was one of the oldest players, so I would probably be asked questions. Maybe I could shove Chris in front of me. "Do you mind interviews?" She shrugged. "It's a part of the territory. I guess I'm used to it." Yeah. The majority of my fear was gone, simply because of how often it happened, and I would have to get more used to it in the coming weeks. Instead of dwelling on how annoying it was going to be, I spent the next day establishing my new routine. Chris and I joined 2 of our teammates, Ellie and Trista, on a morning run on the loop that circled campus before heading to the arena for a few hours of weight training. It was the only room we had to share with the men's team, but luckily we didn't run into any of them. Even though our practice schedules eliminated most of that risk, there was still a chance some of them could come in. I hadn't heard anyone mention what they thought of our arrival, but I could only imagine some of them would be territorial. Going from having the run of the entire arena to having to share with 24 strangers didn't sound all that fun, but they would have to get used to it. We were here now, and that wasn't going to change. "What are you going to wear tonight?" Chris asked once we were back in our room, burning time before we had to leave and head back to campus. "I'm not sure." I ran a brush through my damp hair. "Is it casual or formal, or do we wear our jerseys?" She narrowed her eyes, then grabbed her phone. "That's a good point." A moment later my screen lit up with the message she sent to the team thread. No one responded until Carly replied. "Carly bots, Coach said casual is fine, but to remember this will be the first impression we make on most people. I glanced at Chris. That sounds vaguely threatening. She laughed.
Yeah.
And not entirely helpful. Sherry Vega, what are you going to wear, Carly? Freshman asked the right question, Chris said while we watched our phones for the reply. It took a few minutes, but finally, her text came in with an image. Carly bots, I think jeans are fine. Anything but sweats or warm-ups. The picture was of her wearing dark-washed jeans, a white button-up with a cream sweater over it, and brown ankle boots. It was simple yet classy and didn't scream that she was making too much effort. Well, that's not helpful. Chris ran a hand through her teal pixie haircut. I don't have anything like that. She was about 3 inches shorter than me, so I doubted any of my jeans would fit her, not that I was much of a fashionista either. I tended to wear my team gear to classes and only ever dressed up if I was going to a party, which was rare. Okay, we can do this. I went to my closet and found one of the only pairs of jeans I had without holes and weren't a super loose fit, then searched for a top that wasn't oversized. What do you think of this? I turned to see Chris holding up a gray flannel and nodded. She pulled out a pair of black pants and began changing while I went back to my search. I narrowed it down to a white turtleneck sweater my mom got me for Christmas or a thin, navy V-neck sweater that was more fitted than what I usually wore. I couldn't decide, so I asked Chris for her opinion. She pursed her lips. Hold them up to you. I did the white one first, then switched to the navy. I like them both, but the navy makes your eyes pop, which would be good for pictures. Sounds good to me. I quickly dressed just as our phones buzzed again. Carly says it's time to go, Chris announced. I pulled on boots and a coat before we headed downstairs to meet the rest of the girls, and I was glad to see Chris and I were dressed similarly to them. At least we wouldn't stick out. The walk to the administration office in the center of campus took less than 10 minutes, and as we stepped inside to the conference room, I wasn't the only one to groan under their breath. Even though we knew it was coming, no one enjoyed taking pictures. Gold and navy curtains covered the walls, providing the perfect backdrop to pictures taken from any angle, and there were signs welcoming our team to the school. The men were across from us, looking tense in 2 rows, like they'd been purposely positioned and hated it. Welcome, Bobcats. Benjamin led the group in a loud greeting. Cameras went off, memorializing this moment as if it was truly the first time we were meeting. The coaches shook hands, smiling, while a million pictures were taken of them. Carly and Benjamin joined the coaches to add to the image of forced unity. I trailed my eyes over the men's team, recognizing a few faces. If we had time alone, without the press and cameras, it would be nice to get to know some of them. Maybe some of the juniors shared classes with me. That would make my first day a lot easier. I tried to overcome my shyness over the years, but my natural introverted tendencies came out in new situations. Plus, no one liked being the new kid, and if I got to know a few of the guys, I wouldn't be as intimidated tomorrow. An awkward tension spread through the room. It seemed like the moment had arrived for our teams to merge and mingle, but no one was making the first move. Come on. I tugged on Chris's hand. We were some of the oldest players, and I didn't want the guys thinking we were intimidated by them. Fine, she muttered, and we crossed the open space. I offered a smile to the guys in the front. Hi, I'm Presley, and this is Chris. She offered a small wave, and the guy with the top knot that had been at the door yesterday was the first to respond. I'm Ethan. He pointed over his shoulder to the guy with dark hair first. That's Reed, and that's Hunter. My eyes landed on Hunter, the bronzed god who seemed familiar. His name didn't trigger my memory for how I might know him. Nice to meet you all, Chris said when I went silent. I couldn't figure out what about him that was tugging at my mind. You too, Reed said. What year are you guys? Juniors, she answered. Nice, we're all seniors. Reed gestured to his friends. Oh, man, and I thought the pressure on us was bad, Chris joked. Ethan chuckled. I don't think either of us really has it easy right now. Shaw. I glanced over my shoulder to see Benjamin waving someone over. Sorry, Captain calls. Hunter jogged away from us, and it was like getting a cold bucket of water dropped on my head. Hunter Shaw. No wonder the name Hunter hadn't sparked my memory. Everyone back home called him Shaw. And I hadn't recognized him well enough to place him, because he was about 3 inches taller and had added on at least 30 pounds of muscle. His hair was shorter, and his face had leaned out, leaving behind the boyish youth I'd once known. Freaking Shaw. Of all the schools in the country, why did I have to end up at his? I'd glanced over the men's roster, but obviously hadn't paid close enough attention, plus he was just far off enough from my radar for me to forget about him. Until now. You okay? Chris whispered while leading me away from the guys. You look ready to fight someone. I sucked in a breath.
Yeah.
I just realized I know one of them. Her brows shot up. Who? Before responding, I checked that no one was close enough to overhear. Hunter Shaw. Really? How do you know him? He was my childhood bully, I gritted out between clenched teeth. She barked out a laugh, then covered her mouth. Sorry. I narrowed my eyes at her but wasn't really mad. It sounded a bit ridiculous, but I couldn't tell her the full story, and I wouldn't until we were safely alone, back in our room. Do you want me to beat him up for you? She asked in all seriousness. I chuckled and nodded. Would you? I'd appreciate that. She looked over her shoulder at him. I might be short, but I'm pretty sure I could take him. As much as the 8-year-old in me would love to throw a punch in his face, I knew I'd have to wait for a better moment. It sucked to realize who he was, and it was even worse that he didn't seem to remember me at all. How could he forget the girl he teased and mocked and belittled for years? It didn't matter, because he would know exactly who I was soon enough.
Chapter 4 Hunter. I never dated a player, but a few of the new girls were tempting me to change that. Don't. Benjamin smacked the back of my neck as he passed me. What? I rubbed the spot. I know what you're thinking and it has to stop. Now. Don't go there. He dropped into the chair next to mine and put our drinks on the table. Where? I grabbed my coffee and lifted it to my mouth to blow on it. Anywhere near them. His eyes darted to the other side of the cafe where a group of 6 players from the women's team were sitting. We said hi when we walked in, but Benjamin immediately pulled me away instead of staying to chat. Why? It's not against any rule. I'd checked. Because it's stupid. It's just asking for drama. Treat them as you would any of the guys. I cringed. Yeah, no thanks. Exactly. They are an extension of our team, so keep that in mind anytime your thoughts stray. But they aren't really on our team, and coach hasn't said we couldn't. He tilted his head up. I'm your captain, and I'm telling you no. I ignored him. He was my best friend first, and I'd remind him of that if needed. He might even be right, but I didn't appreciate being told who I could and couldn't even look at. Maybe it was because they were new, but they were all annoyingly beautiful. It wasn't fair to force our teams together, then tell us not to want to get to know each other better. I was just fulfilling my responsibility as an alternate captain. Making sure they felt welcome. Okay, that was a lie. But I was curious. What would it be like to date a girl that actually understood my life? I wouldn't have to try to explain why hockey would always be my priority. She would watch my games with real interest and know what was going on. I might even find someone that could keep up with me on and off the ice. The more I considered it, the more I liked the potential. Hooking up with basketball players, swimmers, and cheerleaders wasn't the same. They understood my dedication to my sport, but that was it. Finding a girl that loved hockey as much as me? Now that sounded like a dream. What's wrong with him? Reed asked Benjamin as he sat between us. He's thinking of dating one of the players from the women's team, he replied. Oh no. Bad idea, man. Reed shook his head, and Ethan finally joined us. If anything went wrong, you would be the one that got blamed. Coach would definitely make you suffer as punishment. For what? Ethan asked, sipping his coffee. Dating one of the girls, Reed answered. Yeah, hard pass on that. He frowned. Good call, seeing as you're practically married to Kennedy. I grabbed my cup and returned my attention to across the room. Even if I was single, I wouldn't go down that road. It's way too complicated and risky, he countered. Coming from the guy that got back together with his ex that hated him for 3 years? Benjamin asked with a laugh. Exactly. I know what I'm talking about when it comes to drama. I ignored them. I didn't date. Not in the way that would lead to a long-term relationship or anything serious. It could just be fun. Casual. Being with a girl on the team just made sense. She wouldn't think I was making excuses when I said I had to train again. She wouldn't accuse me of lying or cheating when I didn't answer all of her calls and texts within seconds. It sounded pretty perfect. I just had to choose which one I wanted to test this theory with. Don't forget Haley's birthday dinner is this weekend. Reed drew me out of my head. We know. You've told us every day for the last 2 weeks. I rolled my eyes. I just don't want anything to go wrong. He glanced at Ethan. Kennedy will be there, right? Yeah, she texted me this morning, asking what she should wear. I told her to ask one of Haley's friends. Good. She still doesn't know, and I want to keep it that way. Reed shot each of us a threatening look as if any of us would seek out Haley and tell her about the surprise party. A burst of laughter drew my attention back to the hockey girls, and an idea struck. Do you mind if I bring a date? Reed's eyes widened. Are you seeing someone? No, he's not. He's going to use this as an excuse to ask out one of them. Benjamin pointed across the room, then glared at me. Reed laughed but quickly stopped when our captain turned to him. Right, no bringing anyone from the women's team. Well, that's rude. I didn't realize you guys were so exclusive, a voice said from behind me. I turned and grinned when I saw Carly, their captain, put her hands on her hips. Reed cursed under his breath. That's not what he meant. Benjamin tried to recover the situation. I agree, Carly. I shot her my most charming smile. I wanted to invite you guys, but they. You can come. Reed cut me off. All of you can. It's my girlfriend's surprise birthday party this Saturday night. It would be nice for you all to meet her. Ethan narrowed his eyes, and I almost laughed. Why would they want to meet his girlfriend? Carly turned back to me. You wanted to bring my team to his girlfriend's birthday party? I nodded. See, I was the nice one. That's really weird. She walked away from us, and about 30 seconds later, the guys doubled over in laughter. See, dude. It is weird, Benjamin pointed out. Yeah, inviting their whole team is. Asking one on a date isn't weird. Reed wiped at his eyes. Well, there's no way you can now. Yeah, unfortunately. Thanks to you guys. We just saved you. Trust me, you'll thank us later, Ethan said before pushing away from the table and standing. I'll see you guys later. Don't forget about the team meeting tonight, Benjamin called after him. Do you know what it's about? Reed asked. He shook his head. No. Coach sounded annoyed but not angry. That's all we can ask for. I smirked and grabbed my backpack before saying bye and heading to my next class. Have you heard anything? I asked Reed as I sat next to him in the meeting room. No, but neither has anyone else. That usually means no one got into any sort of trouble. He glanced around. I don't think there have been any big parties recently. As long as that was off the table, I wasn't too concerned. We faced enough punishments for stupid choices over the years that it was no longer surprising. As long as none of the guys got themselves kicked off the team, we'd be fine. Coach Weston and Hiller moved to the front of the room, and the chatter around us dropped off until it was silent. Hiller stared down each of us, making me think maybe we were in trouble, but I didn't dare ask Reed what he thought. It's been brought to my attention that our team has neglected a responsibility for over a year and a half, Coach Weston stated in an almost bored tone. A requirement, Hiller added. Weston's jaw tightened. Right, a requirement set by the university for all student athletes. I shared a look with Reed. What had we forgotten about for a year and a half? I racked my brain but came up empty. All teams should be participating in at least one philanthropic activity per semester, Weston read from a sheet of paper before looking up at us. I'll take the blame for us missing out on this critical piece of your student agreements. My focus has been on training and winning championships. My bad, he sneered. A few chuckles broke out around me, and I had to fight to keep from joining in. Coach didn't seem to appreciate this interruption. We must set a good example, especially with the attention on the women's team, so we decided to join forces and complete our service with them. So we would have continued to get away with skipping if they hadn't come, someone asked from behind me. Weston narrowed his eyes. Absolutely not. Talk like that will not be tolerated. I cringed at the venom in his words. I'd given up complaining about their arrival a while ago. It wasn't worth it, and Benjamin got on my case any time I brought it up. They were here, and it was good for our sport. That was that. There are 4 options you can sign up for. Hiller moved to the front row and handed out clipboards. You must sign up for one. No excuses or exceptions. Benjamin read over the clipboard before lifting his head. Can you list all of the options, Coach? Hiller sighed as if that was such an unreasonable ask. Volunteering at the animal shelter or senior center, cleaning the city center park, or running skating lessons for children. There were 2 options I wanted nothing to do with, and I leaned forward to read the sign-up sheets the guys in front of me had. Benjamin was adding his name to the one he traded with Jackson. Benjamin, hand that back. I wasn't sure which one it was, but if I was going to have to go through with this, I at least wanted to be with my friends. Mill Weston stepped forward and took the clipboard from Benjamin's hands. I want one of the seniors heading up each program. I groaned. If we had to do this, couldn't we at least pick who we wanted to work with? He grabbed 2 of the clipboards from the juniors sitting in the front row and handed them back to me and Reed. I stared down at mine and let out a sigh of relief. Cleaning up a park didn't sound too awful. It would only take a few hours, then I could forget this whole thing. I leaned over and read Reed's. Skating lessons? Yikes. He shrugged. I've done it before. It's not too bad. Ethan glanced over his shoulder at us and frowned. What did you get? I asked. The senior center. He shrugged. I'll probably have to run bingo or something. I passed mine on so the rest of the team could sign up. Benjamin, I called, and he turned in his seat. Which one did you get? The animal shelter. He grinned and wagged his brows. I'm going to play with dogs all day. Ethan burst out laughing. No man, you're going to be scooping up poop and cleaning the stalls. Whatever. Benjamin rolled his eyes. Great, now that you've all signed up, we can move on to the last part, Weston announced. The last part? What else was there? The project captains, he looked at each of us seniors, are going to invite the women's team to sign up and complete these together. I closed my eyes. Wasn't the meet and greet enough of a waste of our time? We smiled and posed for enough pictures to fill 3 magazines. I repeated myself over and over again during the interviews. Why did everything have to include them now? I've already worked it out with the athletic department and the administration. They would like us to work together since it's what soccer, basketball, and other sports do, Weston explained, ending any thoughts of arguing. We'll take care of it, Coach, Benjamin replied before shooting a stern look at us. Of course we would. Might as well keep up the habit of arriving at the women's house with no notice. If we got lucky, maybe one of the hot ones would open the door again. Although, I'd prefer if it wasn't the one that glared at me each time she saw me. Peyton? No. Paisley? Ugh, no, that wasn't it either. Oh yeah, Presley. The blonde that was beautiful but looked angry most of the time. Well, not when she was around her teammates. Or talking to the other guys. Was it just me? Why wouldn't she like me? How could I have done anything to offend her already? Maybe she was a random hookup I forgot about. Did we play her old school and I ran into her there? That would explain why she was so mad at me.
Chapter 5, Presley. Once classes started and we had our first practice, my schedule became packed with little time for socializing or even sleeping. It took 3 days for Chris and me to be home at the same time. She marched into our room, threw the door shut, and pointed an accusatory finger at me. "You're dodging me." I closed my communications textbook and waited for her to end her rant. "I've been to the cafe by the business building, the dining hall, and the arena, and every time I get there, one of the girls tells me I just missed you. Do you have a tracker on me or something? How do you know I'm on my way?" She tossed her backpack on her bed, then crossed her arms. "I swear I'm not avoiding you. Not on purpose. No trackers, just bad luck." I smiled as she relaxed and sat on her bed. "Fine, I've just been dying for you to tell me about your bully and haven't been able to track you down. The only time I see you is when you're sleeping." "That's not creepy at all," I teased and dropped my book on the end of my bed. "Have you really been waiting for that?" Her eyes widened. "Yes. I've been dying to hear what Hunter Shaw did to you." I cringed at his name. "It's probably not going to live up to whatever story you've made up." She shrugged. "Probably not, but I still want to hear it. Shaw and I grew up in neighboring towns, but there was only one hockey league. We were friends when we were little and played on the same team. I remember taking turns playing at each of our houses until he suddenly changed. He moved up to the next team and started teasing me about my looks, and being really mean. He and some of the older boys liked to corner us and tell us we should quit and that girls didn't play hockey, and unfortunately some of the girls listened. I was one of 5 girls on the mini mite team, and by the time I made it to the mite team, there were only 3 of us left. Shaw liked to trip us and told me all the time that I was wearing the wrong skates and that I belonged in a leotard learning spins and jumps." Her eyes narrowed. "I knew a few guys like that growing up, but they gave up by the time we were 9 or 10. I sighed. "I wished he did. You would think after seeing me play for over 5 years, he would accept the fact that I wasn't going to stop playing." As much as I wanted to tell her, and myself, that I grew as a person and a player because of his words, that they pushed me to try harder and prove him and his friends wrong, that wasn't the case. I didn't quit, but I doubted myself more than anyone should. I had horrible self-esteem, which only made it harder for me to open up to people. But I continued to play because I loved the sport more than I disliked the teasing and taunting. Fortunately, I had coaches who saw potential and trained me to become the best player I could be. It was because of them that I continued even when my last girl teammate quit when we were 13. She said it was embarrassing to play a boy sport, and guys wouldn't want to date us if we kept playing. At 13, she cared more about dating than her passion. I could have caved then. Most people would have understood if I didn't want to play anymore since I was the only girl left, but I refused. The next year my coach had me try out for the only traveling girls team in the state, and I made it. It got better once Hunter made it onto traveling teams. I didn't see him much after that until high school. Her eyes widened. "Please don't tell me he went to your school." "Luckily, no. He went to my rival school, and he dated a few of my friends, but I made sure to keep my distance. It actually stung that he didn't seem to remember me. I shouldn't let it get under my skin, but wasn't I supposed to come out on top in the end? Show my bully how well I was doing. Prove he hadn't won? We're going to have to find a way to remind him who you are and rub it in his face that you're now playing for the same school. Show him he was wrong about you and girl players in general." I agreed but doubted it would impact him at all. Guys like that didn't care. They didn't look back at their past with regrets. He probably didn't even remember saying those awful things to impressionable little girls who looked up to him and his friends. The memory of him and his friends had faded over the years, especially the last 4 years. Seeing him again was enough to bring back all his cruel words. "Ladies." Carly's voice sounded from downstairs. She had the wonderful habit of screaming for us from the living room or kitchen rather than sending out a text, or coming up to tell us directly. It was annoying, but I was probably one of the few that felt that way. My parents ignored me if I tried to yell from another room. If I had something to say, I had to go to them. Obviously, that wasn't a rule Carly had to obey. Do you feel like a dog when she does that? Chris asked as we left our room. I chuckled. Yes, actually. She rolled her eyes, and we joined the rest of the girls heading down to meet her. Carly stood at the base of the stairs with a wide smile that didn't reach her eyes. Good news. We have a team-building opportunity coming up. There were a few groans, but she ignored them. I'm sure most of you recall the requirement listed in our student-athlete contracts about participating in a service project, once a semester. She scanned our faces, but I was pretty confident I wasn't the only one that didn't recall that bit of information. Benjamin, the men's captain, stopped by to explain to me the options we have. Why did he come? Trista asked. Carly's eyes brightened. Because Coach Weston met with Coach Jerry, and they agreed we should volunteer together. I felt for her. I really did. I couldn't imagine the pressure she was under to keep our new team together. She was just as new to this as we were, but she was the one that was supposed to be an example and stay positive. I have the 4 options here, so email me with your top 2 preferences, and I'll sort everyone out so the groups are even. She looked down at her phone. Volunteering at a senior center or an animal shelter, teaching skating lessons to kids, and cleaning up a city park. All right, send me your top 2 as soon as possible, and I'll let you guys know by tonight which group you're in. No one moved for a moment. Is that all? Ellie called. Carly nodded and waved us off.
Yeah.
Thanks, you guys. I followed Chris back to our room and grabbed my phone to text Carly before I forgot. Which ones are you picking? Chris asked. The animal shelter and park thing. I finished the message and sent it, hoping that would mean I would end up with one of those.
Yeah.
Me too. She grabbed her phone and typed quickly. I wish they wouldn't just spring stuff like this on us. It's hard enough developing a schedule at a new school when we know what's coming up, but throwing things like service projects into the mix makes it impossible. I grabbed my planner, class syllabi, and our game schedule so I could coordinate everything. What's that? She pointed at the pink, sparkling, spiral notebook on my bed. It's my planner. Her brows shot up. Don't you have a phone or laptop for that? No way. I have to have everything written down for me to remember it. Old school. I stuck out my tongue, and she giggled. It works for me. She was right, though, not about my paper planner, but about how hard it was to come up with a semi-manageable schedule. The only constants were my classes and practice. Although, I had to factor in additional training sessions, tests, and projects that would occur outside of those designated times. I grabbed my pack of colored markers and started with my first class, Advanced Communications. By the time I worked through each syllabus, I couldn't imagine where I would fit in anything hockey-related. I laid out the game schedule and added each onto my planner.
Oh no.
I groaned. What's wrong? We're playing my old school at the end of the month. I knew it was coming eventually, but I was hoping it would be at the end of the season. Green Lake, right? She asked, and I nodded. Is that going to be weird?
Yeah.
I mean, I left on good terms with my teammates, but it's going back to my hometown that I'm not looking forward to. She dropped her pencil in her workbook. Why? I shrugged. I got some hate for leaving. Some of the diehards thought I was betraying my home. Like the other students? And people in the community. Like my friends' parents. Old teachers. Random adults on the street. Well, don't worry. I'll have your back. Thanks. I continued adding the games to my planner. Our door burst open, and Steph, a tall brunette with glistening brown eyes, barreled in, looking near tears. What's wrong? I asked, dropping what I was doing so I could go to her. What happened? I didn't know her very well. In fact, I wasn't sure we'd even spoken to each other yet, but I couldn't help but want to comfort her. Did you guys know? Her chin trembled. Chris and I shared a look of confusion, and she shut the door behind her and moved to sit on my bed. I shifted my papers over. What are you talking about? Me and some of the other sophomores were talking about this weekend and where the best parties are going to be. She paused to sniff. Brianna said she heard about one of the frat houses from a girl in her bio class. Apparently, they throw the best parties, and everyone goes. Where was this going? Had one of the girls gotten hurt at a party? Did something happen to one of them? So we were planning on going and were discussing what we should wear when Carly came in and told us we can't go. I blinked. She was crying over a party? One she didn't even know about until seconds before getting told no? Okay, I hedged hoping Chris would jump in, but she just raised her brows. You really wanted to go to that party? Chris guessed. Steph shook her head as more tears rolled down her cheeks. No, it's not just this party. It's all of them. Carly said we can't go to any parties where alcohol and drugs might be present. She said we can't drink even if we're over 21. Which she wasn't. Chris bit her lip, and I could see the corners of her mouth starting to lift. She was going to laugh, and that was not what this poor, naive girl needed right now. Why is that so upsetting? Her eyes widened at me. Because we're in college, and we're banned from going to frat parties. That's a rite of passage. It's practically a requirement while you're in school. You met with Coach Jerry before you signed up, right? I coaxed. She sniffed and nodded. And she told you the rules for student athletes? She turned to me with red eyes. I didn't know she was serious. That it would be this strict. I thought it was just something she had to say. I didn't realize it would actually be enforced. I inhaled slowly, fighting to stay patient. Did you do any research on this school? Her chin lowered. Yes. And did you see all the stories about the men's hockey team from a few years back?
Yeah.
She wouldn't meet my eyes. Then you know how serious it was when they got in trouble. The school was basically blacklisted. It's taken over 4 years to redevelop a relationship with the NCAA and NHL. Even the other sports have to obey these rules. It was one of the first things we were told when we were recruited. The coaches wanted to be upfront with what life at West Penn was like. This wasn't a hidden rule, they added as a footnote somewhere. Her shoulders slumped. I thought it was all just talk. Formalities. Sorry, Steph, but this is really how it is. I'm sure there are parties we can go to that are hosted by other teams, or maybe we can even host some, but the rules, and drinking and drugs, are serious. Even a photo of you around people that are drinking can be enough to suspend you or even get you kicked off the team. Her eyes widened. Really? Did she seriously not read the contract we all had to sign? This was all laid out very clearly.
Yeah.
I know it seems crazy, but think about the edge that gives our team. We'll be in peak form, no matter what, while some of the other teams will be playing with hangovers. She cracked a smile. I guess that makes sense. I nodded and ushered her toward the door. Once we get more settled and things aren't so crazy, we can talk to Carly about hosting something here, okay? Okay. She smiled at me and Chris before walking out. I shut the door and leaned against it with wide eyes. Why did she come to us? Chris asked. No idea. Maybe because we're juniors? It was the only guess I had. Or maybe everyone else is smart enough to lock their doors. That was a fair point. Her breakdown was a shock. I didn't mind the rules since I wasn't a fan of parties or drinking in the first place, but hopefully the rest of the team would adjust. The last thing we needed was a scandal in our first year.
Chapter 6 Hunter. There was a 70% chance my muscles were permanently damaged. Practice this week had been one brutal session after another, and my legs were ready to detach and run away. I got it. The women's team had their first game coming up, and that would draw attention to us as well. There would be more press than normal, and I heard a major network was even coming to air it. But we were ready. We'd been ready. These barely legal forms of torture were wholly unnecessary. Seniors. You need to stop by Coach Payne's office before you leave, Benjamin called through the locker room loud enough for the guys in the showers to hear. Why? Ethan asked, while I kept my head between my knees. I was struggling to reach my skates to take them off, and gave up for now. To get your service partner's name and number, Benjamin replied. Oh right. That. The cleanup was next weekend, but I hadn't given it any thought beyond putting the date in my phone's calendar. There was plenty to worry about before then. This was my last semester, and I planned well enough ahead with the help of my academic counselor to make sure it would be a light load, but that didn't mean it was easy. I wanted to give myself the ability to focus on my training since these were the most important months of my hockey career so far. Scouts would be attending more frequently, and if I wanted to walk across the stage at graduation with a diploma and a contract, then schoolwork needed to take a back seat to practice and training. Although, that all depended on my ability to eventually leave this bench. I let out another groan and accepted my fate. Need me to carry you to an ice bath? Reed teased as he dropped on the bench next to me. Maybe. I cringed as I attempted to sit up. I had to walk my hands up my legs to get propped up enough to look at him. How are you not dying? Because I didn't stop moving once practice ended. I went straight to the training room and got in the ice bath. Sitting was the worst thing you could have done. I glared at him in his towel, looking all clean and refreshed and not suffering like me. Come on, I'll help you up. He stood and offered me a hand that I wasn't too proud to accept. He put his arm around my torso while I leaned on him to help me cross the 30 or so feet to the training room. Matthew, our trainer, smirked when he saw us. Sore? I gritted my teeth. A bit. Come on. He knelt down and helped me out of my skates and pads. I'll go get the information we need from Payne and meet you back at the dorms, Reed called over his shoulder. I nodded. It took too much effort to speak while I was struggling to pull my practice jersey over my head. Pathetic, Matthew teased before standing and helping me. You're acting like you took 100 hits before sprinting for an hour. That's not too far off. I gasped as I stepped into the tub and the shock of the ice hit my skin. It's a big week. I'm sure things will go back to normal once the excitement dies down a bit, he assured me as he walked around to the cabinet in the corner and filled his arms with gauze, tape, and other random items. Have you seen them play at all? I closed my eyes and lowered myself until the freezing water was up to my chest. Yeah, they're looking much better from last week. They're figuring each other out and getting used to Coach Jerry, but I think they'll be ready by Saturday. Any injuries yet? My teeth were chattering, but I ignored it. I wasn't getting out until I was good and numb. No, fortunately. I've been working with a couple on preventive training based on some past injuries, but I'm not too concerned. He restocked the containers on the counter, then leaned against it to face me. How are you feeling? Besides this? Pretty good. I had a bad ankle sprain last season, but thankfully it healed properly and hadn't had any lasting effects. Glad to hear it. Are you feeling a difference with having to work with the women's team? Do you have a lot more to do? He lifted his chin, seeming to think it over. Not yet, but that might change once they start having games. I'm pretty excited about it, actually. There was talk about hiring a second trainer for them, but I asked that we wait at least through the season. Why? It seemed like a lot for one person to handle. He cracked a smile. I'm a bit protective of this program. I didn't want them hiring someone on short notice and it not being a great fit. I shook my head. He probably just didn't want to have to share this room with someone. He checked his watch. How are you feeling now? I did a quick inventory of my body and started to lift myself out. Better. Good, now get out of here. He twisted a small towel and snapped it at me. I laughed and picked up my gear before waving over my shoulder. I was one of the only guys left, so I quickly pulled on sweats and put my stuff in my locker before heading to my room. Benjamin, Reed, and Ethan were spread out on the 2 beds, playing a video game. Cheater! Ethan roared and punched Benjamin in the arm. That wasn't me. Benjamin shoved him with his shoulder. I dropped my duffel bag under the spot Reed was sitting and joined him on my bed. You want in on the next round? Benjamin asked. I'm okay. I had an assignment I needed to finish tonight and didn't want to put it off for after dinner. Your partner's number is on that paper. Reed nodded toward my desk. I reached over and grabbed it to find the phone number written in Coach Payne's messy writing. That's it? I don't even know who this is. Reed smirked. Yeah, sorry. He was super busy, so he just scribbled that down and handed it to me. I guess it didn't matter. I could just ask, but it wouldn't make much of a difference since I didn't know any of women well. I sent the number a text to let her know we would be heading the park cleanup. Coach Hiller should have sent out emails with the details by now. Benjamin didn't take his eyes off the screen while smashing one button over and over again. My email app had one new notification, so I checked that and read through all the information. There would be 2 representatives from the city's Parks and Recreation Department, and they would be providing everything we would need, including gloves. All we had to do was show up at the park by 8, and they expected us to be done by noon. That was fine by me. 4 hours, and I could forget about this requirement forever. I groaned at the last line of the email. Hiller said we had to meet with our partners once before the day of the event to make sure our entire list was notified, and to arrange transportation if needed. Great. This was starting to feel like a painful group project. My phone buzzed with a reply. Unknown, sounds good. That was it. No mention of her name? Hunter, we have to meet up before. What day works best? Also, I didn't get your name, just your number. I watched as 3 dots appeared, and waited. Unknown, I'm really busy this week. My patience was running out. One of my biggest pet peeves was when people ignored parts of your texts or emails. Hunter, then we can plan on next week. If she needed simple messages, I could do that. Unknown, maybe. Maybe? This wasn't optional. If my coach said I had to do something, then I did it. Hunter, it can be quick. I can meet you somewhere that is convenient for you. I was pretty much bending over backwards for this girl. If she didn't at least try to meet me and make an effort, what was I supposed to do? I could just plan everything we needed to do and let her face whatever consequences followed. My phone started ringing with the same unknown number. Why was she calling? I answered hesitantly. Yeah? I'm sorry, a tired voice said. I've been in a study group for the last 3 hours, and we just got out, so I can focus on you now. I got an email from Coach Harrison with some of the details about the cleanup. I'm assuming it's the same one you got. Oh, so she wasn't the worst texter in history, she was just distracted. I almost felt bad for getting frustrated. Almost. Probably. There was a note on mine saying we needed to meet up at least once to finalize details. Right, like I said, I'm super busy this week. I didn't realize how far behind the courses at my last school were. I have to cram just to catch up, so I have a study group every night, then this weekend we have the games. She sighed. Sunday might work. Or Tuesday afternoon at 11:15. Geez, she really was busy if she had things planned out to that extent. This weekend. I was thinking through my plans. Don't forget Haley's birthday. Reed shouted. I know, man. I shook my head and spoke back into the phone. The women's team is welcome to come. It's on Saturday. She let out a laugh. I don't think I'll have time to even sleep this weekend, but thanks. Right. She just said that she was busy. I rubbed my eyes and refocused. Sunday would probably be easier. I have a capstone class from 11 to 1 on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but I could leave for a few minutes if that's the only time we can make it work. Benjamin shot me a look with a raised brow, but I waved him off. He didn't like any of us skipping classes, but it wasn't like I'd missed the whole thing. No, no. Don't leave class. I could hear the tension in her voice and felt bad for her. She was obviously overwhelmed. What classes are you struggling with the most? There's this programming class I have to take, and I've never, ever done anything like that. Oh, and a psychology class that is so advanced, I had to triple-check it was the right course. I chuckled, having a feeling I knew exactly what she was talking about. You're in the communications department? Yeah, are you? Yeah. The programming class is actually really easy once you figure it out. The psychology class is what the professors like to call a weeder. It's only hard for the first 6 weeks, then after the transfer deadline, it backs off and is pretty interesting. Benjamin snorted and nodded his agreement. Well, it looks like I'm a weed, because I don't think I'm going to make it. The dejection in her voice tugged at something in me. I wasn't one to go out of my way for strangers, but she clearly needed help, and I was in the perfect position to help her. How about you find 1 or 2 hours that you can block out, and I'll help you with both of those. We can do what we need to for the service project and get you caught up. There was a long pause. Really? You would do that? Her shock was almost offensive, then I realized she didn't know me, so it wasn't like she was judging me. Yeah, no problem. Just let me know when, and I'll make it work. Thank you so much. I'll text you later. I hung up feeling pretty good about myself. Maybe this could count as my community service instead. Was that your partner? Ethan asked. Yeah, she's struggling with some of the comms classes. Programming and psych? Benjamin asked while focusing on his player. Those are no joke, but if she gets through the first few weeks, she'll be fine. Right, it wouldn't take much to help her, and I had a feeling it would make a huge difference to her. Look at me, being a hero to someone in need. Hopefully, she was one of the hot ones.
Chapter 7, Presley. I might have made a huge mistake. The distraction of my study group then rushing to sort things with my project partner left my brain a little foggy, and I forgot one key bit of information. His name. I didn't recognize his voice on the phone, but that wasn't saying much. Carly let us know that only seniors from the team were paired with us, which meant I had a 1 in 4 chance of this ending in disaster. Not the best odds. But whoever I talked to on the phone had been patient and kind enough to offer to help me with my classes. That didn't seem like Hunter Shaw in the slightest, so I had a feeling it was one of his 3 friends. I could handle any of them, especially with the promise of catching me up on the classes that I was struggling with the most.
Yeah.
That definitely wasn't a Shaw thing to do. Not without something being in it for him. I tapped my fingers on the desk, waiting for the mystery man to appear. I got to the library study room a few minutes early to claim a table and get my computer and notes ready, so all that was left to do was wait for someone to appear. This was so awkward. It was like a blind date, at least what I imagined one feeling like. I'd never personally been on one. I had a low embarrassment tolerance, and meeting a stranger under the pressure of a dating situation?
Yeah.
No thanks. You couldn't pay me to do that. A group of students walked in together, and I scanned their faces for one I recognized. No luck. Stragglers came in 1s and 2s, for the next few minutes as I started to realize I might be getting stood up. Could you stand up a study session? Apparently yes. 1 more minute, then I was going to head back to the house and resume my struggle on my own. I stared down at my watch, waiting for the minute to change, when I felt someone move in close to me. Are you waiting for me? I raised my eyes to see none other than Shaw staring down at me with his brows pulled together. No, I immediately answered. He stepped back. You're not my partner for the park cleanup? Well, crap. What had I done to deserve this? Oh, right.
Yeah.
That's me. His face lit up with a grin. Thought so. He sat across from me and dropped a few notebooks on the table between us. I'm Hunter, by the way. I watched him, waiting for him to make the connection. Presley, I replied. Stone. He smiled, but no reaction whatsoever to my name. Nothing. It wasn't like it was common. How many other Presleys could he have known in his life? I'd bet 0. It shouldn't bother me so much, especially since I'd essentially forgotten about him too, but now it was pissing me off. I wanted him to finally see me and fall to his knees to beg for forgiveness. Too much? I didn't think so. Good game yesterday. He was there? I noticed some of the men's team in the audience, but hadn't paid them enough attention to know who had stayed. Thanks.
Yeah.
You guys killed it. Ah, there it was. A general, blanket compliment. He didn't mean me specifically. Of course he hadn't noticed me in particular. It went better than expected. We were prepared to do our best and learn from our mistakes, but we came together for the win. That's great. With nothing left to say, I looked down at my books, racking my brain for something to say. He opened the top notebook and flipped to a random page. Cool. So I thought we could start with programming. Wait. That was it? He really didn't remember me. I refused to accept that he managed to block my entire existence. That was entirely unfair. How could he go on, living his life and having a successful hockey career, without even a flicker of a memory for the person he tormented? It wasn't like I wanted him to shout and jump up, pointing at me and calling me stupid, like he did when we were kids, but come on. Nothing? Where was the justice? The karma? Fine. I forced my quiet rage to the back of my mind and focused on the coding he was showing me. This was where I got stuck. He pointed to one line and I nodded. But as long as you remember to include this bit here, the whole thing will work. I added that to my notes, then went to my computer to plug it in. I refreshed the page, and suddenly it loaded with all the pictures and text I'd wanted. How? I gasped. That was all I was missing? He smirked. It's pretty cruel, but it's the one detail Professor Knox doesn't include. It's in the required reading, though, but almost everyone misses it. That jerk, I muttered. That's what I thought too. If it wasn't for one of the older guys on the team helping me, I never would have figured it out. So this is some secret pass down? He sat back with a serious expression. And now you must take the same oath to protect this information. I laughed, then caught myself. I didn't want to think he was funny. He was a jerk. That's it. He slid his other notebook toward me. These are my psych notes. They also include some tips from previous students. The biggest thing to focus on for the first exam is the different psychologists and their key theories. I narrowed my eyes. We haven't even covered that. Exactly. You won't discuss it in class until the week after the test, but it will be the reading assignment the week of the test. That's cruel. I couldn't believe any professor would be that sneaky. It's the weeder, remember. After that hurdle, it became one of my favorite classes. Professor Lennox is really knowledgeable and makes the material feel more practical than theoretical. If you're serious about going into the communications field, it will be really helpful for you. I nodded, then stopped. Are you not serious about it? Well, maybe in 15 or 20 years. He ran his hand over his jaw. I'm hoping to be playing until then. And, of course, I wouldn't. Even though he was probably right, I didn't appreciate the assumption. I'm planning on playing after I graduate. His eyes met mine for a brief moment before he cleared his throat. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, sure. I watched him struggle with more enjoyment than was probably polite. I'm a replacement player for the Olympic team. I didn't owe him an explanation, but I liked watching people's reaction to that bomb. His brows shot up, and I fought back the urge to gloat. You're a replacement player? For the Olympic team?
Yeah.
I'm not sure how many others are in front of me for my position, but I have to be on call through the middle of February. He leaned back and cracked a smile. Wow. That's really cool, Presley. Not very many players our age make it.
Yeah.
It's been my goal since I was a little girl. Which he would have known if he ever bothered to talk to me rather than mocking me back then. I'm hoping I get to play this year, which is kind of mean, since one of the other women would have to get injured for that to happen, but at least I'll be on the radar for the next one. That's really cool. I hope you get the call. He seemed genuine enough, but he could just be good at lying. My bets were on that. We finished going over his suggestions for my classes, then he sat back, and I felt the need to keep the conversation going. Well, should we discuss the service project? He grabbed the last notebook and flipped it open to a handwritten list. These are the people in our group. I leaned forward to read the names. We only have 8?
Yeah.
I guess they expect the senior center and the skating lessons to require more volunteers, so they have bigger groups. I got another email from the city reps, and they have another group coming this weekend to help, so we'll have a good number at the park too. Okay. I can send reminders to them on Friday. I'm not sure how rides are going to work. There are only 2 girls in the house with cars, and neither of them are in our group. He nodded, read over the list, and tapped on one name. Trevor has one, but can only fit 5. I can ask some of the other guys if we can borrow one. Does the school have any vehicles? My previous team could occasionally use a passenger van as long as no one else had it signed out. Not that I know of. I guess I could ask one of the coaches. He pulled out his phone and started typing while I looked over the list again. Chris was assigned to the animal shelter, but I did have Trista and Ellie. The last girl was Raven, a freshman I didn't know well, but this was a good chance to change that. All right, Coach Hiller is letting us use his truck since we were the first to ask. So, that's taken care of as well. We fell into silence while I stared down at my notes like they were suddenly the most interesting thing in the world. What were we supposed to do now? We went over my classes and the project, so that was it. Right? There was nothing left to talk about, and neither of us seemed to know how to continue the conversation. Why wasn't he leaving? A full minute passed, and I dared to peek up at him. He was still looking at his phone and seemed in no rush to go anywhere. If he was anyone else, I'd take advantage of this chance to ask him more about my classes and the communications program here, but he wasn't. He was Shaw. Never in a million years did I think the 2 of us would be sitting across from each other having a normal, amicable conversation. I truly didn't know how he didn't recognize me. Not even a little bit. After the first time I saw him, I texted my best friend, Michelle, from back home. She and I had known each other since elementary school, so she was well aware of my childhood bully even though we never went to school with him. Back then, she offered to go to hockey practice with me and give him a knuckle sandwich. While I loved her tenacity, she was about 6 inches shorter and 30 pounds smaller than him. She wanted me to march up to him and tell him off for all the years of belittling, but we'd reached an awkward point where it would be weird for me to bring it up now. Maybe I was waiting for him to remember, but it wasn't likely to happen. While he wasn't paying attention, I lifted my phone as discreetly as possible, got a picture of him, and sent it to Michelle. She replied with a row of devil emojis. Michelle, I can't believe you're sitting with him. Have you let him have it yet? Presley, no. I think I missed that opportunity. Michelle, it's never too late for revenge. I wasn't sure what she meant by that. I had absolutely zero intention of exacting revenge on Shaw for what he did to me. First, that would make me seem like a crazy, desperate person, getting mad at something that happened when we were kids. I wasn't crazy or desperate yet. Second, that seemed like more energy than I wanted to give that man. He might not be as bad as he once was, but that didn't mean I had to forget what he did. Honestly, at this point I proved he was wrong, and I hadn't thought of him in years. I probably wouldn't have ever again if I didn't end up at his school. Michelle, he is hot though. I rolled my eyes. Of course that's what she would hang on to. Michelle, you should date him then break up with him once he's in love with you. Right, like the plot of most teen movies. No, thanks. Again, I didn't have the time or energy to dedicate to him. I was barely hanging on already. Presley, pass. Michelle, is he coming to Green Lake? Presley.
Yeah.
Both teams are. Michelle, good. Good. I shook my head and put my phone back in my bag. She was all talk. I knew she wouldn't say anything to him if she had the chance. The worst she would do was give him a nasty glare. Unfortunately, she was still a very petite person that wasn't nearly as intimidating as she thought. Is there anything else I can help you with? I looked up at him, realizing he had collected his notebooks and was ready to leave.
Oh no.
I appreciate your help. No problem. Let me know if you get stuck again. Benjamin and I are both comms majors, so between the two of us we should be able to help. Asking Benjamin for help sounded a lot better than going back to Hunter. Thanks. He offered a small wave before heading out. Hopefully, after this weekend, I won't have to spend any more time around him.
Chapter 8 Hunter. Normally, cleaning up the park was easy. The city representatives must have said that at least 20 times over the last hour, and it hadn't changed anything. This was not easy. This was strenuous manual labor. We weren't volunteers. We were trapped. You're doing great, Hunter. Pam called, and I forced a smile despite wanting to throw the shovel at her. Yeah, normally, this was a simple matter of picking up trash, wiping down the playground equipment, adding new sand for the kids to throw, refilling the dog poop bags in the dispensers, and maybe even cleaning the restrooms. But not today. Today was not normal. It snowed last night. Lot. So, all those cute little tasks were thrown to the wind, and all 15 volunteers that were dumb enough to show up were given snow shovels and told to get to work. I stood up and stretched my back. I was 90% sure I was going to end up with a pulled muscle or two sore to play this week. All because of a stupid service project. Hanging in there, old man? Jackson taunted from the path parallel to mine. Back when we'd been young and strong and full of hope, we raced to clear two paths. Now I was feeling the pain. Barely, I growled and twisted back and forth to loosen up my back. I'm going to need another ice bath when we get back. If we get back, he grumbled before pushing on. At least the team photographer got here early, so his shots of us weren't quite so bleak. There weren't any cute photo ops with kids or dogs or families today. Nope, just 8 West Penn's hockey players shivering and holding shovels like we were in a jumbo, winter version of American Gothic. There should have been a weather clause in this deal. It was ridiculous to expect a small group of volunteers to clear all the snow from the paths in the park, by hand. We have hot cocoa. Gary, an overly joyful man, called from the large gazebo at the center of the park. Finally. I can't feel my hands or face, Jackson said loud enough for me to hear. This was not what we signed up for. My attitude wasn't what a leader should have, but I was past caring. Once we were under the wooden roof and the single space heater could be felt, I relaxed and fell onto a bench. The 2 freshmen from my team were on the opposite side of the room, talking to the girls. Presley's scarf was wrapped around her neck and face, so all you could see were her wary eyes. Her teammates were sporting red noses, and one even had tears rolling down her cheeks. Was she hurt? I got up to check since I was the project captain and somewhat in charge of this disaster. Are you okay? I asked when I got close. Her brown eyes flashed up to mine, and she giggled. My body is so frozen that my eyes are melting. I shot Presley a look, and she shrugged. As long as you're not injured. She waved me off. I'm fine. And a bit odd. How are you doing? I asked Presley as Pam offered us 2 cups of steaming cocoa. Presley tugged down her scarf and took a sip. Oh, you know. This whole experience could be better. Her smile never wavered, but I noticed it didn't meet her eyes. She was being a better example than I was. We're about halfway through. Gary announced. And I'm pleased to announce that the city's trucks are finally heading our way. I cocked my head. What? Trucks? What did that have to do with us? The snow plows have finished all of the priority locations and streets, and are coming to clear the parking lots, and they have some ATVs to clear the major paths. I swear my eye twitched. They had machinery for this. Why had we just spent 3 hours doing this by hand? We didn't even have powered snow blowers to help. So, what is it you would like us to do? Presley asked with more patience than I would be able to muster until I forgot this dreadful day. We have it from here. We greatly appreciate all of your help this morning. Pam clapped. Presley shifted just enough to meet my eyes discreetly, and they widened. Was she as close to losing it as me? Wonderful, she said through a clenched jaw. She turned to face the rest of the players. Well, you heard our boss. We're all done here. Yup, she was cracking. Let's head out, team, I called and waved for the guys to follow me. The 8 of us trudged across our poorly scraped path to the parking lot we barely made it into this morning. I cannot believe they had snow plows this entire time. They can go through with ATVs and get the entire park in less than 20 minutes, and they had us risking our bodies for that? She continued mumbling as she marched past me. I completely agreed with her. We were college athletes. None of us could take risks that might lead to injury. We gave up so much to prevent anything that could cost the team. No skiing, snowboarding, surfing, trampolines, or anything that was likely to result in injuries that would prevent us from playing. What a waste of time. We could have been practicing or studying or sleeping. She stomped on, and her teammates surrounded her, sharing her sentiments. At least we're done for the semester, I said to Jackson. Yeah, you're done for good. Now that the administration suddenly remembered this requirement, I'll have 2 more to look forward to. You'll be a senior, so you can pick first. I elbowed him. Remember to choose something indoors. He chuckled and rounded the back of Coach's truck to the passenger seat. Presley, one of the girls, cried at the same time a scream rattled my bones. I ran to the other side of the car and found Presley on the ground, clutching her arm to her chest. Oh no. 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 No injuries. We were done. We were supposed to be headed to campus and putting this whole disaster behind us. What happened? I asked while bending down next to her. She slipped on a patch of ice. One of the girls pointed to the slick surface of the sidewalk. I cursed and reached over to help her sit up. What's going on? Talk to me. Hockey players weren't strangers to injuries. Most of us had gone through all the major breaks and sprains before we reached the college level. I really hope it's a sprain, but I caught myself with my hand like an idiot. She shook her head, looking completely pissed off. Jackson, get out. I lifted her up and wrapped my arm around her torso so I could help her to the passenger seat of the truck. Hospital or trainer? Jackson jumped out and held the door open so Presley could slide in. Her head dropped with a sigh. Hospital. I cursed again. It's broken. Once she was in and had her seatbelt on, I turned to face everyone. I've got to run her to the emergency room. I'll drop off you 3. I pointed to my guys. Can you make it back okay? You know the way? One of the girls stepped forward and nodded. Don't worry about us. Just take care of her. I will. I went around to the driver's side and grabbed Jackson's arm. Tell Matthew what's going on. I'm not sure if he'll want to be there, or her coaches. Got it, he agreed, then climbed in behind me. Presley didn't let out a single sound as we drove the short distance to campus to drop off the guys, then continued on to the hospital. Her gaze was locked straight ahead. I wanted to tell her it was going to be okay, but I knew how annoying that was to hear when you were facing an injury. She would probably miss a few games, at minimum, but she would be back soon enough. I nearly slammed on the brakes when I remembered what she told me in the library. She was a replacement player for the Olympic team. This could ruin her dreams completely. A few weeks might not mean much over the course of the season, especially since she was a junior, but the Olympics started in less than a month, and the hockey team only played for 2 weeks. If this was a break instead of a sprain, her dreams could already be over. Hopefully that wasn't the case. It could be something minor, but she knew her body well enough to know the difference. But she wasn't crying. That was a plus. Unless her pain tolerance was just super high. Which it probably was. We were used to at least one body part hurting or aching at any time. Doing okay? I asked lamely. The hospital was close, but we still had a few blocks to go. Yeah. Her voice was small, so I didn't push her. We drove the rest of the way in silence, and I dropped her off at the entrance to the emergency room. Thanks for the ride, she said as she climbed out. I'm not leaving you. I just wanted to drop you off so you didn't have to walk across the parking lot and risk falling again. She really thought I would just abandon her? We didn't know each other well, but she had to have more faith in me than that. We might not be friends, but we were teammates. Kind of. Team adjacent? Anyway, there was no way I was going to leave her alone to wait for who knew how long. Go check in, and I'll meet you inside. She stared at me for a moment before nodding once and shutting the door. She took careful steps across the sidewalk before entering the lobby. Once she was safely inside and not at risk of another winter weather injury, I pulled around to the lot and parked. On my way in, I texted the guys, letting them know what happened, then sent another text to Coach Hiller, letting him know where I was in case he needed his truck soon. Presley was sitting in an empty row, struggling with a pen and clipboard. Her right wrist was injured and, judging by the way she was trying to hold the pen, that was her dominant hand. Need an assist? She glanced up. Yes, please. I took the clipboard and pen and sat next to her as I read over the form. It was all basic information. Unfortunately, I didn't know anything beyond her first name. I wrote that, then hesitated over the spot for her last name. Stone, she supplied without me having to ask. My birthday is May 22nd. Do you want to use the house address or your home address? I never knew what to put on a form like this. Sure, I resided on campus, but did they need a more permanent address? I'll put the house. She recited it from memory before we moved on. Do you have a primary doctor or the university clinic? I asked as we moved on. Well, she won't be able to do much from her office, so I guess list the university clinic. She hesitated. Should I list Matthew, specifically? This was why we needed adults. Sure, we were over 18, but we didn't know the answers to these forms. I'll make a note to talk to him directly. I asked her all of the basic health questions before finding her insurance card in her wallet and taking everything up to the check-in counter. Thanks. A doctor will be with you as soon as possible. The rushed receptionist didn't even bother looking up at me. That could mean anything. Minutes to hours. I turned to head back, but stopped. Was I really the right person to be here with her? Would she rather have one of her teammates or friends? She was already in pain and uncomfortable without me hovering around. But the thought of leaving her alone, even to drive back to campus to pick someone up to bring back, felt wrong. I didn't normally care this much. If she were anyone else, would I stay? It had to be because she was a fellow player. We were bonded through that. We might not play on the same team, but we were a part of the same program. I would be here for any of my guys. I guess I grouped her in that as well. I would stay as long as she needed me. Maybe once Matthew got here, I could leave without feeling guilty. By then, I would have paid my dues. It wasn't like I owed her anything else.
Chapter 9, Presley. Be tough. Be tough. I refused to show weakness in front of Shaw. I wouldn't give him any reason to think I was weak or less than because I was a woman. I could handle this pain. It was bad, but I'd survived much worse. Initially, I thought it was a break, but by the time we got here, I was more certain it was a minor injury. At least, that was what I was hoping for. I saw my career at West Penn and my Olympic chances go flying away as I fell toward the pavement. Catching myself? With my hand of all things? I knew better. I should have been more careful. I should have been paying attention, but I couldn't change things now. Miss Stone? A nurse called my name and took me through the initial exam process before guiding me to get an X-ray. I got some medicine as I waited for my turn, and by the time I got back to the small room, I was feeling a lot better. Until I saw Shaw waiting for me. You don't have to stay. I got out of the wheelchair and crossed the room to the bed with the help of the nurse. Oh, now that you've got McDreamy or whatever, you don't need me? I wasn't sure what threw me more, the reference or his jealousy. He's more of a McSteamy. Because that was obviously the point of this conversation. I didn't know he'd seen my doctor, since I only caught a glimpse of him before the screening. Whatever, maybe I should go. He didn't move, but he didn't look at me either. I'm sure Matthew or Carly will be here soon. One of them can take me back. He nodded but stayed still. You don't like me. I nearly balked at the statement. He couldn't know that. I'd done nothing to reveal my true feelings. Right? I don't know you, I countered as I tried to shift in the bed but failed since I couldn't use my right hand. No, he stood and offered me a pillow to prop up my arm before staring back at me. You don't, yet you've come to some conclusion about me already. His actions and his words so completely opposed each other I had no idea what to think. I wanted to stomp on his foot or scream or tell him exactly who I was and that my conclusion was based on years of torment. But I stayed calm and met his stupidly stunning hazel eyes that flickered with flecks of gold. Gold? No. Stop. No flattering thoughts of him were allowed. What does it matter what I think, Shaw? His eyes narrowed, and I realized my mistake. People here didn't call him that. I only heard his captain say that a handful of times, and it was usually after he didn't respond to his first name. It doesn't. He stepped back and crossed his arms. Frankly, I don't care if you like me or not. I just don't want you going around and tainting the rest of your team's opinion of me before they have a chance to get to know me for themselves. This was so typical of him. Once again, he pushed me to the side. Dismissed me completely while turning his attention to my friends. Stay away from them. I saw the trail of broken hearts he left behind back home. I didn't want to relive that. Why? Are you jealous? His stupid brow rose in challenge. I snorted. No. Not even a little bit. That seemed to confuse him, which made me smile. What's your problem? You. I really wanted to just lay it all out there for him, but I refused. The lame part of me that took offense to him not remembering me wanted to find ways to get payback for that. I wasn't someone for him to step on and overlook. I wouldn't let him talk down to me or make me feel small. Not again. Too bad I hadn't heard anything about him and his reputation here. I didn't know if he still enjoyed luring girls and just to dump them the next week or not. What if he changed? Well, his attitude toward me certainly hadn't. That was actually kind of strange. What was it about me that brought out the worst in him? What's your problem with me? I didn't raise my voice or even add any snark. I genuinely wanted to know. He didn't press me to answer his question first. You look pissed whenever you see me. Just me. You're fine with the rest of the guys, but when you notice me, you change. Huh. I hadn't expected him to catch that. Maybe he wasn't as dense as I thought. But that meant he had to be paying pretty close attention to me. Why? So? He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. What is it about me that is repulsive to you? I stared back at him. The pain in my wrist had subsided, and I was feeling heavy. Like a weighted blanket was pressing down on me. Safe and comfortable. My body was finally relaxed after the madness of the past few hours, and I was sick of carrying this burden around alone. Sure, he'd brought me to the hospital and stayed with me, but anyone from our teams would have done the same. I was mad. It was a cruel torture remembering all the teasing and mocking when he got to forget. I wanted him to take on the guilt. Well, if I remember correctly, you didn't always repulse me. His brows pulled together, and a frown tugged at the corners of his lips. Remember when? You were really nice at first. You helped me when I fell and cheered when I scored that one time when we played during the high school's intermission. I smiled at that memory. I was so excited that my whole family was there to see my big moment. Then he crashed into me for a hug even though we could barely get our arms around each other. Then, one day, you changed. I shot him a look I hoped made him feel bad. You were on the big kids team. The first one that was split for boys and girls, and you were so mean after that. He rubbed his jaw while watching me. What are you talking about? Boys and girls team? Are you talking about Might? Pee-wee? I nodded over and over until I started feeling tired and closed my eyes. That was like 15 years ago. I know. I dropped my head against the pillow. Sucks that kids can leave such an impression. Wait, you're saying we knew each other back then? He still didn't get it? Go Silver Vikings. I cheered for our first team. What the? How's my girl feeling? A deep, lovely voice filled the room, and I blinked my eyes open and smiled at my favorite doctor. I'm good. He grinned and held up a dark piece of paper. Good news, sweetie. Your wrist isn't broken. You've just got a nasty sprain. Really? I beamed at him. You're the best. You saved my wrist. He chuckled, and it was the best sound ever. I wanted to record it so I could listen to it later. I'll wrap it up, then you are free to go. So fast. I swooned as he moved closer to me. He smelled like peppermint and hospitals. It wasn't the best combination, but it was better than sweaty athlete's foot, like Shaw. At least, that's probably what he smelled like. If I had to guess. He wrapped my wrist up nice and tight, then disappeared for a bit before coming back with a clipboard. You just need to sign here to be discharged. I attempted to scribble my signature, but I barely recognized it. Oops. It's okay. I've seen much worse. He winked. I hope you get feeling better soon, Presley. Thank you. I called after him as he left. Can I talk to you? Hunter jumped out of the seat and pulled my doctor into the hall. They didn't close the door all the way, so I caught a few of their words, but they didn't make sense. Good stuff. Adrenaline, coming down. Stressed. Placebo effect. The door swung open again, and Hunter offered a half smile. So, ready to go? Where's Coach? I sent Matthew a text, letting him know it was a sprain, so they're waiting for you at the arena. I'm going to take you back. Oh, fine. He helped me stand and I closed my eyes for a second, but when I opened them, we were in the truck. Whoa. He reached over, pulled my seatbelt across me, and clicked it in place. I'm pretty sure he just gave you ibuprofen. Why are you acting so weird? I shrugged and let my head drop back. So what did you mean before? You said something about Silver Vikings?
Yeah.
That was the first team we were on. I looked out the window and noticed we weren't moving. Why aren't you driving? Because I want to figure out what's going on. You played on the Silver Vikings? Yes, you goose. I was number 10, and you were 5. His eyes widened. Right. How did you know that? I rolled my head to look at him. Because it was my first number. Of course, I remember. I don't, he stared at me for a really long time. How? How what? How do I not remember you? I laughed. Well, it was more of a loud bark. Maybe it wasn't as traumatic as it was for me. Traumatic? You were my friend. We carpooled together. Then you moved up to the next team and you stopped being my friend. You were so mean. You teased me. Called me ugly. Told me girls didn't belong in hockey and I should get different skates. What? He looked so silly with his brows all bunched together. I reached out and poked the wrinkles. He slapped my hand away. Stop that. I closed my eyes again. A nap sounded really nice. I liked naps. I didn't get them very often anymore. Classes ruined it. Stupid school. Why wasn't I done yet? Presley. I jerked and looked around. Did we hit something? I need you to pull yourself together for 5 seconds and answer me. I looked into his eyes as hard as I could. Okay. Where did you grow up? Green Glens, New York. No way. His eyes got small again. I can't believe it. You lived in Westlake. I nodded. Thank heaven we didn't go to school together. That would have been horrible. Presley Stone. He said my name like it was the first time he'd ever put the words together. That's me. I sang. But you were ugly.
Yeah.
You told me that at least 100 times. He rubbed his hand over his face. And I think I proved you wrong. Girls can play hockey. Look at us. We play for the same school. I laughed. Bet you didn't see that coming. No. I really didn't.
Ha!
He admitted I was right. Point for me. No leotards for me. Nope. I didn't quit even after you told me I should every day for 3 years. A smile lifted my lips. It felt nice. I was so happy the day you left the arena to join the traveling team. I cheered. All the girls on my team cheered. We didn't like you. You were so mean, but mostly to me. Presley, we were kids. But we were friends first. That's what I don't understand. One day you were nice, and the next, you were just not. You made fun of me. All the time. Maybe we should talk about this later. It doesn't matter. I waved my good hand in front of me. You remember me now. I got to prove to Mean Shaw that I didn't give up. Nope. Not because of him or anyone else. I'm going to the Olympics. Even you can't say that. I closed my eyes and reveled in the darkened peace and didn't move again until the door opened. I snapped my head up to see the nice trainer, Matthew, smiling at me. Hey, Presley, how are you feeling? Good. I rubbed my face before reaching to free myself of the seatbelt. That's a relief. You scared us. He helped me out of the truck and to the waiting golf cart. Coach Jerry and I just want to have a look at your wrist for ourselves. Okay. My hair whipped around me as he drove to the arena. Coach greeted me with a worried look. How are you, Stone? Better than I thought. I walked with them through the hall to the training room. It wasn't until I was sitting up on the exam table that I realized someone was missing. Where had Shaw disappeared to? It didn't really matter. He was a meanie, and I got to rub it in his face that he didn't win. If I never spoke to him again, it would be too soon.
Chapter 10 Hunter. How was this even possible? Not only had I seen this woman a dozen times over the last 2 weeks, but I sat across from her for an hour with plenty of opportunities to make the connection. Not once did I have even the slightest inkling that she was someone I'd grown up with. The answers I was looking for weren't on my ceiling, despite how long I'd been staring. I couldn't sleep. Again. She was in my head, making me relive every poor decision I'd made back then. How could I not have realized it sooner? That made things even worse. The first time I heard her name, it sounded vaguely familiar, but my brain apparently refused to make the connection since she looked absolutely nothing like the girl I once knew. When was the last time I saw Presley? We stopped training at the same arena when I made it onto the traveling team when I was 13, but it was pretty likely we ran into each other over the years. The hockey community was small back home, and we went to rival high schools, so there was a chance we could have been at the same parties or games. It didn't make any sense, because she was right. We joined the Silver Vikings mini-mite team around the same time. We were friends. Our moms were a part of a carpool group, and it wasn't uncommon for us to go to one of our houses after practice to play. But then I moved up to the next level with the boys in my grade while she stayed back since she was a year younger. Our practice time was different, so I stopped going in her carpool and we didn't see each other very much outside of that anymore. I made new friends and had to prove to them I was cool. The easiest way was to join in when they teased the kids on the baby team. It wasn't just me. We all made jokes and laughed, but I was the only one that used to be friends with one of them. I should have been a better person. A better friend. I should have been the one to stop the guys from heckling them. But it was hard to stand up to your friends, especially when you're the new kid. Plus, young Presley Stone was. There was no kind way to say it. She was unfortunate looking. Unsightly. She'd been injured during our second year and broke her jaw, leaving her with a severely crooked overbite while the headgear she had to wear gradually fixed the alignment. Was it her fault she had that hideous contraption covering her face? No. Did we care? Nope. Plus, she got gum in her hair at one point and showed up with short, boy hair with a cowlick in the front that made a whole section stick straight up. At least, we called it boy hair. In reality, it would be considered a pixie cut, but we didn't care. It was shorter than we were used to seeing on her and that was what we targeted. But it wasn't just her looks. No. We went after her for daring to play hockey. She mentioned something about skates, and it triggered a memory. I told her almost every time I saw her that she was wearing the wrong ones. That she should have figure skates and a leotard and practice spins because girls shouldn't play hockey. I closed my eyes and dropped my head back. I was terrible. But it all worked out, right? She ignored me and my teammates and continued to play. She and I were playing at the same school. She proved the idiot kid I was wrong. Good for her. Plus, she definitely grew out of her awkward stage. Her smile was stunning, with no sign of previous damage. Her blonde hair was long and wavy, and I knew there wasn't a soul on campus who would have thought she was ever an ugly duckling. She was beautiful, talented, and an Olympic prospect. So why did she hold on to what I did so long ago? I didn't hold on to things like that. I brushed words off without a second thought. There was no point in letting other people's opinions impact you. It wasn't any of my business what someone else thought of me. As long as I was happy with myself, it didn't matter what outside forces tried to convince me of. 1, then 2, now 3 days passed without me figuring out the answer. Why hadn't she forgotten about me as easily as I had her? Had I really been that awful that she remembered specifics nearly 15 years later? Yesterday, Benjamin asked if there was something going on with me, but I assured him I was fine. Because I was. I wasn't the one holding a grudge. I let things go and carried on with life. But I couldn't stop thinking about Presley and everything she'd said. On the third night of lying wide awake in bed as the minutes passed midnight, I gave up and headed to the arena. I figured at some point the exhaustion would catch up to me, but tonight was not it. I pulled on shorts and a Bobcat t-shirt before slipping on shoes and heading out without waking up Benjamin. Technically, we weren't supposed to train alone. Having someone around in case you got hurt was important, but I wasn't planning on getting on the ice, and if I managed to injure myself while lifting weights, then I deserved to suffer alone since I'd done something stupid. I wasn't planning on going crazy and maxing out. I just needed to move and distract my tired brain from thinking about her. I unlocked the back door and shut it behind me before heading down toward the tunnel and into the weight room. A light was coming from under the door. Was someone else here, or had the last person to leave forgotten to turn it off? I really hoped for the latter. I wasn't in the mood to talk to any of the guys. I went inside and relaxed when I didn't see anyone. I crossed to the cardio section to warm up on a treadmill. I started with a fast walk to get my legs warm before increasing the speed to an easy jog as I put my headphones in and started my favorite playlist. The heavy bass set my running pace, and I turned up the music until it took all my attention. A noise beyond the music was almost enough to distract me, but when I looked around, I didn't see anything. The door was still closed, so I brushed it off until my shirt was tugged. I screamed. I'd admit it to anyone who asked, because it was one of the most terrifying moments of my life. I thought I was alone in the middle of the night, but when I slammed the stop button and turned around, Presley freaking Stone was glaring at me with her hands on her hips. Yeah, that tragic-looking girl was long gone. She was gorgeous, even when her eyes were full of rage. What? I bit out. She might be hot, but my heart was still trying to return to a normal rhythm. Could you try to be a bit quieter? Quieter. I was running. What did she want me to do? Tiptoe? She continued to glare at me while I took the chance to take her in. She was wearing black leggings and a tight black tank top. Once I was able to drag my eyes away from her body, I noticed she was sweating. Way more than me. How long have you been here? An hour. A quiet, peaceful hour until you marched in here and started pounding like a 2-ton ogre. How had I missed her? Wait, an ogre? What are you talking about? I was just running. Yeah, and thanks to your atrocious form, the entire campus is aware. My form? Nothing she was saying made sense. Then again, I was sleep deprived. What's wrong with my form? Her head snapped back. You don't know? No one has ever said anything to you? I find that really hard to believe. I glared at her. I'm usually on skates. We're all so very grateful for that. Although, I am surprised you have the finesse necessary to do that. Who is this girl? Move over. She pushed me off the treadmill and started it, quickly speeding it up to run. She pointed at her feet. Listen. I folded my arms across my chest and waited for her to prove her point so we could move on and I could finish my workout in peace. Do you hear that? She asked. What? She grinned. Exactly. A little bounce in my step. Land lightly. Not this. She mimicked me slamming her feet down with each step. Yeah, I got it. You can stop. She hopped off and strode over to the mat area and sat with her legs straight out in front of her. I noticed her phone and water bottle were over there. At least I understood now how I missed her. She was out of my line of sight and hidden behind machines. It was uncomfortable now though. I couldn't run without hearing how loud each strike was. I slowed down to a walk, waiting her out. If she'd been here for over an hour already, she should be leaving soon. Especially since I was here. I doubted she would hang out for longer than necessary. The longer she stayed, the more my confusion grew. Wasn't she still mad at me? Was she over there, silently plotting her revenge? Should I prepare for some sort of attack? After 10 minutes of nothing, I got off and headed to the free weights. It was closer to her, but we both had headphones in, so as long as she didn't engage, I wouldn't. I started with shoulders, rotating between 3 lifts in a superset circuit. My attention was focused on my breathing and watching my form. Then she appeared behind me like a wraith. I flinched, but covered it and brought the weights down before removing one of my headphones. Yes? You're grumpier than normal. Can't sleep? What a great way to start off a conversation. No. I can't. She nodded and held up her wrapped wrist. Matt and coach said I have to rest for the first 2 weeks, so I'm sneaking in workouts. Your trainer told you to rest, and you're going behind his back. And your coach? That was an interesting choice. One that could end up getting her benched for a whole lot longer than 2 weeks. I tried to point out that my wrist does not impact my legs, core, or back. They said I should use this time to adjust to life in school. She rolled her eyes. It's cute that they think I have a life outside of the team. That any of us do. She wasn't going to get an argument from me. My only friends were the guys, and a few other athletes. Beyond that, I didn't have time to make and keep connections with anyone else. You're not going to skate, are you? Her eyes roamed over the room, never meeting mine. Probably not. You already have, haven't you? Maybe. A smile tugged at the corner of her lips. Alone? Well, it's not like this place attracts many others at this time. That was so stupid. She shouldn't be risking greater injury right now, especially without backup. You could get seriously hurt. Or I could lose my speed and agility and say goodbye to ever going to Alberta. Another point I wouldn't argue over. Someone who didn't understand the dedication and sacrifice to get to her level might tell her it wasn't worth it, but I understood. If I was in her position, I would be doing the exact same thing. But maybe bringing Ethan or Reed along. She didn't have best friends who had her back, not yet at least. Her teen was too new. It was too soon to ask someone to break rules with her. Fair enough. It wasn't like I was in a position to give her advice or criticism. So, I don't actually remember a lot of what happened at the hospital. It's all kind of a blur, but I wanted to make sure I said thank you for taking me and staying with me. You didn't have to do that, and I really appreciate it. She didn't remember a lot. Did that mean that she didn't remember telling me about what a terrible person I was? Was she skirting around that like we were both going to pretend it didn't happen? Carry on like we had before? Not knowing one another? It wasn't a big deal. I would have done it for anyone on our teams. Right. She pursed her lips in what might have been a smile before turning away. She really was just going to leave things like this? Awkward and unfinished? She tore me, well, childhood me, apart for all the crap I did, and now was just going to walk away. There was no way she forgot everything that happened. Hey, I called before she got to the door. She faced me and crossed her arms. Are we good? She didn't answer immediately, like she was actually considering it. You know, if you are, then so am I. Before I could ask what that was supposed to mean, she pushed through the door, leaving me alone to think about her and the decade-old mess following me.
Chapter 11, Presley. Life was supposed to get better when you set the truth free. At least, I thought that was some sort of rule. Turned out that wasn't the case, because I just lied again. I marched down the quiet, dark street to my house, reliving that conversation and wondering if I made the right choice, because I remembered what I said at the hospital. Unfortunately, every cringeworthy moment was alive and well, playing on repeat in my head. I wanted to blame some sort of strong drug that altered my mental state, but that would be a lie. I got some pain meds that definitely took the edge off, and I was feeling really good, but I was fully in control of my mouth. It just seemed like as good of a time as any to bring him up to speed. The worst he could do was leave me at the hospital, but that would certainly paint him in an even worse light. Even the worst of bullies wouldn't just abandon their victim in their time of need. Okay, maybe real villains would, but Shaw wasn't one. He was just a mean kid. I wanted the full story. I wanted the truth of why he went from being my friend who came for sleepovers, and taught me how to do a backflip on his trampoline to verbally tearing me down every chance he had. It wouldn't change things, I knew that, but I still wanted the answer, because even all these years later, that was what hurt the most. Shaw wasn't the only boy, or girl, to tease me back then. I was a walking disaster. I had headgear to correct an overbite caused by breaking my jaw. I had a bowl cut with one section in the front that refused to lay flat. Plus, I generally wore my brother's hand-me-downs because I didn't like girls' clothes. His shorts and t-shirts were way more comfortable than the frilly, colorful options forced upon young girls. Even back then I was self-aware enough to know I wasn't the cutest, but what did that have to do with me as a player, or being my friend? My hair didn't impact my stick handling. My headgear only came off when I had my helmet on, so my teammates rarely saw me with it on. And we were all wearing the same oversized gear. So what was the big deal? The only time I ever felt normal, or like the other kids, was when I was playing. That was my happy place. I was more comfortable at the arena than at home. It was why I never even considered caving in and quitting or switching over to a more feminine sport. I was a good player, and I loved it. I thought it was something Shaw and I had in common. Then he twisted what he knew about me to be used as a weapon. The single light I left on in the kitchen when I snuck out was still on, so I turned it off as I passed on my way upstairs. These secret workouts might not have been the best idea, but I needed them for my own sanity. There was no conceivable way for me to rest for 2 weeks. I wasn't even sure what that word meant. The longest I've ever taken off training was 4 days because I had my wisdom teeth removed. I wanted to go back to practice the next day, but my parents hid the car keys and my phone, so I had no way of getting there. I snuck into my room to find Chris sleeping soundly and pulled off my sweaty clothes before grabbing my bathroom kit and heading to the hall to shower. There was no reason for this to get awkward. If Shaw thought I didn't remember what I said, then we could go back to generally ignoring each other's existence like before. The service project was over, so we had no reason to spend time together. If I needed help with my classes, he said Benjamin was in the same major so he could help. Or I could ask classmates like a normal person. Yup, there was no need for us to even speak again. We could be supportive teammates, well, fellow hockey players from afar. I would move on. No holding on to painful pieces of the past. After all, he didn't even remember me until I spelled it all out for him. And I never mentioned anything about high school. Nope, that could all stay back in upstate New York where it belonged. Although, an apology would be nice. He was pretty mean and emotionally scarring. And he did date 4 of my friends. 2 at the same time. That was another unfortunate mess he caused that I was left to clean up. But that was a long time ago. He was probably different now. Not that I would ever know. Because I was going to stay at a very respectful distance from now on. I fell into a rhythm over the next week of waking up and sitting on the bench while my team practiced, and running until I was so bored I could cry, while everyone else got to lift weights. Then I went to class, studied, did homework, and pretended to go to bed while actually waiting for Chris to fall asleep so I could sneak away to the arena to work out. Shaw never showed up again, which was a relief, and after a full week of rest, I put on my skates and gloves before grabbing my stick. This was my first time back out for more than just a few laps. I wanted to see how my wrist held up while practicing my handling. I wasn't going to know how I was healing or when I was ready if I didn't try. Could I make it worse? Maybe, but I'd be careful. No pushing myself. Just a little test. I reached the ice and felt the same relief that washed over me each time I took that first gliding step. Being out here was as natural as breathing. This was where I belonged. After 1 lap, I went back to the bucket I left on the boards in front of the bench and dumped out a dozen pucks. I picked one and slapped it to the center of the rink, then took up a face-off position. I lowered my stick and waited for any twinge of pain. Nothing. This position was fine. I hit the puck and followed it in the direction of the net. Keeping the puck with me was easy enough. My wrist wanted to bend, but I managed to maintain control without moving it. It was a bit stiff and unnatural, but not too challenging. I brought the puck back to the others and lined them up, wanting to practice different shots. Starting with the one I was least nervous about, I backed up and prepared myself before attempting a slap shot. Ignoring where the puck ended up, I took a quick inventory of how I felt. My wrist was fine. I blew out a breath and tried 3 more times before confidently crossing that off my list of worries. Next, I tried taking the puck forward and twisted, testing my backhand. I waited and a tiny twinge of pain came. Crap. Okay, no more backhands for now. I went back to the pucks and tried a snapshot. There was a bit of an ache, so I didn't bother attempting a wrist shot. Why did I have to injure my dominant hand? I could have compensated for my left, but I was at the mercy of the healing process now. I can't believe you. A man's voice came from the tunnel, and I spun to see Shaw standing at the bench with his arms crossed over his broad chest. What are you doing here? And what gave him the right to judge me? I couldn't sleep again. He stepped out onto the ice in running shoes and started collecting the pucks in the bucket he grabbed from the boards. I can do that. Later, when I was done practicing slap shots. I'm sure you can, but I doubt you will until it's too late and you've worsened your wrists. I glided to a stop a few feet from him. Why did he care? I wasn't his teammate, so it didn't affect him at all. I stopped when I felt any pain. He snatched the last puck from in front of my stick. But you were going to keep doing slap shots until you couldn't. How did he know that was the only one I could manage? How long have you been watching me? Long enough to know that you were a few seconds away from a terrible decision. Just because it didn't hurt when you started, doesn't mean it won't hurt eventually. Did you stop to think that maybe the other attempts did ache because you already pushed yourself too far? No. I hadn't. I need to know what my limits are. I didn't owe him, or anybody, an explanation, but his hazel eyes felt like they were searching my mind and I wanted it to stop. I know my body, and I know how hard I can push. And now you do, so stop. Before you make things worse. He was right, but I didn't want to agree with him. I really didn't want to leave and let him think it was because he told me to. I'm going to do a few more laps, I lied just so he would go away. I'll wait. He moved back to the bench, dropped the bucket, and dipped his chin like he was telling me to go. You know, I'm not the only one who could use extra practice. I cocked my brows. What's that supposed to mean? I tapped my stick on the ice a few times. Your wrist shot is weak. You rely too much on your slap shot, and you're afraid to get in close to the blue. Either you don't trust your teammates to do their jobs, or you don't trust yourself. You're becoming predictable. I turned before he could respond and took my time completing 5 then 6 then 7 laps, waiting for him to go. He still didn't leave, so I marched past him, through the tunnel to the locker room. I ripped off my gear and headed into the showers. I realized a few nights ago it was easier to shower here than having to sneak into my room twice without waking Chris. Although, it was pretty creepy being alone here at night. There were too many walls and curtains for people, or monsters, to be hiding behind. I stepped back into the locker room with a towel wrapped around my torso and one around my hair on the top of my head. I saw someone waiting for me.
Ah.
I screamed, then huffed when I recognized Shaw. What are you doing in here? He glanced over his shoulder, seeing me practically naked, and turned back around. I wanted to walk you home. Why? I moved to my locker and pulled out the sweats and jacket I packed. Because I realized I should have done that the other night, but I didn't. I can walk 5 minutes by myself. I hadn't even seen another person out since I started my midnight training. It would make me feel better if you let me. He looked straight ahead, not even attempting to sneak a peek at me. That was a nice gesture, until I remembered all the times he told me I was ugly and no one would ever like me and it would be better if I wore my helmet at all times to hide my hideous face. He wouldn't be tempted to peek, not at me. One thing I would never, ever admit to anyone was how lasting the damage of his bullying was. The pain and embarrassment didn't just go away when my headgear came off for good, or when my hair grew out. I was always the ugly duckling. The friend, one of the guys. Even through high school and college. I didn't get asked out. I did my best to blend in. Not that dating mattered. Having a prom date didn't get me onto a Division I team. Not getting kissed until college didn't impact my Olympic chances. Those things could all wait until my dreams were accomplished. Plus, that was a long time ago. I shouldn't hold it against him, but it was all such a shock. I never anticipated seeing him again. I thought I would never cross paths with him after he graduated high school and left. That was supposed to be the end of things. Even though he didn't look the same, he was an adult now, I couldn't help but remember the kid he'd been. And then there was the teenage version of him that was just as damaging to girls, just not directly to me. I tugged on my warm boots and closed my duffel. Before I could stop myself, I moved in front of him and waited for him to meet my eyes. What? Do you remember Jamie? A range of emotions crossed his face. Confusion, panic, then more confusion. Jamie who? What about Chelsea? I tried. He shook his head and opened his mouth. Allie? I waited a second before saying the name of our friend who he was two-timing her with. Sadie? His eyes widened, and I frowned at him. Guess who was friends with each and every one of them? His shoulders slumped, and he rubbed his face. I was a hormonal, cocky teenager. You were heartless and cruel. I couldn't wait to tell Michelle about how I finally confronted him for all the misery he put our group through. I won't deny that. I wasn't a very good person. I was pretty wrapped up in myself. He sucked the fun out of things by admitting and accepting that. I knew I would be getting out of there as soon as I graduated, so I never considered my actions having consequences. It wasn't even until sometime in my freshman year that I understood how messed up I acted back then. Well, this wasn't how I pictured this conversation going. I planned on ending it with a clever remark and stomping off, proving I didn't need a man to keep me safe on my walk home. He sucked the wind out of my self-righteous sails. "Are you ever going to let go of what I did?" he asked without meeting my eyes. Let go. As in forget? Probably not. Especially not a moment before he apologized for what he did. Why do you care whether or not I do? Because I don't like knowing I hurt you, or anyone, beyond repair. Of course he didn't. No one liked living with the uncomfortable reality of their mistakes. Guilt and regret for a week was no payment for the years of pain he caused me and later my friends. Well, I don't like knowing that you didn't even remember me or what you did. I had to work for years on undoing the damage you caused and to come out stronger. He closed his eyes, and I picked up my bag and walked out of the locker room. I might have gotten the last word, but it didn't feel nearly as good as I imagined. Were we destined to cause each other pain whenever we were close enough to speak?
Chapter 12 Hunter. Well, this was unexpected. Haley? She spun around, tossing her dark brown hair over her shoulder and offering me a wide smile. "Oh, hi. Come in. To my own room?" "Gee, thanks. What's going on?" I dropped my backpack onto my desk chair and looked around the crowded room. Kennedy and Ethan were sitting on Benjamin's bed, and I almost teased them for having matching buns on top of their heads, but Haley's pacing in the middle of the room distracted me. "We're waiting for Benny Boy to finish his primping so we can go," Reed answered from my bed. "Go where?" I leaned against my bed, next to his legs, feeling out of place in my own living space. "To the movies." Kennedy kicked up her feet, trapping Haley from making another pass. "You're giving me anxiety. You need to stop." "I can't stop," she argued while pushing her way through. "You're all going?" It wasn't often that I felt excluded. In fact, I couldn't remember the last time it happened, but jealousy and hurt were suddenly rearing their heads. "Yeah, didn't you get the text?" Reed watched his girlfriend with an amused smile. "We thought you were cutting it a little close, but since the pretty boy is taking so long, you made it." "I didn't get a text." I pulled out my phone. There were no new notifications, but when I unlocked the screen, there was a red bubble over my messages icon. "Oh, I don't know how I missed it." "Well, you're here now, so we don't have to track you down across campus." Ethan tossed a puck up in the air and caught it, then did it again. "They would come looking for me?" Of course they would. We were best friends. We didn't leave a man behind. I was being ridiculous, jumping to conclusions. "I'm done." Benjamin walked out of our small bathroom, running his hand through his damp hair. "I asked for 10 minutes, and I only took 7, so can you calm down now?" he snapped at Haley. She shrugged and pointed to the door. "Fine, but let's go. I want time to get snacks before the previews." "Who cares about the previews?" I followed Kennedy out and shut the door behind us. Ethan and Reed both turned. "She does. She always has," Ethan added. "She thinks it's the best part." It is. You get to be all excited about what's coming, then the actual movie starts and you're already in a good mood, Haley tried to explain, but it still didn't make sense to me. "Don't try to argue. It's a waste of time and energy." Reed dropped his arm around her shoulders and kissed her temple. "But we love you anyway." I fell in a step next to Ethan and caught him rolling his eyes. Kennedy elbowed him in his ribs. "Be nice." Her whisper held plenty of warning. If it wasn't for Benjamin, I wouldn't be joining them. As much as I liked the girls, it just got to be a lot when you hung out with the 4 of them. They had so much history together that you couldn't help but feel left out of years of inside jokes and stories. We crossed campus to the movie theater in the Student Union building. Since it was a Thursday night, the line was short, and we were able to pick seats toward the back. "I'll do the snack run," Reed offered. "What does everyone want?" "I'll come with you." Ethan turned to Kennedy. "Frozen junior mints and a medium popcorn?" She nodded, and Haley reminded Reed to ask for their popcorn to be buttered in layers. "I can't decide what I want, so I'll come with you too." Benjamin stood before looking down at me. "Want anything?" "Just a drink." "Thanks." "Got it." The three of them headed down the stairs, and I realized I made a mistake. I was rarely alone with the girls. After being cornered by them and interrogated on a few occasions, I did my best to avoid this situation. The guys weren't even at the bottom before Haley leaned forward to see past Kennedy. "It's been a while, Hunter. I've seen you like 10 times this week." She waved that off. "But we haven't really talked." "Because of my diligence." I was already regretting this slip. Was it too late to run after my friends? "How have you been?" Kennedy asked like she was a trained professional I should be revealing my thoughts and emotions to. "They were sneaky. They lured you in, made you feel comfortable, then bam. They pulled your secrets from you like witches." "Good." "I've been good." Haley narrowed her eyes. "Benjamin said you haven't been sleeping and keep sneaking out in the middle of the night. Where do you go?" Kennedy tagged in. There was no use in lying. They either already knew or had guesses. "The arena. When I can't sleep, I go work out and it helps me fall asleep." While that was not only a perfectly acceptable answer but also the truth, they didn't seem satisfied. "Alone?" Kennedy asked. "Yeah, I sleep alone." Her eyes narrowed. "Do you go to the arena alone?" "Yes." That wasn't a lie. I did go alone. She didn't ask if I was alone while I was there. "Why haven't you been sleeping?" Haley asked, seeming genuinely concerned, although I wasn't sure why she would care. "Is anything going on?" I shook my head. "Not really. It's probably just stress." "Stress over what?" Kennedy continued to prod. "Did I agree to play 100 questions with them at any point?" "Scouts coming. The draft. Ending this season with a championship. The same thing as all of the other guys." "But none of them are losing sleep," Haley pointed out, and Kennedy nodded. Why did I always feel like these two knew something I didn't? Either they were mind readers or they had spies throughout campus, because they always knew when to press certain topics. I hadn't mentioned anything about Presley to any of the guys, so they couldn't have heard something from them. They could sense it, or smell my fear. But I did want to talk to someone about what I should do about Presley, if anything. I didn't think my friends had the right answers. Maybe their girlfriends would. I was recently reminded of some things I did growing up and the effects those actions had on others. That's vague. Haley tilted her head. We need more information. Of course they did. They would get all the details out of me eventually, so I might as well lay it all out before the guys got back. I needed outside perspectives, too. One of the new girls on the women's team is someone I knew from back home. We started out together when we were little and were friends until I moved on to the boys-only team. After that, I guess I teased and bullied her quite a bit. You guess? Kennedy's brows lifted. Fine, yes. I said some mean things to her. Like once? Haley cringed like she already knew the answer. More like years, until I made it onto the traveling team and stopped practicing at the same facility as her. And she remembers all of that. Kennedy didn't have to ask. What did you say to her? Haley asked another question I didn't want to answer, but I caved before they teamed up against me. I wanted their help and advice, which meant telling them everything. I made fun of her looks and told her that girls shouldn't play hockey. That she should quit and do figure skating. Oh, Hunter. Kennedy's voice was full of disappointment. Right. I might as well get it all out now. She also reminded me that I dated a few of her friends in high school. 2 of them happened to be at the same time. Not my proudest moment, but in my defense, I didn't know they were friends. Their high school was big. It wasn't like I asked for a list of people I should avoid. Wow, I thought Ethan was bad. Haley groaned, and Kennedy agreed. I'm not that person anymore. I get that I was mean and stupid, but all of that was a lifetime ago. I don't get why she's hanging on to things. Well, Kennedy looked down at her lap for a moment before meeting my eyes. Sometimes things that don't seem like a big deal to you can be formative for others. You could have completely changed her path, her life. She chose to not listen to you and proved you wrong by sticking it out and making it to the college level. She could have easily given in to your teasing and social expectations and quit. That's a pretty big deal. Of course she remembered. She probably used your teasing as motivation to get better and persevere. It would have been a tragedy if she hadn't played. She was a natural and incredibly talented. At least in the one game I saw her play in. It would have been a shame if she had listened to me. You guys really think I could have made that much of an impact? Yeah, especially if you were her friend first. That must have really hurt her. Not only did she lose you, but you came back to torment her. Haley sounded so sad. Great, now I was bringing someone else down. Fine. That sounded bad. I knew it was bad, but hearing her spell it out for me made it all more real. What should I do? Have you said sorry? Kennedy asked. I tried to think over the conversations I had with Presley. I wasn't sure I ever apologized. Yikes. Haley frowned. I sighed. Yeah, I'm a horrible person. Not horrible, just learning. Kennedy patted my arm. You'd be surprised how far that one word can get you. It might not fix everything, but it's a start. Yeah, and once she forgives you, then you can invite her to hang out with us, Haley suggested while wagging her brows. Why would I do that? Because she's new here. She probably doesn't have a lot of friends. At least, not outside of her team, she pointed out. Yeah, we can do another movie night or something and she can come. Kennedy looked to Haley. We do need to strengthen our numbers. I'm not going to date her. I had to make sure they were clear on that. Haley chuckled. Yeah, we know. I narrowed my eyes. What's that supposed to mean? They shared a look I didn't particularly care for. We know your stance on dating, Kennedy said first. And women in general. Haley scrunched her nose. Excuse me? Ethan told us about the paper towel metaphor. Not the best look, Hunter. Kennedy ran her eyes over me, making me feel judged. Again. Which wasn't fair. Those were my father's words, not mine. I don't agree with him on that, but I do agree that love isn't real. It's a societal construct. I wasn't proud of my dad or the beliefs he desperately tried to ingrain in me. Luckily, my mom was an amazing person and made sure his influence didn't stick. Having a front row seat to your parents' nasty divorce, then both of them swearing off love or ever having a partner again, did reinforce that love wasn't real. It was fleeting and only needed to last long enough for people to mate. It was how our species continued. The whole first comes love, then comes marriage, then comes a baby and yada, yada was made up. The world tried to convince people that life was supposed to go that way, but I knew better. Haley chuckled. Yeah, you say that until you fall in love. I don't see that happening. I can't wait for the day you eat those words, she challenged. I wanted to argue, but the guys returned with arms full of food and drinks. Soon enough, everyone was focused on the previews, and my drama was forgotten. Hopefully, I could keep it that way.
Chapter 13, Presley. Everything about this felt wrong. Off. It was a strange sense of déjà vu or a memory of a dream. Surreal.
Yeah.
That was the best way to describe the sensation of pulling into my hometown on a bus with a team who didn't know this place. They weren't friends I'd known all my life. They weren't looking at the streets with memories from growing up. They didn't know that the best burgers were from West End's diner, but the best fries and shakes came from Graham's near the lake. They didn't see the light post at the corner of Center Street and Maple and fill with embarrassment over hitting it on their first night of having a driver's license. This was just another town, another school, to play against. For me? This was coming home. You okay? Chris asked. I turned away from the window and offered a smile.
Yeah.
It's just weird being here as a visitor even if I'm not playing. Matthew and Coach Jerry knew how big this game was for me, but they decided to wait until next week for me to start practicing with the team again. I would be watching from behind the bench tonight. It probably made me a coward, but I was relieved not to have to play my old team or step onto the ice in front of the town that considered me a traitor. I bet, she chuckled. At least my previous school was on the other side of the country. I doubt we'll ever travel to Oregon, so I'm off the hook. She grew up in Washington, so there was a low chance of her ever playing near her home either. This was a pretty unusual situation. I wanted to talk to someone about it, but the only person who would understand was sitting at the back, pretending he didn't know me. Not that I blamed him. I went off on him the last time we spoke, and even if what I said was true, I didn't need to yell at him. I glanced over my shoulder and wondered if he was going down memory lane as we drove past his high school on the way to Green Lake. Did he hold on to this place, or had he moved on? I doubted he was as sentimental as I was, but then again, it had only been a few weeks since I lived here. It had been years for him. My team was playing tonight, and the men were playing tomorrow afternoon, so we were staying here all weekend. I even got special permission to stay at home rather than the hotel with the rest of my teammates. I searched the cars as we pulled into the hotel parking lot, and I finally spotted my dad's silver sedan. My parents are here. I told Chris as we stood to join the line to get off. Would you mind if I introduced you to them? I would love to meet Papa and Mama Stone. She followed me around the front of the bus to where my parents were waiting. My sweet girl. Mom ran forward and pulled me into her arms. I laughed and hugged her back. It's only been a few weeks, Mom. Anything more than a day or two is too long for her, Dad teased as he put his hand on Mom's shoulder. She finally released me, and I gave him a quick hug before stepping back and introducing Chris. This is my roommate, Chris, I started. And her best friend, Chris added before Mom pulled her in for a hug as well. Nice to meet you. Dad offered her a smile. How is your wrist? I held up my right arm, showing them the wrapping. It's fine. I'm doing a lot better, but Coach wanted to be on the safe side, so I'm out for another week. I'm sorry, honey. I know that's hard for you, Mom said. They already knew I wasn't going to be playing, and I was honestly surprised they weren't demanding that I go see my doctor here for a second opinion. Is it weird being back? Mom asked. Very. I was telling Chris it feels wrong being here as a visitor. Dad's attention drifted over my shoulder, and his brows furrowed. Is that Hunter Shaw? Chris's eyes widened when they met mine. No, I hadn't told my parents about our reunion. It wasn't like I was purposely keeping it from them, he just didn't come to mind when I talked to them.
Yeah.
He's on the men's team. Mom looked from the group of guys to me then back again. Oh, how nice. Chris giggled before covering her mouth. I knew he was near Pittsburgh, but I thought it was Penn State, Dad muttered before passing me and heading in his direction. No. What was he doing? I turned to Mom, and she gave me a smile. He and Mr. Shaw run into each other quite a bit at the clubhouse. The golf course Dad practically lived at on the weekends during the season. How is he? Mom asked cryptically. I've already told Chris about our past, I explained, and Mom seemed to relax a bit. She always tried to remain civil and polite no matter how she felt about a person. It was a trait I didn't inherit. He didn't remember me, I admitted, and her brows lifted. I reminded him, and things were somewhat awkward, but that's it. She nodded once but didn't say anything else. She wouldn't in front of Chris. What time do you have to be at the arena? She asked instead, turning back to a safe topic. 4. So we had 2 hours to get something to eat. Well, your dad has to go back to the office, but I was thinking we could grab something, and I could drop you off. Chris, can you come with us? Mom asked. Chris took a step back. I've actually got some homework I need to finish and submit before the game, so I can't, but I appreciate the offer. I waved to her as she headed inside, then waited for Dad to come back. He was all grins until we were in the privacy of the car. He's grown up to be such a nice young man. He had very nice things to say about you and how well you were playing. Dad looked at me through the rearview mirror. How kind, Mom said, and I caught the corner of her lip lifting. What was it with men and short memories? Dad had known about all the mean things Shaw said and did when we were young. He even called him out for it a few times. But now he's a nice young man? I'm sorry, I can't join you ladies for lunch. I've got a meeting with a client I can't miss. It's okay, Dad. I understand. We can get dinner after the game. He shot me another look. Aren't you meeting up with your friends? Maybe tomorrow, I lied. Michelle was the only one I was interested in seeing, and I automatically included her in dinner. Sounds good, then. I'll make reservations somewhere near campus. He dropped Mom and me off at home so we could get her SUV. The second we were alone, she turned to me. So are you going to tell me what really happened? Of course, she could tell there was more to the story. She was my best friend and confidant. I hadn't caught her up on the drama with him because I knew I was coming home. Plus, I was still trying to sort things out for myself. I didn't know how I felt about everything that happened and where things stood. We went to our favorite cafe and soon sat with sandwiches between us. So, how did it really go, running into Shaw? Hunter, she corrected. My hands hovered as I was about to take a bite but set the turkey sandwich down. He didn't recognize me. We met a few times and even studied together without him remembering me at all. It wasn't until he took me to the hospital to get my wrist checked out that I told him. She covered her mouth with a napkin while she laughed. Why did you wait so long? I shrugged. I kind of wanted him to remember. To feel guilty or something, anything, about what he did, but he barely remembered the things he did or said back then. He didn't even remember me being friends with some of the girls he dated in high school. It really bothered me that someone that had such a negative impact on my life could simply forget that I existed. It doesn't make sense. She nodded and swallowed. I understand that. His words really affected you back then. You had to overcome his teasing and make the decision not to give up hockey just because it was uncommon for girls. That's a huge deal. A boy teasing a girl to get the approval of the kids his age? That wasn't as monumental to him. He was just trying to fit in. I narrowed my eyes. You're defending him? Not necessarily. I'm just pointing out the differences. I understood. It was hard for me back then, but now I was making it hard for him. But now that's it all out in the open, can you move on? I considered that while I finished eating. There wasn't a simple answer. Did I want to? Because right now, I wasn't letting go. I wasn't forgetting. Right now, there was no way for us to move forward. Reminding him of all of the bad choices he made in his youth wasn't the best way to form a friendship. Not that I was sure that was what I even wanted. Or had I already got what I wanted? For him to acknowledge what he did, even if he didn't remember until I jogged his memories. And now he was avoiding me. Or giving me my space. Not that I could blame him. I was a walking, talking representation of his mistakes. If I were him, I'd avoid me too. It was easy to hold on to a grudge. It was just unfortunate for me that he didn't seem to be that person anymore. The Shaw I grew up with, after he stopped being my friend, wouldn't have taken me to the hospital. He would have pawned me off as someone else's problem. He certainly wouldn't have stayed with me the whole time. Old Shaw wouldn't have cared in the least about whether or not I was making my injury worse. He would have encouraged me to risk it all in hopes I ended my career as a player. He wouldn't have watched and waited for me to finish my punishing workout to offer to walk me home in the middle of the night. Even I had to admit, despite how badly I wanted to hang on to the pain and trauma he'd caused, he wasn't that cruel boy anymore. He wasn't the same serial cheater he'd been in high school. Shaw wasn't a bad person. But maybe I was for holding on to his past. I'm not sure I can just move on. I finally answered her question. There might be too much history. She tilted her head and smiled. It's never too late to start over. There's never too much baggage. Every day is a chance to start fresh. You wouldn't want someone holding on to a version of you from 10 years ago, right? I shook my head, knowing where this was going. So maybe it's time to try to see him for who he is now. For who he's become. How could I argue that? I would want someone to give me the chance to change and do better. I wouldn't want them to only remember the worst version of myself. That wasn't fair. The clip of his life that I was a part of wasn't the whole picture. I needed to allow him the opportunity to be someone different. Someone I didn't know. I couldn't freeze him in time and never accept that he changed. That wasn't fair. I wasn't the same girl as I was back then, so why couldn't I allow him to grow and move on? Crap. This wasn't even about him. It was about me. Mom smiled at me when I met her eyes. She saw the pieces come together in my head. She led me to this conclusion but let me figure it out for myself. As she always did. You're right. She took a sip of her drink and winked at me over the glass. Well, crap. Now what was I supposed to do? It wasn't like I could walk up to Shaw the next time I saw him and tell him all was forgiven. Not only would that be strange, but he never really asked for my forgiveness. He never apologized. But that wasn't in my control. The only thing I could do was let go of the loathing and judgment I had toward him. I would become neutral. Shaw.
Yeah.
He's a great hockey player and was nice enough to take me to the hospital and sit with me. He helped me with the classes I was struggling with. He even watched out for me while I was training at night. All of that added up to a decent guy.
Ugh.
I had to admit to myself when I thought about how he acted since I moved to West Penn, I'd been wrong. Hunter Shaw wasn't my enemy.
Chapter 14 Hunter. What should have been a predictable, routine road trip had turned into one surprise after another. Sitting in the university arena was always nostalgic. I grew up coming to these games, so playing here was always a surreal experience. I couldn't believe it when I saw Mr. Stone, Presley's dad, striding toward me this afternoon. I expected him to chastise me in front of the entire team about how I treated his daughter. Instead, he pulled me in for a hug and congratulated me on how far I'd come, and wished me luck with the upcoming draft. He had been one of my coaches when I was a kid, back when Presley and I had played together, but I was surprised he remembered me. Until he mentioned the ongoing competition between him and my dad on the course. It still amazed me that my dad managed to have friends. Unless he was able to put on a front. But for this long? I lived with the man, and it took me 18 years to figure it out, so maybe I underestimated him. Mr. Stone was kind enough not to ask where my dad was. My dad didn't bother to show when he knew there wouldn't be an audience. The man was all about appearances and the public's opinion. At least Mom was free. Now, she stayed in the area until I left for college so I could split my time between the two of them after the divorce. If she moved farther than the city limits, Dad would have made it impossible for her to see me. I didn't know it then, but more and more of the truth of what my mother endured had come out since I went to college. It was like she felt safe enough to tell me now that she lived abroad. "You want anything to eat?" Benjamin stood and started scooting down the row. I shook my head, and Ethan followed him. We were required to attend the women's game, but the team would have been here no matter what. It was our responsibility to support them, and it had been somewhat insulting that Coach Weston thought he had to threaten us with extra practice if we skipped. The first period was quick. Neither team scored, but tension filled the arena. It was only a matter of time before there was either a goal or a fight. Both teams returned to the ice just before the second period, and I caught a glimpse of Presley hanging back in her team warm-ups. Was she sad she couldn't play against her old team? Or was she relieved? It had to be a weird experience for her to be back here. Maybe it was for the best that she was injured. Are you meeting up with your dad this weekend? Reed stretched out while we still had space before the guys returned. I don't think so. He never replied to my messages, so he's probably busy. Or ignoring me. I wasn't of any use to him at the moment. Once the scouts and draft talk became more serious, I knew my phone would suddenly light up. How else could he brag to his buddies about me? Reed didn't say anything else. He understood my strained relationship, even if he couldn't necessarily relate. The rest of the game dragged on. Green Lake's team was good and wasn't going easy on our girls. I still didn't think it was fair they had to jump into the season with only a week of training together. This year should have been about building the team and practicing together, especially since none of the girls were seniors. Then again, missing a whole year of games would suck. At least it was close. Green Lake only scored once, winning the game. All things considered, that wasn't bad. The women of West Penn held their own, and now they knew where to focus their attention. The defense was good, but they needed to take more shots or at least have the opportunity to. I was expecting that to go way worse, Ethan admitted. I'm impressed they only lost by 1. Yeah. Hopefully Coach Jerry saw their weak points so they can work on them, Benjamin agreed. And tomorrow, we'll win, so this weekend won't be a waste, Reed said without an ounce of doubt. His confidence used to come off as arrogance, but the more often he was right about whether or not we won, it became clear he was just really good at assessing our opponents. And it turned out, he was right about our game. We won 3-1. They were good opponents, but our team wanted it more. After the team meeting with coach and showering, we were bussed back to the hotel. On the drive over, I checked my phone and realized I had a text from Jimmy, an old friend from high school, inviting me and any friends to come hang out. Normally, I didn't like to meet up with people when I was on the road, but something was making me feel nostalgic. I didn't know if it was being around Presley and her reminding me of where we came from. But after checking with the guys, they agreed it sounded better than hanging out in the hotel room, watching reruns, and eating takeout. Again. The only issue was that we had to sneak out without any of the other guys or coaches finding out. It turned out that wasn't as big of an issue as we thought. Once we were changed and ready to go, I sent a message to Jimmy to let him know that we would meet him outside the hotel. We didn't run into anyone, not a single soul, and made it in his car without an issue. Benjamin looked nervous as always. Watching out the window for someone to come chasing after us. It's going to be fine. We'll hang out for a little while, then come back. Nothing to worry about. Jimmy was the type of guy who never met a stranger. He immediately included Reed, Ethan, and Benjamin into our discussion about how things were going and what he was up to now. He graduated early, was working for his dad's business, and still lived in town. Is that pretty common here? Ethan asked, and I looked at Jimmy. He shrugged. There's a decent amount of people who have stayed since high school. They either work for a family business or want to stay close to home. There are even a few people who have gotten married and started families in the area. Really? I hadn't paid much attention to where everyone ended up. I didn't keep up on social media, so this was news to me. Well, Teresa and Lance got married last year. And they're expecting their first child soon. Jesse met a girl at school, and they live in his parents' house. He rubbed his jaw. Oh, and remember Jason? The stoner kid? He has 2 kids already and works as a cop. I blew out a breath. No way. I never would have seen that coming. Jimmy let out a laugh. No one did. So who's going to be there tonight? I asked. Oh, just a couple of people. I let them know that you're back in town and to head to my place if they wanted to meet up. I cringed, hiding my reaction from the guys in the back seat. Knowing Jimmy, that could mean anything from 5 or 6 people to a full-blown house party like we had back in high school. I was hoping for the former for the sake of Benjamin and his sanity. When we pulled onto Jimmy's street, he pointed down the road. "That one's mine." Of course, it was the one with at least 24 cars parked along the street and a flow of people heading in that direction. Benjamin leaned forward. "Are you sure about this?" I turned to Jimmy. "We can't be seen drinking or around people who are drinking, remember?" He waved me off. "Yeah, I know. Don't worry. This is going to be a dry night." I wasn't so sure about that, but we could at least try, and if things got bad, we could always leave. We made it through the front door and into the living room before I was stolen away by some guys I knew from back in the day. I felt bad leaving Reed, Ethan, and Benjamin behind, but Jimmy was still with them and let them back farther into the house. I glanced around at the familiar faces and froze when I saw one I hadn't expected. Presley. What was she doing here? Her friend, the one with the short green hair, was next to her, and they were talking to some girls I recognized from Presley's high school. I wasn't sure if they were any of the girls I dated. Hopefully not. She glanced around the room, and the moment her eyes locked with mine, her smile dropped. Her head cocked as if she hadn't expected me to be here. But what was she doing here? This was Jimmy's house, right? He was my friend, not hers. I patted Porter on the shoulder as he continued rambling about the football team and his glory days as the quarterback. "I'll see you later, man. I gotta go see someone." I kept my eyes on her as I crossed the room. As if she could sense me approaching, Presley turned to face me. "What are you doing here?" I asked with a bit too much bite. She looked me up and down. "What are you doing here?" "This is my friend's house. This is my friend's house." She repeated me as her brows pulled together. "You know Jimmy?" "No. I know Cameron." She nodded to the girl she was talking to, who smiled at me. "Jimmy's my roommate." That made sense. Now. But having Presley here felt off. Wrong somehow. Even though she probably knew just as many people as I did, if not more. I looked around the room, panic creeping up as I noticed red cups in everyone's hands. "Please tell me that's water." Cameron chuckled. "Or soda. We heard about the rules, and we made sure no one here drinks. At least not until you guys leave." Presley rolled her eyes. "Gee, thanks." She might not take it seriously now, but the first time her team got called in about one of them breaking the rules and she experienced that level of fear and stress, she would understand. "Oh, no," Presley muttered under her breath as she looked past me. "What is it?" Cameron asked. "Mike just saw me." She ducked her head and shifted slightly so she was almost behind me. "Who's Mike?" her friend from the team asked. I couldn't for the life of me remember her name. I checked over my shoulder and recognized the guy headed toward us. He didn't go to my high school, but he hung out with us sometimes. "What are you doing here?" His eyes locked on Presley. "Just hanging out," she said casually, but she was tense. "You left this place behind," he growled. "What gives you the right to be here?" Presley's eyes met mine before she answered. "I'm just visiting old friends." Mike looked over to me, sizing me up. "What are you doing?" "With her?" I was surprised he even remembered me. "We go to the same school now." "Hunter!" Someone screamed my name. We all turned and saw a blonde running through the crowd toward us. I panicked. I recognized her, but I couldn't remember her name or how I knew her, and I was about to look like a jerk. I widened my eyes, silently begging Presley for help. She simply smiled. She looked like she was enjoying this. She could tell I was drawing a blank. I leaned close to her and Cameron. "Do you know who that is?" Cameron shook her head, and Presley giggled. "Yes, I do. Can you help me?" I whispered as the blonde got within hearing range. "No, I can't." I glared at her. "Is this some sort of payback?" She scoffed. Why would you think that? Because it totally was. I hadn't had the chance to apologize to her yet, and I wanted her help with something. I should have known better. The blonde finally reached us and threw her arms around my neck, crushing her body against mine. Oh, Hunter. I patted her back gently before stepping away. Hey, how are you? So good. I can't believe you're here. It's been so long. So long, I said with fake confidence, hoping she couldn't tell. I was guessing she was someone I knew from high school, but I wasn't positive. Presley laughed behind me, but I ignored her. She was evil for leaving me hanging like this. How long are you in town for? The blonde asked. Until early tomorrow morning. I'd never been more relieved for a quick departure. Oh, so you're here for the night? She asked with a gleam in her eyes. Where were the guys? Where was anyone to help me out of this? She bit her lip. I don't live far from here. We should go and catch up. She took my hand and started to lead me away while I dragged my heels. Suddenly, an arm wrapped around my shoulders. Actually, Sadie, Hunter and I are kind of together, Presley said with little conviction. Sadie? That was it. I was pretty sure Jimmy dated her back in high school, so I wasn't sure why she was hitting on me now. She glanced between me and Presley. Presley? Presley Stone? Oh my gosh. I can't believe it's really you. I can't believe you came back so soon. That's, like, really brave. I looked at Presley. Why is that brave? She shook her head and looked Sadie up and down. Hunter wanted to come out, and I couldn't say no. Oh, so you two are like together. Sadie didn't look convinced. Presley tightened her hold on me and rested her head against my shoulder, really playing into our fake relationship. Yeah, we reconnected when I moved to West Penn. Oh, you guys go to the same school now. Sadie's brows shot up. That's like crazy. Presley nodded. It's like super crazy, huh? I tried not to laugh at the way Presley was mimicking Sadie and put my arm around her waist. Yeah, it's crazy to think that two people can know each other their entire lives, and it took moving to a different state for us to realize that we belong together. I just didn't think you'd go for a girl like her. Sadie's smile never faltered as she sized up Presley. I know. She's totally out of my league. She's beautiful, talented, and heading to the Olympics. I still don't understand what she's doing with a slacker like me. Presley dug her nails into my back, but I couldn't resist. I'm lucky she puts up with me. Sadie offered a tight smile before turning and strutting away. Unfortunately, Reed, Ethan, and Benjamin chose that moment to come into the living room. I could see their expressions of confusion, and Benjamin started shaking his head. He specifically told me not to go down this road. I would have to explain later. But for now, Presley was staying at my side for the rest of this party. I didn't care what anyone else thought. And she didn't seem to either. Sadie finally walked away, and the guys joined us. So what's going on here? Reed gestured between us with a smirk. Oh, nothing, her friend said. Just declarations of love and whatnot. Ethan narrowed his eyes. What's that supposed to mean, Chris? Chris? Yes, that was her name. Hopefully, I could remember that now. Cameron put her hand on her hip. Yeah, what was that about exactly? Presley tried to pull away from me, but I didn't let her. It seems neither of us is particularly welcome here anymore. I think maybe we should go. Worried about more pursuers, she teased. Ethan cocked a brow. I was going to have some explaining to do later. For now, I was enjoying the fact that for the first time, Presley wasn't running from me.
Chapter 15, Presley. I didn't care if Hunter left to hook up with some girl from high school. So why did I step in? He was free to do whatever, or whoever, he wanted. But he didn't seem interested, and I didn't like the way Sadie was looking at him. It shouldn't matter. But it bothered me. Having his arm around my waist and me holding onto him just as much?
Yeah.
That was weird. Totally out of my comfort zone. Wrong on so many levels. So why did it feel so right? Like it was exactly where I belonged? Like I fit into him, like we were made for each other? Why did he have to smell so dang good? Hunter and me? That shouldn't happen. There was too much history, especially here. Being back at home was worse than I thought. I could feel how unwelcome I was. Sure, Cameron and a few other people were still nice, but that didn't make up for the glares and whispers. So why was I still hanging on to him? Because he knew. He understood. This was no longer where we belonged. It was our past. Our home and our people were at West Penn. And he stood up for me. He could have been lying, but it didn't seem like it. Did he really think I was beautiful? And talented? I almost didn't regret coming. Hunter suggested we should all go to this party, and no one argued. This didn't turn out to be the night I expected. I wanted to see my parents and introduce Chris to my world, but it was falling apart. But everyone was excited to go to this party. Even Chris jumped at the opportunity, and I didn't want to be a downer. But I didn't want to be here anymore. We were trying to make our way to the front door, with Hunter's hand resting on my lower back, when a shoulder slammed into me. I glanced up and frowned when I recognized TJ, my high school bully. It was surreal, holding on to the arm of the guy who teased me as a child, while facing the one that tormented me as a teenager. Hey, there, Presley. He glanced behind me, then looked around like he was searching for something specific. Where's your girlfriend? Hunter straightened next to me and glared at him. What's your problem? TJ looked him over, sizing him up. Nothing. Just checking up on my old friend, Pressy. Is that her? He nodded in the direction of Chris, and I was tempted to walk over and take her hand, but I didn't want to use her just to stick it to my bully. Let's just go. I started to move, but TJ got in my way. Oh, have you switched sides? I rolled my eyes and tried to ignore him, but he stepped in front of me again. Hunter released me and shoved him back. Back off. Presley's private life is none of your business. TJ smirked. I just thought you might want to know that your girl's gay. Hunter cocked back his arm, but Ethan grabbed him and pulled him back. Stop, dude, it's not worth it. Let's just go. Just because I was never interested in you, doesn't mean I don't like all men. You were rude and misogynistic, and it looks like nothing's changed. Even if I was gay, there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. It doesn't define a person, and it certainly doesn't give you the right to treat them poorly. I tugged on the back of Hunter's shirt and pulled him out of the house, where the rest of our group was waiting for us on the sidewalk. I ordered a car, Reed announced, and I thanked him, then turned away, not wanting to meet anyone's eyes. Hunter reached for my arm, and I turned to face him. What was that all about? I stared at the cement. Nothing. TJ used to mock me in high school. He thinks all female athletes are gay. His favorite thing was asking me where my girlfriend was. It was stupid and beyond immature, but he couldn't seem to let it go. Why would he do that? As if I understood the brain of that jerk. I don't know. I don't care. It was nothing to be embarrassed about. It just wasn't true. Chris looped her arm through mine. I'll be your pretend girlfriend anytime. I smiled at her and hoped that Hunter would let it go, but he was staring back at the house. How long did he do that? I shrugged. All 4 years. His gaze darkened. Why does that bother you so much? It didn't make sense. He shouldn't have said things like that. Don't worry, I interrupted. By that time I reached high school, I had pretty tough skin. I left unsaid that it was because of him, but he seemed to put that together. I'm really sorry. I stepped back, a little too shocked to take in his words. You're sorry? He rubbed his face, then dropped his shoulders.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry about what I did. When we were younger, I knew better than to just participate in bullying, but I still did. I let my friends dictate what I did and what I said rather than thinking for myself. I wanted to accept his apology and leave it at that, but I had one burning question that wouldn't go away. Why? He shoved his hands in his pockets. Why what? Why did you stop being my friend? He stared at the ground, then over his friends, and took a few steps away before answering me. My parents got divorced around that time. I was living with my dad a lot, and he was filling my head with some pretty messed up stuff. He didn't like or respect women, and at the time, I just wanted to be like him. He was the one that said women shouldn't play hockey, and I listened and repeated it. When I was with my mom, things were better. But for a while, they were in a custody battle. He swallowed. I was spending too much time with him. He was toxic. And I was young. I didn't realize how messed up he was for a long time. That's not an excuse. But that was the reason why I stopped being friends with you. He wouldn't let me be friends with girls. He wouldn't let me go to your house anymore. I could only play with the boys in my neighborhood or from the team. I didn't expect him to admit all of that. I thought I would get some vague answer that didn't really explain anything. We'd stopped carpooling around the time he turned on me, but I thought it was because he was on a different team. I didn't realize that was when his parents got divorced. So I stopped seeing his mom around the same time he did. I'm really sorry, Hunter. He stepped back. There's nothing to be sorry for. It was me. I wasn't strong enough to stand up to him. Not then, at least. A van pulled up to the curb, and Benjamin called out, letting us know it was time to go. We stared at each other for a moment. Things had changed between us. It wasn't just like he apologized or explained what happened. It was that I finally saw him as more than just the bully from my childhood. He wasn't a two-dimensional figure anymore that I could hate. He was a person with his own struggles, his own battles, his own bully. I joined Chris in the back row for a silent trip to the hotel. I texted my parents, letting them know that I was staying at the hotel with the team tonight. We split from the guys in the elevator, but only Benjamin said goodnight. I tried to meet Hunter's eyes, but he stared down at the ground, ignoring me. We got to Chris's room and changed into pajamas before climbing into bed. I stared at the ceiling for several silent minutes until she rolled over. So Hunter apologized. Yup. How do you feel about that? I'm not really sure. I rolled over to face her. I've held on to this idea of who he was for so long. It's hard to change that. It's hard to accept that he isn't that same person I always thought. But he's already proven that he's not the cruel boy he used to be. He's been nothing but helpful and kind since I got here, well, there, you know. She laughed.
Yeah.
I get it. I've been hanging on to something that happened over a decade ago. I've kept him locked in a version of who he used to be, but he's nothing like that anymore. She rested her head on her fist. No, he's not. My mom said I need to let go. That I wouldn't want anyone holding on to a past version of myself rather than getting to know who I am now. Your mom's a smart lady. I chuckled. Yes, she is. So what are you going to do? About what? Her lips curled. About your crush on him? WHWHWH? I sputtered. What are you talking about? She started giggling. It's pretty obvious you have a crush on him, but you don't want to accept it, because you've still viewed him as your childhood bully. But now that you've let go of that, you can let yourself accept the fact that you like him. Like him. I made an attempt to laugh, but it came out more as a strangled cough. I don't think I like him. I think you do, and I think that he likes you too. I propped myself up. Why would you think that? Were you not there tonight? Did you not put your arm around him? Did he not put his arm around you? My cheeks felt warm, but I refused to cave to this delusion she was under. That was just to get Sadie off of his back. Oh, really? Her wicked smile grew. Then why did it continue for so long? Why did you guys walk out with your arms around each other? I didn't have an answer. I wasn't thinking at the moment. I just wanted to get away from all the reminders of my past and who I used to be. I wanted to stop caring about all those people. I wanted their opinions to stop mattering to me, and tonight, standing up for myself and him standing up for me, changed a lot. Not just between us, but within me. I was stronger than I thought. And honestly, it felt good. Being in his arms felt better than it should.
Yeah.
I was in trouble. I don't think I'm going to do anything about it, I finally told her. Why not? Because it's too complicated. What's too complicated? I wasn't sure whether or not I liked all of her questions. Sometimes, I just wanted someone else to tell me what to do, not make me think it through for myself. Our pasts. I can't forget about that. Plus he's a senior. He's about to be drafted. He could end up anywhere in the country. She shifted so she was sitting cross-legged in front of me. So? She was exasperating. I don't think he wants a long-distance girlfriend his first year in the NHL. What do you want? I hadn't let myself think about that. I think it could work. And have you asked him where he stands? I snorted a laugh. No, of course not. She tilted her head. Why not? Why would I have asked him about that? What planet was she from where that would come up in a casual conversation? Well, then you don't know for sure. It's not like I can just ask him. Why not? I pushed up until I was sitting too. Because that's weird. You just don't do that. She eyed my new position. But then how will you know? I don't even know if he's interested in me. I can't just walk up to him and say, hey, forget about everything that's happened. You and I should date. Her neutral expression cracked, and she laughed.
Yeah.
That would be awkward. Don't do that. I dropped my head back. Well, then, what would I do? I don't know. Suggest you two hang out. Like on a date? There was no way I was asking him out. It doesn't have to be a date. At least not at first. You guys could just study or grab a coffee or... You want me to ask him on a date? Studying or coffee was a thinly veiled attempt to skirt around the real deal. I didn't say that. She huffed. I fell back against the pillows and stared up at the ceiling again. It's just too complicated. I should be happy that I've at least had the opportunity to let go of the hurt and pain that he caused. That's a weight off my shoulders. But what if it could be more? She poked me in the side. What if was a big question. I was attracted to him, that was undeniable. And he was so different than the boy I used to know. But that didn't mean he was interested in me. And that definitely didn't mean he would want to date me. I wasn't even sure it was allowed. Do you think there's a rule against it? I haven't heard of one. I can ask Carly. I shot up. You can't ask her. Why not? Because then she'll think you want to date one of them. She rolled her eyes. I'm pretty sure that Carly knows that I'm not into any of the guys. I pointed at her. Exactly, so she's going to think it's weird. She's probably going to assume you're asking for me. She held up her hands. I'm just saying that I've never heard of a rule against it. Well, just because there isn't a rule doesn't mean it's not a bad idea. It just means they haven't had a reason to make it official yet. I blew out a huge breath. Plus, he has too much to focus on. This is the most important semester of his life, and he doesn't need distractions. So, you're going to wait until after he graduates? After he gets a contract, she pried. No. I'm not going to say anything at all. I think you're going to regret that. I probably would, but I would regret it more if I put myself out there just to be rejected. I wasn't sure I could recover. So you're just going to leave things as they are? Star-crossed lovers never meant to be? We're not star-crossed, and we're not lovers. Don't over-romanticize this. I'm not. I just think it's clear that there's something going on between the two of you, whether or not either of you wants to admit it. She got a strange look on her face, and I waited for her to say something else, but when she didn't, I reached over and tapped her shoulder. "What are you thinking?" "What do you mean?" she challenged. "I don't trust whatever is going on in your head right now." Her smile grew. "Don't worry about it." "Well, now I have to worry." She shushed me and turned off the lights. She was up to something, and I would figure it out, eventually. Before she did something to embarrass me or Hunter, or both of us.
Chapter 16 Hunter. Real life set in like a slap to the face. My dad didn't help. He didn't show up to my game. He sent a text on Sunday morning saying he'd been busy and couldn't rearrange his plans. I was fine leaving things at that, but he called when we got back to the dorms and I ignored it. He called back immediately, which was way out of the norm, so I answered in case it was an emergency. "What's wrong?" He let out a laugh. "I can't call my son unless there's something wrong." He could, but he didn't. "I just got back, and I need to unpack." "Is there something you needed?" Benjamin frowned and pointed at the door. "I'll be back in a few." I nodded. I didn't care about privacy. Not when it came to my dad, but I doubted he wanted to hear this either. "I saw you guys won." "Well done." "Were there any scouts watching you?" "I'm not sure. I don't usually ask. It got in my head too much." "Well, Bob Wager's boy heard from a few interested teams last week." I really didn't care. "Just keep your head straight and play like you have been and it will all work out." "I will." I hated agreeing with him, but it was the easiest way to end calls quickly. "I saw Michael Stone this morning at the club. He said his daughter is playing at West Penn now." My heart rate picked up. Where was this going? "She is." That must be a blast from the past. He had no idea. "Yeah, it's been good reconnecting." "Now, don't let a pretty face distract you. Keep her in your memories where she belongs." What was that supposed to mean? What's wrong with getting to know her again? "You're just like your mother," he said it like a curse. "You're both so sentimental, but not me." I let things go. I move on. Focus on what comes next. That's what you need to do. The most important things to you are in your future. The past doesn't matter. No part of me doubted he believed every word he just said. He could be mean and ruthless and heartless because it didn't matter in the long run, as long as he got where he wanted. For so long I'd listened to him. I'd believed him. My future had been everything, and it hadn't mattered what I'd done to get there. Now, that thought made me sick. Where was the accountability? Where were the consequences? No person should live like that, thinking their actions don't matter. They could do whatever it took to get what they wanted, and they never stopped to look back at the damage they caused. We ended the call, and I did my best to forget it. Over the next several days, I fell into my routine of practicing, sleeping, training, and going to class, but one thing never left my mind. Presley in the night of the party. She'd put her arms around me. She'd held onto me long after it was necessary, and I hadn't been able to find a reason to draw my arm away from her. Being that close to her felt more natural than anything else I'd ever experienced. More natural than stepping onto the ice or holding my hockey stick. There was something about her that drew me in. I just wasn't sure if those feelings were reciprocated, or if she had reached out for me, not exactly on accident, but without thinking. Had she really been aware that it was me she was touching? She had to have known. But then I had to wonder why. Why did she reach for me? Was it just because I was close? Because we already pretended we were together? Benjamin and Reed were right behind us. She could have just as easily grabbed one of them. I didn't feel worthy of being in that position. There was still so much I hadn't said to her. So much I needed to fix. After seeing how Sadie had treated her and TJ had spoken to her, something in me snapped. She was so strong. She didn't let anyone push her around, and part of that was out of necessity of what I put her through. I saw firsthand how she stood up for people. How she stood tall against those who wanted to put her down. I didn't want to be a name on that list anymore. I wanted to be someone she trusted. Someone she knew she could always reach for, and I would be there for her. After that night, for the first time, I allowed myself to hope that maybe she didn't hate me as much as I thought she did. That there was a chance we could move forward. She might never forget what I did when we were kids, but maybe she could forgive me somehow. Was there a chance we could have a relationship? Did I want that? Did she? The fact I was even considering pursuing her for real had to mean something. I didn't know for sure what I wanted to do, and it was keeping me up at night. I was tempted to go to the arena for more midnight practices. But I couldn't bring myself to get out of bed. What if she was there? I would have to face her and get answers for all the questions in my head, and I wasn't sure I was ready for that reality yet. I wasn't sure I was ready to hear her rejection, because deep in my gut, I knew that was what would come. As much as I hoped that wasn't the case, I had to be realistic. Her holding on to me that night at the party hadn't meant anything to her. I was just in the right place at the right time. I rolled over and stared up the blank wall. Why did I even care so much? Why was I so concerned over what she wanted when I didn't want to be with anyone? I didn't want to bring someone else into my life right now. Not when there was so much at stake. I had to be on top of my game and not let in any distractions, no matter how much this particular distraction made me feel things I'd never felt before. Plus, I didn't date. That wasn't going to change anytime soon. Dad might be a jerk and have some pretty messed up ideas. But he was right about me not letting a woman distract me from what I wanted most and from my hockey goals. Sure, fate might have brought me and Presley together, but maybe it was just to give us closure. To give me the chance to apologize and make things better and to see how wrong I'd been. Presley deserved my apology. But that didn't mean that there needed to be anything else between us. It didn't mean our relationship had to change. I only had a few months left until graduation, and then I had no idea where I would be. My future wasn't in my hands. I wasn't in a position to offer her anything. I didn't know if I would be living in the same country come fall. For all I knew, I could end up in Europe or Russia. As part of me wanted to see what could be between us, it wasn't fair to either of us. I sat up. What was I thinking? I never wanted a relationship, but my mind kept going down that same path. Thinking what if? What if I let her in? What if I took a chance on us? What was the worst thing that could happen? There was a very real possibility that I would have to walk away from her in just a few months. I couldn't imagine hurting her again. So I wouldn't. I'd resist letting these thoughts take over, so I had to accept there was only the chance for friendship. And that's all. What are you doing? Benjamin's voice scared me, and I turned to see him sitting up and turning on his desk lamp. Sorry, I can't sleep. I didn't mean to wake you. I can feel the tension coming from you. What's going on, man? He rubbed his face before reaching for his glasses. I've been thinking. About what? I didn't want to admit to him that I was thinking about Presley. Not after all of his warnings. Especially the threat he made on the bus ride home from Green Lake. He told me to stay away from her, from all the girls on the team, and reminded me where my head needed to be for the next few months. He leaned over and turned on the lamp next to his bed. I wanted to lie, to tell him I was thinking about an upcoming game or scouts or anything but the truth. But he knew. He always did. He was too good of a friend. Presley. It wasn't a question. I tried to hide my flinch at her name, but I wasn't great at hiding my emotions. You need to let her go. For both of your sakes. I know, but I can't stop thinking about her. He huffed and turned so his legs dropped off the side of the bed. Well, if it's going to continue to keep you up at night, and you're going to lose focus anyway, you might as well do something about it. What do you mean? He could not be encouraging this. Not after his hour-long lecture after we'd gotten home from Green Lake. I know what I said, and I still don't think that this is a good idea. But maybe you just need to get her out of your system. Like, if you guys give it a shot and it doesn't work out, then you'll know for sure, and the what-ifs won't drive you crazy. You'll move on and you don't think it'd work out? He sighed. I know you. I know how you feel about dating and women. You don't think love is real. So what's the point of this? I didn't know what to say. He was right. I didn't believe in love. I thought dating was usually a waste of time. So what was happening to me now? Was this feeling I had for Presley just curiosity, or was there something more to it? Could I possibly be wrong? I didn't want to admit to that. Especially after all the crap I'd given the guys over the years. Maybe it's just attraction, I finally said. If it was just attraction, you would have moved on by now. I've seen you have the hots for girls over the years, and it's never kept you up. It's never driven you out of bed into the gym in the middle of the night, day after day. So he knew about that. I can't shake her. It's different than anything I've ever experienced before. His lips quirked up. Like there might be some emotion there instead of just a chemical response. He was throwing my words back in my face, and I didn't want to admit that he was right. But he was. Yeah. Something like that. His teasing expression was gone, and he looked at me with a wisdom beyond what I was used to. Then you have to do something about it. You should ask her out. Spend more time with her. Get to know her as the woman she is now rather than the child you knew. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but I'm not sure she would agree. Well, you won't know until you ask. Valid point. If I did nothing about this, then nothing would change. It was the definition of insanity. Repeating the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. I couldn't continue losing sleep. Staying up all night and freaking out over what could be. I needed to take action. What if she says no? I hated how quiet my voice was. Admitting one of my biggest fears. Then you have your answer, and you'll be able to move on. What if she says yes? That option was nearly as daunting. He started laughing. Then you better figure out how to go on a date. You don't have any pointers for me? He shook his head. Dude, I haven't been on a date since I was 16, when my mom forced me to go to a dance with her best friend's daughter. Great, so you're zero help. You'll have to ask Reed and Ethan if you want any tips. That sounded like a horrible idea. They'd never let me live it down after all the crap I'd given them about losing their minds over their now girlfriends. Then again, I'd seen the way avoiding their feelings affected them. Not only were they miserable, but it trickled over to the ice. It impacted their ability to play, and it hurt the team. We all suffered when one of us was going through heartbreak. But then again, they never played better than when they were happy with their girlfriends, so maybe it could end up being a good thing for me. If I was willing to take the risk. I would have to swallow my pride and ask my two best friends for help. With plans for the one thing I swore I'd never do settled, I fell back on my bed, closed my eyes, and heard the click of Benjamin turning off his lamp. I dropped my bagel and coffee on the table in front of Reed and Ethan. They looked up at me with questioning gazes. What's going on? Reed asked while Ethan took me in. You look like you haven't slept in a week. I'm aware. I took the seat and willed an answer to hit me in the head so I didn't have to ask them what I came here for. I have a problem. They shared a look before turning back to me. We've known that for a while. But could you be more specific? Ethan asked with a smirk on his face. It took all my willpower not to leave. I had a mission and, unfortunately, it required them. There's a girl. That was all I could get out before both of them busted up laughing. Yeah, I was going to regret this. I should have found anyone else, literally anyone on campus, to ask rather than coming to these two. They were going to make me pay for every single word I'd ever said against them or dating. Okay, there's a girl, Reed said once he composed himself. Yeah, there's a girl, and I think I'm interested in her, but I'm not sure what to do. Ethan clapped, then rubbed his hands together. All right. All right. I've been waiting for this moment for a few years now. Tell us about this girl. Reed leaned forward. I have a feeling we know who it is. An evil glint shone in Ethan's eyes. I know, I just want to hear him say it out loud. I groaned, then looked around, making sure no one we knew was within earshot. It's Presley. Reed let out a mock gasp. No way. Ethan nudged him with his shoulder. We got him to admit the truth. That's half of the problem. Reed smirked. You've come to the right place, young grasshopper. What wisdom is it that you seek? I ignored him. I wished I could leave the table, but I'd already come so far. It was time to dive in. I need to figure out if these feelings are just attraction or if there's something deeper there. You mean like a specific chemical reaction? Ethan jumped in. A social construct? Reed added. An utter and complete waste of time and emotion? Had they planned this conversation at some point? This felt practiced. I narrowed my eyes. I never said that one. Ethan crossed his arms. You didn't have to. The judgment was always there. Are you guys going to help me or not? Oh, we'll help you. Reed leaned forward and steepled his fingers. We just won't make it easy on you. So you want to know what she thinks about you? Is that it? Ethan eyed me like he was sizing me up. When had these two turned into mob bosses? Benjamin thinks I should take her out. Or at least ask her if she's willing to go out with me. That would be a pretty good start. Ethan leaned back in his chair. He just needed to be rubbing some gold rings. But judging from the way she was hanging on to you on Saturday night, I'm willing to bet that there's some interest on her side too. That was a relief to hear from someone on the outside. I wasn't crazy to think that there was a deeper meaning behind why she chose to wrap her arms around me in her time of need. It wasn't a fluke. It wasn't just convenient. Maybe it was actually about me. Well, the first step is talking to her. I think you should ask her in person. You don't want to go the easy route and just text her. Plus, it's harder for someone to turn you down when you're face to face. Reed finally said something helpful. Okay, fine. So find her and then what? Then you ask her if she would like to go out sometime. Simple as that. Ethan linked his fingers over his stomach. Was it really that simple? I looked between them. It doesn't have to be overly complicated. If you want to go all out, you can ask her with flowers or chocolates, something to soften the blow. Ethan thought he was hilarious, but he was not helping the situation. You're overthinking this. Next time you see her, talk to her. Ask her how she's doing. Maybe see how her classes are going. Offer her some help. And then say, hey, maybe sometime we could go see a movie or get dinner. It could really be that easy. Reed's tone suggested he thought he was talking to a child. Okay, I'll give that a shot. I stood up and grabbed my bagel and coffee and hurried out before they could add anything else and make me start second-guessing myself. I heard their laughter but ignored it on my way out. I didn't know when I would run into her next. But I had a feeling the longer I waited, the worse my anxiety would get. I could text her and ask her to meet me somewhere. But that might be weird. I wanted it to be natural. Maybe she was in the library. Or maybe she was at home. But I didn't want to just show up there. That would start gossip way too fast. I didn't know her schedule. Other than the fact she was really busy. But I wasn't going to give up hope, not yet. I finished my breakfast while walking around campus, wasting time before my class started, while thinking of the most likely places I could run into her without it seeming like I was stalking her.
Chapter 17, Presley. My heart raced as I waited for the decision to be made. Coach Jerry and Matthew stood with their backs to me as they stared at the X-rays lit up in front of them. I wiped my palms on my jeans for the third time, wishing one of them would just say something, anything to let me know what they were thinking. I just wanted to play again. I was super careful about not re-injuring my wrist and letting that rest for the past 3 weeks. More than anything, I wanted to join my team. I hated that I was missing out on these fundamental times as we got to know each other as players and build the chemistry that we desperately needed in order to start winning games. I huffed out a breath of irritation, and they both turned to face me at the same time. I forced a smile and waited for one of them to crack and tell me what the verdict was. They shared a look before Matthew gave a small nod. Jerry beamed at me. You're good to go. I want you dressed and ready for practice tomorrow morning with the rest of the team. I stared at them both for a few moments. As if one of them might suddenly tell me this was a joke and I actually had to wait another 4 weeks to play. When neither of them said anything else, I jumped up and pulled both of them into a group hug. Thank you so much. I can't wait to get back out there. Just don't get injured again, Matthew teased, as if falling had been a part of my plan. He took the x-rays down from the light box and added them into a folder. Let me know if you're sore or have any lasting or any recurring pain. I will. I slid off the exam table as Jerry opened the door and headed into the hall. She went to her office and shut the door, leaving me alone. I pulled out my phone and texted Chris to let her know the good news. As I headed for the rear exit, I saw I had a few minutes before my next class. It was a perfect time to let my parents know the good news as well. I was passing the dorms when someone called my name. I looked up from my phone, expecting to see one of the girls from the team or maybe a classmate, but it was Hunter jogging toward me. I froze, unsure what to do. I hadn't seen or spoken to him since we got back, and I couldn't help but feel awkward about what I'd done in Green Lake. I practically claimed him in front of the entire party and our teammates. I hadn't thought about it in the moment, I just reached for someone I felt comfortable around. I couldn't shake the feelings from Saturday night. How right it felt to be with him. How my instinct to grab him in my time of need overshadowed any lingering feelings of hurt. Because of that, I think I'd actually moved on and forgiven him for everything that happened. But after holding on to all the resentment and pain for so many years, it was hard to accept that it was simply gone. I couldn't keep hanging the past over us. I didn't want to. I recovered, pushing down the flash of doubt, and waved while waiting for him to catch up. How's it going? He asked, only slightly out of breath. I held up my wrist. I've been cleared to play. His smile grew. That's awesome. Congratulations. I bet you can't wait to get back out on the ice for the first time since you waited the appropriate amount of time. I ignored his teasing tone at my bending of the rules. How are your classes going? I started to nod and then stopped. They're okay. I think my grades could probably be better. But between practice and my midnight training, it's been hard to get into a good study routine, and I can tell my grades are suffering because of it. Is there anything I can do? Was he really offering? He'd already done more than I expected from him. I don't think so. I just need to make more time to study. Well, if you ever want a study buddy, let me know. My stupid heart raced at that. Was that an automatic response or was he serious? He seemed genuine, and I really did need help. Actually, I do better when I study in groups. So if you're serious, I might take you up on that. Of course, anytime. I'm usually free after practice in the evenings, or I have some breaks throughout the day if that works better. Wow. He was serious. I glanced around, wondering what to say or do next, but he cleared his throat. So I was wondering something. Oh.
Yeah.
I glanced up in time to see the pink color tinging his cheeks. Was he embarrassed?
Yeah.
I know we're new to this whole, he paused, and I waited for him and friends, or acquaintance. Dot. Are you asking for friends? I giggled. I'd never seen him like this. Even as a kid he was much more collected and confident.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure what we are. Well, friends would be the easiest term, but were we really there yet? What fresh non-enemies would be? Non-enemies? He asked.
Yeah.
Do you have a better name for it? He rubbed the corner of his mouth, hiding a smile. I think friends would work, but non-enemies is okay, too. I didn't want to push things. If you aren't ready for me to be anything more than a childhood acquaintance, we could stay there. I bit my lip. Did I want more than that? I certainly haven't been able to stop thinking about him since Saturday. And not in my normal visions of how I could get payback. No, it was more of how good he smelled. How warm and right it was to be in his arms. I certainly didn't think of him as my enemy anymore. But my thoughts about him weren't necessarily friendly either. They went beyond that. I wasn't sure either of us were ready for that territory. Let's go with friends, I finally said. His grin widened. Well, do friends ever go to dinner or movies with each other? I cocked my head. Where was this heading? Sure, all the time. So would you ever want to go to dinner or a movie with me? Was he asking me out, or was this his way of extending an olive branch? Like you and me, or are you including any of our other friends in this? He rocked back and forth on his feet. I was kind of hoping just you and me. I narrowed my eyes. That sounds awfully like a date. A friend date, he clarified. That was definitely something that could happen. A platonic opportunity for two people of the opposite sex to spend time together, you know, platonically. Will there be popcorn with this movie? I started to play along. Well, of course. With extra butter? And possibly some candy of sort. He chuckled and rubbed his jaw. Definitely. Then I suppose I would be interested in seeing a movie or perhaps going to dinner with you, my friend. Well, neither of us has a game on Friday night. Do you have any other plans? I pretended to think about it. As if my social schedule was so packed. No, I think I'm open on that day. His hand drifted to the back of his neck. Then I'll be over at your house at 7. He was trying to hide it, but I could definitely see a blush creeping up. He was nervous. He was nervous about asking me, Presley. On a date. Well, a friend date. I got to go to class, but I'll see you later. I took a few steps backward and waved as he smiled. Butterflies burst to life in my stomach. I turned before he could see the effect he was having on me, and hurried across campus to my class. I really just accepted a date with Hunter Shaw? How did this even happen? Never in a million years did I think that we would be on speaking terms, let alone be cordial with each other. But going on a date? This was so far out of the realm of reality I didn't know what to do. What would Michelle think? Did I have to tell her? Not yet. At least. You're just friends. You're testing the waters. Going out didn't have to mean anything. We were just two adults getting to know each other. Starting from scratch. No preconceived ideas or pasts to get in the way. Friday night came sooner than I was ready for. Chris lay on her bed and watched me try on outfits over and over again until she threw a pillow at me. It's time to stop and to wear whatever you have on. That was a black turtleneck with black jeans. And black boots. I can't wear this. I look like I'm going to a funeral. Throw on a jacket, and you'll be fine. You're overthinking everything. She was right. I was in minor freak-out mode. I wasn't sure why there was so much pressure on this one night. But I built it up into something in my mind. I wanted it to be perfect. I wanted it to go smoothly. I didn't want to mess this up. Because I had a feeling that this was our one shot to get things right. The doorbell rang, and moments later, someone called my name from downstairs. Chris slid off her bed and handed me my purse. Have fun and don't do anything I wouldn't do. I laughed and took my bag from her and took the stairs as I pulled on my maroon coat. Hunter was waiting for me, wearing a denim jacket over a white t-shirt and khaki pants. He looked like a model, with his hands in his pockets and a slight frown pulling at his lips until he looked up and saw me. His whole face lit up, and I couldn't help but smile back. Are you ready?
Yeah.
He opened the door and led me down the sidewalk, then headed back toward campus. I wanted to take you somewhere nice, but I don't have a car, so we are kind of limited on options. I don't mind. I haven't been to the theater on campus. I was pretty sure I still hadn't seen most of campus. I didn't have much free time to explore, so getting to see a new area was exciting. Have you tried the cafe near the science building? No, I haven't. Is it different from all the others?
Yeah,
They call it a cafe, but it's not necessarily just coffee and drinks. It has really good soups and sandwiches. I was thinking we could eat there before heading to see the movie. He'd put way more thought into this than I expected. Then again, getting dinner with a friend was incredibly normal. Nothing to overthink. That sounds great. See, we could do this. We could be normal. We could have casual conversation without either of us bringing up the past. By the time our food was ready, the awkwardness passed. Can I make a proposition? He asked before picking up his sandwich. Sure, I waited, curious where this was going. Can this be a true first date? Two people without any history? The way his lip twitched at the corner, I could tell he was nervous about my response. Nothing before college? He nodded.
yeah,
So why did you pick communications? I jumped right into the conversation, and he immediately relaxed back into his chair. I expected to have to do a lot of interviews, and I wanted to understand where the journalist would be coming from. Huh. That was actually pretty smart. If you didn't play hockey, what do you think you'd want to major in? Did he have any other interests? I couldn't remember him mentioning anything. I'm not sure I would have even gone to college. I've never been great at school, and I can't imagine sitting at a desk for the rest of my life. I probably would have learned a trade, something to keep me moving and using my hands. I never would have guessed that. He helped me with my classes, after all. Maybe he was being hard on himself, or he really did get by with the help of his teammates. That's really cool. Would you have wanted to stay in New York?
nah,
He grinned. It's too cold. So you don't want to go back one day? Do you? He challenged. I don't have anything drawing me back. I certainly don't want to be around my dad. Did I want to move back? After the game there, I knew how people felt about me returning. I didn't want to subject myself to that again. I wouldn't mind living close to my parents, but no, I don't want to go back either. Did you get to travel a lot? His subject change was much appreciated. Neither of us wanted to dwell on our hometowns. A bit. It was harder as I got older. Being on a traveling team and a school team. He nodded. Same. I went to Disney World with my mom a few years after the divorce, but that was it. I just remember being uncomfortably hot and sweaty. I giggled. So you don't like the snow, but you also don't like the sun? Not when it's with 300% humidity. He scoffed. So, once you have the chance to finally travel, where do you want to go? That's so hard. I ate a few chips while I thought about it. I want to go somewhere tropical so I can go to the beach and snorkel, but I also really want to go pretty much everywhere in Europe. I love history, and I can't imagine walking streets that are centuries older than our country. He swallowed and nodded. Those are both good choices. I don't think I can pick one over the other either. We continued asking each other questions until he checked his phone and jumped up. We're going to be late. I laughed and took the hand he offered. How had an hour passed so easily with him? It was effortless, once we got past the normal first date jitters. The movie was a predictable action flick that barely held my attention, and I spent the first 20 minutes of the movie with my hand on my leg, staring at where his hand rested on his knee. We were so close, but there might as well have been a mile between us. Then it happened. Hunter closed the space and reached for my hand. The second his skin connected with mine, a sense of relief washed over me. Like taking a deep breath after holding it for too long underwater. There was no more anxiety. No more stream of what-ifs and self-doubt. It was peace. It felt right. His fingers tightened around mine, and for the first time in so long I felt present. Like only that moment mattered. I squeezed back and shifted until I was leaning against his arm. The best part was that he didn't pull away when the movie ended. The lights turned back on, and we were forced to come back to reality. I expected him to drop my hand as we made our way back to my house, especially since there were more people walking through campus than I expected. He didn't. Even as a group of rowdy boys passed us. A few of them started shouting for Hunter, and he paused and waved before trying to keep going, but they stopped him. "Hey, man, what's up?" one of them called as they approached. Another leaned in much too close and eyed me. "And who's this?" Hunter released his grip, and I had a second to accept that he didn't want to be seen holding hands with me, but in the next breath, his arm slipped around my waist, pulling me slightly back from them. "This is Presley." His voice had zero warmth. "Well, nice to meet you, Presley. I'm Peter. I'm on the basketball team," he said as if that should impress me while he looked me up and down. I shifted more toward Hunter. I didn't like the way Peter was looking at me. "I didn't know you were back to doing Flavor of the Week," another guy called out. "And this time, you even remembered her name." Hunter shook his head. "It's not like that. It was nice meeting you guys." I tried to get us out of there by pulling on Hunter's sleeve. He caught on and started to turn away, but another guy caught him. "Dude, when you're done with her, give her my number." I turned to the guy I'd never seen before. "Excuse me?" He shot me a smile. "We all know Hunter only keeps girls around for a night or two. Once you're done with him, give me a call, gorgeous." I couldn't believe this guy was actually saying that to me. I waited for Hunter to say anything in my defense or his, but he stared at the ground, avoiding everyone's gazes. I let out a fake laugh, and they turned to me. "You just assume I'd be into a guy like you?" I gave him a look over. "I'll pass." He scoffed, "Whatever. I'm not into sluts anyway." My jaw nearly hit the floor. My first instinct was to throw a right hook into his cocky face, but I'd rather not get in trouble over this jerk. "Oh, no. See, we don't call women that anymore. We don't shame them. Do better." A few of his friends shot him looks, like they knew this wasn't a road they wanted to go down. I pulled my shoulders back and tiled up my chin before glaring at them and turning away. Hunter followed, and once they were out of earshot, he tried to take my hand, but I tugged away. "I'm not sure what that was about, but I'd like to go home now." He nodded, still not meeting my eyes. We walked in silence until we reached the front of my house, and I wasn't sure what to say. Up until the last 10 minutes, this had been perfect. Conversation had been easy, and it felt comfortable being with him. But when he hadn't said anything against what those guys insinuated, things shifted. "I'm really sorry about that." He finally spoke as I was getting ready to leave. "You don't owe me an explanation for your past, but it would have been nice if you had said something, anything, so we didn't have to stand there and listen to that." "You're right." I froze. I waited for him to continue to explain himself, but he stayed quiet. "What happened?" I don't know why I was being more compassionate than he deserved at the moment. I didn't have to stand here and wait for an explanation from him. This was playing out to be exactly how I expected a night with him would have gone, but I didn't want that to be the case. I wanted him to prove me wrong. I haven't always been someone to be proud of. I've made mistakes, but I'm trying to change. I'm trying to do better. I felt the sincerity in his words. They're right. Everything they said was right about the person I used to be. That's not who I am anymore. It's not who I want to be. I've always had this belief that love isn't real. From the things I saw and experienced, I truly believed that no two people could belong together. That no relationship could survive with both sides being happy. But I don't want to think that way anymore. I didn't move, didn't blink as I waited for him to continue. He sucked in a breath before speaking again. "Since you came back into my life, things have changed. I know it sounds cheesy. I know it's hard to believe, especially after what I put you through, but I want to be a better person. I want to be a better man. I want to be someone worthy of you. It was too much. This night." His words. Was I crazy for thinking that things between us could change? That we could be new people? I needed time to process everything that happened. Alone.
Chapter 18 Hunter. I screwed up. But I wasn't sure how to fix things. I opened my heart to her. I tried to be the man that I wanted to be rather than the man that I was, but how could I prove that I'd changed when my past haunted me? I couldn't change who I'd once been. I couldn't change the things that I'd done. I could only prove that I wasn't that person anymore. But was it too late for me? For us? Was there too much baggage for us to move past? Maybe things should just stay the way they were. Presley and I made amends. She'd forgiven me for the things I'd done to her when we were younger. For the scars I left on her heart, and maybe that was all it needed to be. All it could be. Sometimes there was just damage you couldn't ignore. Part of me wanted that to be the answer. I wanted it to be simple. Something I could walk away from. But as I entered the weight room and felt the eyes of my 3 best friends on me, I knew that wasn't an option. What happened last night? Benjamin asked before I could even set my bag down. I got home fairly early last night, but I was in no mood for talking. I put on my headphones and fell asleep without saying anything. And Benjamin allowed it, because he knew I often needed time to process and that saying the first thing on my mind had gotten me in trouble in the past. I learned over the past few years to wait and give myself time and space to think before reacting. Yeah. How did last night go? Reed asked. I dropped onto a bench and tossed my water bottle between my hands. Oh man, that doesn't look like a good sign. Ethan spoke from behind me. Tell us what happened. It can't be as bad as you think it is. Or it could be worse. I rehashed the night. How perfect things had gone until we ran into Peter and his friends. It's like they can't let go of who I used to be. I haven't hung out with any of them since junior year. Yet they think I'm that same person. Well, of course, they think you're still that guy. They haven't seen the person that you've become. Benjamin lifted his weights and started bicep curls. Something Presley said the night before ran through my mind about us being stuck as the children's version of ourselves and not the adults we'd become. That was still true for the people around campus. It didn't matter that I made the effort to leave the party scene behind to refocus on my training and my team. All they knew was the guy who used to sneak out to go to parties he shouldn't be at and bent the rules he promised he would never break. I wasn't that mad anymore though. It didn't matter what they thought. The only people who mattered were my teammates. And apparently Presley. Is she worth fighting for? Ethan asked. I slowly lifted my head and considered his question. Was she worth it? What was our goal here? I would be moving in a matter of months. I had no idea where I would end up. She would be here for at least another year. So where did that leave us? Were we living on borrowed time? I didn't think that I wanted to have a long-distance relationship during the first year of my career, but I might be willing to change that for the right reasons. So what was it about Presley that drew me in? I couldn't deny that she was beautiful. But that wasn't a reason to push the relationship. Did I just want to make up for what happened? Did I want to prove to her that I wasn't the cruel boy that I used to be? Or was there something more? I couldn't deny that when I was around her, I felt settled. I wasn't looking for the next thing. I wasn't anxious and worrying about other things that I could be doing, about training, or what I needed to do in preparation for our next game. With her, I could be still. But that wasn't enough to build a relationship off of. Was it because she was familiar, and I craved that in this time of my life when there was so much unknown? I don't know, I finally admitted. I've never felt this lost and confused before. I don't have a clear idea of what I want or where I'm going. And it's freaking me out. It's more confusing than I expected it to be. If it was just a matter of whether or not I wanted to spend more time with her, get to know the woman she is now and see where things could go between us, that would be a yes, no question. But it's not that simple. There's too much to consider. And I'm not sure if starting something with her right now is the best idea for either of us. Well, look at you thinking about someone besides yourself. Reed slow clapped. You know that things between me and Haley weren't easy. I rolled my eyes and glanced at Ethan as he scoffed. Yeah, things weren't exactly simple for me and Kennedy either. but she was worth fighting for. It took me longer than I would like to admit to realize that, and I don't want you to make the same mistake. I don't want you to miss out on an opportunity just because it's not easy or ideal. If she's someone that you really want in your life, then you have to fight for her. Fight for the chance to get to know her. If it doesn't work out, then you can both move on with clarity rather than wondering what if. I dropped my head into my palms. But what if it does work out? That's what I was truly afraid of. Then you have an amazing relationship and woman to support you through what might be the hardest year of your life. The bench shifted as Reed sat next to me. I don't want to bring her into that mess. It's not fair. She should be focusing on her own career and finishing school, not being a soundboard to my issues. Relationships aren't all sunshine and rainbows. Benjamin dropped his weights to the floor. They're about being with the person you love and supporting one another through the ups and downs. The first year might be rough on you guys. But that's not to say that the next few wouldn't be amazing. I didn't expect Benjamin of all people to be the one pushing me toward this. The man was determined not to let a single distraction into his life. Ethan exchanged the dumbbells for the next set before facing me. Before you do anything, you really have to think about whether or not your feelings for her are strong enough to pursue a relationship. If you're just having fun, then that's fine. But if there's something more between you, you need to think about what that looks like before telling her. Your mind should be made up before you add any drama to her life. That was the entire point of my freak out. I knew that I didn't want to bring Presley into my life if I wasn't 100% certain that there were real feelings there, beyond mutual attraction. When I was with her, things felt easy. But was that something unique to her? Or me or us? Was that something that I could find with another person in a few years? Or was that something that should tell me that she and I were meant to be? If you decide that you want to pursue a relationship with her, I have a feeling you're going to be doing some groveling. Reed nudged me with his elbow. I'm fine with that. Women love grand gestures. You need to show her how special she is to you. Ethan wagged his brows. I looked between the two of them with doubt. As if they were the experts on relationships. Just because they both had girlfriends didn't mean they necessarily understood the mind of a woman. Oh, really? What kind of grand gesture? I don't think anything in front of her team would be appropriate, Benjamin cautioned. Yeah. I didn't expect him to change his tune about dating one of the girls from the women's team, but he wasn't lecturing me on that. He met my eyes through the mirror in front of the weights. He wanted me to be happy, even if he didn't agree with my choices. Do you guys have anything in mind? You know her better than any of us, so I don't think that we should answer that. Reed tilted his chin up and looked to the ceiling. Ethan and I stared up, trying to figure out what he was looking at, but I couldn't see anything out of place. And if you don't know, then maybe that's your answer. Since when did Reed speak in riddles? By the time I finished my workout, I knew what I needed to do. I would regret not talking to Presley and explaining myself. I wanted to get a feel for where her head was at, because this relationship wasn't just about me and what I wanted. I wasn't even sure if she was interested in me after last night and seeing a glimpse of who I used to be. The iconic grand gestures from movies ran through my mind, but bringing a boombox to the front of her house and blasting a song while waiting for her to come downstairs didn't feel like the right step. No. When I pictured us having this conversation, of being open and vulnerable with each other, I saw us somewhere quiet, somewhere private where we could talk things out. I didn't want the pretense of a bouquet of flowers or a sappy apology. I wanted us to be real, so I texted her and asked her if we could meet. When she said yes, the only thing I had to do was make sure that Benjamin stayed away from our room for a little while. It might not be the most romantic setting, but it was the only place I knew for sure we could talk without interruption or any ears listening in. I didn't have a speech planned. I didn't have notes of things I wanted to say. I just wanted to be in front of her. Hold her hands and tell her that the man I've been wasn't who I wanted to be. I wanted to be better, not only for her but for myself. The moment I opened the door and saw her standing in front of me, all my doubts and questions disappeared. I wanted there to be a chance for us. I came up with a list of reasons why I shouldn't even entertain the thought of talking to you again. I lifted my brows and waved her inside. Oh, yeah? She slipped off her coat and hung it on a hook on the wall. Yeah, it was actually pretty easy. Well, great. She was ending this before I even had a chance to convince her. Then Chris made me make another list of the reasons why I should. She stared at the ground before lifting her eyes to mine. That one was harder. I wanted to take her hand. To pull her close. To take away the pain in her eyes. I had to admit to myself that there are several things about you I like. She pursed her lips, and I realized she was fighting a smile. I sucked in a breath and wrapped my arms around her shoulders. She rested her head against my chest and ran her hands over my back. I know I screwed up, but it was my past. I wish I could go back and erase some of the things I've done, but I can't. I can only try to do better. I wish we just met. That nothing before me moving here mattered. I pulled away just enough to meet her gaze. Why can't we do that? Because it's not real. It's not the truth. I rested my chin on the top of her head, still holding her close. I've spent all day thinking about you, about us. If there should even be an us. I wanted to get my head clear before I spoke to you, but it didn't happen. So many of my hesitations are about me. All of them, actually. I don't want my life to have a negative impact on yours. I don't want to make things harder for you. I don't want to start something knowing there's a countdown to the end. How can I even think of wanting to be with you, without thinking about having to leave you? Soon. In just a few months, everything in my life will be completely different. You deserve so much better. She lifted her head and placed her hand against my cheek. Don't I get a say in any of this? I let out a breath of a laugh. Yes, you do. We went from enemies to friends over the course of a few weeks. That was something I never, ever imagined possible. You've already shown me the man you are. How thoughtful, kind, and supportive you are. You've had chance after chance to walk away. To leave me alone to fend for myself, but you've stayed. You were by my side in the hospital. While I trained. At the party. Last night sucked though. I know. I tried to step back, but Presley's hold tightened. So let's do better. Wait. I refuse to let you hide behind your past. Yes, your dad messed you up, but you're not him. You don't have to listen to anything he said. You are your own man with your own beliefs and the ability to change them. Change? Was that really something I could do? Did I want to? I didn't want to throw away my chance to be with her, but there was something preventing me from being able to fully give us a shot. It was me. My grip on the things I've said and convinced myself of. I didn't want to let go of the walls I built up. Because that was what my disbelief in love and lasting relationships was. A wall. A way to protect myself from ever getting hurt. A way to prevent what happened to my parents from ever happening to me. I couldn't be happy. I couldn't give myself to Presley without breaking through those walls. Demolishing them. But that left me open, exposed. I stared into her eyes, the ones begging me to just try. For her and for me. She put her hands on my chest. We can't pretend like we don't have history, and that's fine because it's a part of our story. The only thing we can do is try to be better. If that's what you want. I couldn't believe she was even offering. I spent most of the day debating what I wanted, but the truth was, it was her. Always her. For as long as she'd have me. I just had to be willing to try. I can do that. Good. Her eyes dropped to my lips, and I hesitated until she rose on her toes, closing the distance between us. I met her halfway, pressing one hand on her lower back and the other around the back of her neck as our lips connected. She let out a tiny sigh I would remember forever. She was trusting me. She was putting her faith in me. Her lips parted, inviting me in, and I made a promise then that I wouldn't make her regret this.
Chapter 19, Presley. I wasn't sure what dating Hunter would look like when I said yes. All I knew was that I had to give us a chance. I was drawn to him for more than just his looks or surprisingly sweet personality. Seeing him again, and having all those emotions and reminders of our childhood, meant more than it would have if I was just seeing an old bully for the first time after several years. There was something about Hunter that called to me even back then. He'd been important to me before, and I wished I'd realized what the change had meant back then. If only I'd asked my mom about him before things got so bad. Maybe she would have checked in with his mom, and we would have known about the divorce and all he was facing. Looking back, I could see that he was under the influence of his father. Living in a toxic environment. He was hurting, and he lashed out. I hated him for several years. Maybe if I had tried a little bit harder. Maybe if I had stood up to him, demanded that he talk to me like he used to, I could have helped. Even in high school, I avoided being near him. But what if I had reached out? What if I bridged the gap and offered friendship? Maybe things could have been different. But it wasn't our time. We each had things that we needed to learn and live through to become the people we were now. He pulled back from our kiss and smiled down at me. I can tell you're thinking again. I giggled and cuddled up to him. It was a tight fit on his single bed, but his dorm was one of the few places we could find a few minutes alone. It's just crazy to think of how we got here. How many things had to go right, or wrong, for us to end up at the same place at the same time. And to both be in a position to be open to dating. You definitely came at the right time. I wasn't the person I am today in high school, or even the first few years of college. It took a lot of work to get here. I rolled over until I could rest my chin on his chest so I could see him. Like what? I started seeing a therapist as soon as my mom got joint custody. She wanted to repair any damage my dad had caused and hopefully rid me of his influence. It took almost 10 years to undo most of the manipulation and his twisted way of thinking. It took that long for me to even start to see him for who he really was, and after that, I did my best to limit his access to me and my life. I can't imagine how hard that must have been. He was your hero for so long. He nodded.
Yeah.
I recognized I was mirroring his behavior with the way I treated women here. I got the reputation as a player because I didn't ever want to commit. I didn't go out with the same girl twice because I didn't want them getting attached. It took a while to see I was acting no better than him. So I stopped. But people don't see that. They just remember who I was. Like the basketball guys. I understood how it felt to be frozen in time to some despite not being that person anymore, but we couldn't control what other people thought of us. It didn't matter. But there were still some ideas he believed in, like thinking love wasn't real. That it was just a chemical reaction in your brain.
Yeah.
I had fun with that one. I agreed that part of love is a chemical response, but as human beings, we've developed beyond that. To compromise, we agreed not to discuss it again for at least 6 months. If we made it that long. I didn't want to allow doubts and negative thoughts into our relationship, but it was hard to ignore the reality of our situation. There was a timer hanging over us. Within the next few months, he would be drafted and whisked away to training camp, and I would be here. The next day, I was working on a study guide when someone yelled from downstairs, "Presley, there's someone here for you." I paused with my highlighter in the air and shared a look with Chris. "Are you expecting anyone?" She wagged her brows, and I shook my head. "I don't think so." I looked over what I was wearing, jeans and a team t-shirt. Hopefully, it wasn't anything important. I took the stairs and saw Hunter waiting for me at the bottom. His smile grew when our eyes met. "What are you doing here?" "I'm surprising you." I let out a laugh as I came to a stop on the bottom step, standing above him. "Oh, really? And what is the surprise?" "Well, if I told you, that would defeat the purpose, wouldn't it?" I gestured over my clothing. "Is this okay?" He rubbed his jaw. "I'm not sure how to answer that. If I say no, then there's a chance you could get offended and think that I don't like that outfit, but it's perfectly fine. If I say yes, then you might feel uncomfortable by the time we get there." Okay, so this wasn't a casual surprise. Give me a second to throw on something else. I ran back up the stairs before he could say anything and burst into my room. Chris jumped. What's going on? Hunter's here, and he said he has a surprise for me. Something that I should change for. She climbed off her bed and ran to my closet next to me. Well, what do we think that means? I have no idea. I huffed. He just said I might be uncomfortable wearing what I'm wearing now. So does that mean change the jeans too? I have no idea. I shoved each hanger over and thumbed through my options. Maybe I should go with a dress? It's 30 degrees outside, Chris helpfully pointed out. Well,
Yeah.
but I could wear tights and a coat. What was he wearing? Oh, that was a good question. He had a coat on over dark pants. I can't remember if they were jeans or slacks. Just mirror him and put on some black jeans, a sweater, and a coat. At least you will be on the same page as him. That sounded like a better plan than anything I'd come up with, so I quickly switched out my pants and pulled on an oatmeal-colored sweater and my black pea coat. I ran my hands through my hair before posing in front of Chris. What do you think? You look marvelous, darling. Now go have fun. She held up my bag as I walked past it and then hurried me out the door. Hunter was still leaning against the railing when I made it back down to him. All set? I think so. Is this better? He looked me over and smiled. Come on. We went outside to a car that was parked in front of our house. This is us. He opened the passenger door for me. Whose is this? It's Kennedy's. She came up for a visit with Ethan and is letting me borrow it for the night. Oh, that's really nice. I'd only met Kennedy a handful of times, and it was usually in passing in the dorms or at the games. She was really sweet and totally in love with Ethan. I never would have guessed that they had only been together for a few months. They seemed like the kind of couple that had been together for a lifetime. Are you going to tell me where we're going, or do I still have to wait? You're going to have to wait it out. He took my hand as we pulled away from my street. Luckily, I wasn't left wondering for long. It was a short drive to the restaurant I'd never seen before. I leaned forward, looking for a sign. What is this place? It's my team's secret. We're all obsessed with it and try not to tell too many people so that it doesn't get too popular. We don't want to have to wait in line. He got out and hurried around to open my door. Well, if it's so good, wouldn't you want to tell other people about it? What if they go out of business because you guys didn't share the love? He took my hand as we walked toward the door. The guys and I plan on revealing it as soon as we graduate. I held back a laugh. Of course, they were. That's pretty sneaky. He winked and led us inside to the darkened space, and like he said, we were immediately seated at a secluded table near the back of the restaurant. The hostess set down menus, and I finally got my first glance of what this place was called. DiMaggio Italian Family Restaurant was sprawled across the front. I quickly opened the menu, excited to see what they had. Is this just pizza, or do you recommend pasta? Hunter didn't bother opening his menu. Everything you can get here is delicious, but I usually get a calzone with as many meats as they can fit. That didn't sound all that appealing, so I continued to look through the menu. By the time the waiter came over with 2 glasses of water, my mouth watered at the thought of their lasagna. We placed our order and were soon alone. I glanced around and realized that the other tables were so far apart that we would have to talk quite loudly to be overheard. This might be the most privacy we'd ever had outside of his dorm room. I leaned forward with my elbows on the table. I feel like we're breaking some sort of rule. He moved in as the corners of his lips tucked up. I think that says something about me as a boyfriend if you think going to a restaurant is sneaking around. I guess I've just gotten used to staying on campus. We are lucky there are options of things to do, but every once in a while, it's nice to get away. Not that I did that much, outside of road trips with the team. That's true. I never really noticed not having a car since so much of my life revolves around classes and the arena. I don't have much time to go anywhere else, so it's weird to remember that there's a whole world outside of our little bubble. A bubble that we'd been existing in. One where we could ignore the outside pressures and problems. I wasn't sure if that was a good way to start a relationship, being able to just focus on one another, or if we were fooling ourselves. Do you think that's a good thing? I asked as if he could read my mind. Living in a bubble?
Yeah.
It's easy for us to forget about the rest of the world, but that's not very realistic. He took a sip of water and carefully set his glass down. This wasn't what I expected. This? Our date? The conversation? I didn't want to give our relationship an expiration date, but honestly, we've already exceeded what I thought we could manage. He didn't think we would make it this long? Well, that was disheartening. Why even bother asking me out if you didn't think there was a chance of us working out? His eyes widened. No, that wasn't what I meant. That came out wrong. He shifted in his seat. I meant, maybe, I did mean that I didn't think we would work out. Not because of us, but because of our circumstances. There was never any doubt of me wanting to be with you. I was drawn to you when we were little, and it's even more intense now. You pull me in. Your dedication and perseverance is amazing. Your heart is so big, and I can't believe how lucky I am that you've allowed me to see it. This was the first time anyone had said something so honest and vulnerable to me. I'd been on dates with guys who thought I was hot or nice, but they didn't try to look any further. They didn't bother trying to get to know me. Hunter, of all people, was the first to try. I'm equally terrified and excited to see what we can be. He reached out and took my hand over the table. Me too, I admitted as I squeezed his hand. I'm willing to block out the things that scare me. I know we can't ignore reality forever, but I don't want to quit because of the unknown. I can't believe I'm saying this, he stared down at our hands, but you make me want to believe in love. In something unexplainable and almost magical. I don't even care about the crap the guys will give me for changing my mind. I covered my mouth with my free hand. That was a declaration I never would have expected, not tonight. Not for months or even years. He'd been so set in his thinking, but he was open to change? To love? To a lasting relationship? Hunter. I was speechless. You didn't try to change me. You didn't lecture me or pressure me into thinking one way, and I appreciate the space and time you've given me. It's shown me that a relationship isn't about power or taking or creating an ideal you have in your mind. It's about the two of us trying our best and learning how to balance each other. It's about give and take. That's not something I've experienced before. Being in a relationship isn't about changing another person, it's about growing and evolving and bettering yourself and your partner. Encouraging and supporting one another through the process. That's what I want, and I feel like that's what we're building. He was about to say something else when our meals arrived. My phone rang from my coat pocket. I pulled it out to silence it when I noticed the area code. Something about it tugged at my memory. You can take that. Hunter's voice sounded far away. I lifted the phone to my ear. Hello? Good evening, Ms. Stone. This is Coach Sullivan. I closed my eyes as she continued talking. I couldn't believe this was happening. This was real. I hated to think of what caused this call, but it only lasted a few seconds before joy and excitement and anxiety and nerves overwhelmed me. Thank you. I look forward to seeing you soon. I hung up, and Hunter was waiting with furrowed brows. What's going on? I'm going to the Olympics. We stared at each other for a moment before he jumped up and pulled me out of my chair and into his arms. My girlfriend is going to the Olympics. He cheered and spun me around as the few other patrons clapped around us. When my feet hit the ground, he dipped his head and kissed me hard before pulling back and smiling. I blinked through my happy tears and knew anything was possible with him at my side. I was invincible.
Chapter 20 Hunter. I couldn't believe this is happening. It was so far out of the bounds of my reality that my shock seemed to twist into some sort of acceptance, but I couldn't quite wrap my head around the fact that this was real. Presley, my Presley, was going to be an Olympic athlete. Her dreams and goals and wishes were coming true. Everything she'd worked towards since she was a little girl, back in the days of Mini Might. I just wished that I had been supportive of her the entire time. I wished I could say that she had gotten to this point with me by her side, cheering her on, rather than in spite of me and the things that I'd said when we were kids. But we weren't holding on to the past. We were moving forward in the best possible ways. Opening up her Olympic swag bag was one of the greatest days of my life. Both of our teams surrounded her, cheering each time she opened a shirt or a hat or a pair of shoes. She had over 40 brothers and sisters, and one boyfriend, cheering her on. After she made the media rounds and the school took advantage of her success, that they had nothing to do with, she was able to get back into her normal routine. She had 4 days before leaving for Alberta. One of the girls from the U.S. women's team fractured her elbow. Presley would have time, well, a day or two, to practice with them before the women's hockey games started. All that stood between now and then was a quick road trip for another away game. As much as I wanted to cheer for her in her first game back after her wrist injury, I was nervous that this was a total mistake, but Matthew cleared her to play, and with 2 other girls out sick, they needed her. "Are you sure that you want to play tonight?" We were about an hour away from West Penn in Ohio on the bus. It was supposed to be her big night as her first game as a Bobcat, and I felt horrible putting a damper on that. But I was so nervous. I wasn't used to caring about someone else like this, or worrying about their well-being. You only have a few days before you leave. If anything happens tonight, you might not make it to the Olympics. Is that really worth it? Nothing's going to happen. She tightened her grip on my hand. You don't know that. She leaned in and rested her cheek against my chest. I appreciate you looking out for me. But I feel great. I feel healthy, and Matthew said I was fine. I know you are. I know how long you've waited for this moment. We don't have any other subs left. If I don't play, we won't have enough bodies on the roster. I kissed the top of her head. I know. But my irrational side just wanted to make sure she stayed safe and healthy. She tilted her head back until her chin was resting against my shoulder and she looked up into my eyes. I'll be careful. Coach is only going to put me out for a few minutes each period. I won't take any unnecessary risks. I won't play too hard. I just need to get back out there and show my team I was worth the wait. No one doubts that. She didn't say anything, and I leaned back. Did someone say that? Chris mentioned there has been some mumbling about me putting the Olympics before the team. As if I hurt my wrist to keep from playing. She rolled her eyes, but I could tell she was truly bothered by this. Don't listen to them, Presley. You can prove them wrong when you get back. Right now you need to focus on what's best for you. I tightened my hold, pressing her against me. I wanted her to stay right there for the next 3 hours. Keep her from ever stepping out on the ice. I wasn't the type to normally have gut feelings or even listen to my intuition, but there was a voice in my mind screaming at me to get her to rest and to skip this game. But it wasn't up to me. This was her decision, and I needed to support her. Okay, as long as you promise me you'll be careful. Don't get too aggressive. Don't try to gain the attention of the other team. Just keep your head down and do what you're supposed to. I will. She moved up and pressed a kiss to my lips, pulling back before I could react. My heart was in my throat every time Presley took a shift. I tracked her every movement and was on my feet if another player got within a few feet of her. Hunter, you need to calm down. Benjamin tugged at the hem of my shirt. You're making a scene. It's a hockey game, not the opera. I'm supposed to yell. Not at innocent players that dare to get in the same vicinity as Presley. They're supposed to block her. I dropped back into my seat and rubbed my face. I was close to losing it, and there was still a period and a half to go. What's wrong? Ethan asked from my other side. I'm just worried. I don't want her to get hurt again, but she was adamant about showing her team she belongs here. I don't think anyone doubted that. Benjamin scowled and stared at the bench where the team Saturday who was saying that. I'm not sure who exactly, but there's some were complaining she was putting the Olympics ahead of the team. Presley cut close to the boards and narrowly missed getting hit. I sucked in a breath and closed my eyes. My heart couldn't take this much stress. That's messed up, Benjamin said in a low voice. She's going back. Reed tapped my shoulder. You're good for a few minutes. You're just nervous. It's normal. Benjamin never took his eyes off the action. I probably wouldn't have played either, Ethan admitted. Too risky for me. At least one of them agreed. I was able to relax for 6 minutes before Presley rotated back into position. I fisted my jeans, tracking her as she took possession and spun around. Everything seemed to happen in slow motion. The other team missed a shot. Presley took possession, and she was gliding toward their goal. 2 teammates flanked her. Then out of nowhere, the player that missed caught up. She was aiming straight for Presley, her stick in both hands, raising them from her thighs to her waist and higher and higher. Presley stopped and turned to check for her right wing. She didn't see it coming. The other player didn't stop. Didn't even attempt to slow down, just held her stick ready, level with Presley's head. The snap sent a shiver through my body, and I watched in frozen horror as Presley dropped. She didn't try to break her fall. She didn't turn to land on her back. She went face first into the ice and didn't move. The guys cursed around me. Benjamin was on his feet. Ethan was shoving at my shoulder, but I couldn't do anything. I just stared at her motionless form. She's not getting up. Why isn't she getting up? Reed was muttering over and over again. Hunter. Benjamin yelled my name, and it was enough to pull me out of the haze. Carly and Chris pulled their helmets off and knelt next to Presley. Carly waved toward the bench, yelling something I couldn't hear. Matthew and her coach ran out, moving the girls out of the way. Where are the medics? Ethan asked, and I realized it was taking too long. They should be out there by now. I scanned the seating, looking for them coming from any of the entrances. Presley needed help. They hadn't touched her. Hadn't rolled her over to her back. This was bad. So bad. Move! I roared as I jumped over the legs of people that weren't quick enough to get out of my way. I was 3 sections away from the rail that separated the audience from the entrance the Zambonis used. It was the closest access to the ice, and I had to get to it. To her. Where are the EMTs? I screamed when I was close enough to the arena staff for them to hear. A few of them looked around, oblivious to the urgency of this moment. Get them! Benjamin yelled from behind me. One of them lifted a radio to his mouth, but no one was moving fast enough. This wasn't a joke. It wasn't a drill. We needed the medics here minutes ago. Hurry! I jumped over the railing and landed in front of the doors cut into the boards. I pulled back the 2 heavy bars that locked them in place, then Benjamin and I ran onto the ice toward Carly and Chris, who were standing next to Presley. Coach Jerry and Matthew were kneeling at her sides. What's wrong? My heart was in my throat, especially when Chris turned to me with horror in her eyes. Carly didn't move, didn't take her eyes off Presley. She hasn't moved since she went down. I dropped down, next to her head. It's okay, President, I'm right here. Get off the ice, Shaw, Coach Jerry commanded, but I ignored her. There wasn't a force in the world that could take me away from her. Where are the medics? Matthew yelled, looking toward the tunnel. There. Benjamin pointed to the portal entrance on the far side of the rink. 3 men in uniform trotted down the steps like they had all the time in the world. The crowd started booing, but they seemed unaffected. As if them being needed to do their job was a major inconvenience. Where's the stretcher? Matthew screamed at them. One of them turned around as if it would magically appear behind him. This is ridiculous, Chris cried. An arena staff member sprinted onto the ice with a scoop stretcher under his arm, passing the medics who were taking slow, careful steps. Rage boiled in me, threatening to burst. "Hurry up. Everyone needs to remain calm," the first said in a bored tone. "Give us room to work." Matthew and I shared a look, silently promising not to leave her side. "She has a steady pulse but lost consciousness upon impact and hasn't moved since," Matthew told them when they knelt next to him. One had to ask Coach Jerry to move. She came and stood next to me, keeping her hand on my shoulder. "Get a neck brace on her," the first medic barked to the man on his left. They worked together to flip her onto her back. Once the brace was on, I brushed my thumb over her cheek. "You're going to be okay." I had to believe that. The second I saw the girl turn and stare at Presley, I knew in my gut she had something planned. I wanted to jump up and scream for her to stop. I wanted the refs to blow the whistle and call a penalty on someone. Do anything to prevent my girl from the unnecessary attack. Hits were a part of the game. They were one of the stats that were tracked. I knew Presley could take them just as well as I could, but not when they were illegal. Not when the goal was to injure. It was one thing to throw someone out of the way when you were chasing the puck, but that wasn't what happened. That girl had a vendetta and didn't care about anything other than taking it out on Presley. It wasn't even her fault. The girl's aim was off. Her shot was several feet wide of the net. She was angry because Presley was there to claim the rebound and send the puck to Carly in an assist for a goal. It was an amazing play and pure luck. Now, she was paying the price for being at the right place at the right time. "I want that girl thrown out and suspended," Coach Jerry yelled at the closest ref. He was frozen, watching the EMTs strap Presley down to the stretcher. He gave a nod and shot off in the direction of the other two refs. On 3, the lead medic called. "If you so much as take one step out of sync, I will have your jobs," Matthew threatened them. "If you are not 100% confident in your ability to safely and smoothly remove her from the ice, I want you 3 to step away." They shared a look before straightening. "What did you have in mind?" Matthew looked to me and Benjamin, then Carly and Chris. "We'll get her to the bench, then we will help carry her in." The 5 of us surround her, each gripping the handles and moving as one toward where the rest of the team was waiting. Once we reached the edge, Carly and Chris moved aside. "I don't feel comfortable carrying her farther with skates on," Carly said, and Chris nodded. I appreciated their honesty. I'd rather they admit it now than drop her in a few seconds. The medics caught up to us and stood there awkwardly until Matthew directed them to fill their spots. "Come on." Matthew shot me another irritated look. He was going to have quite the complaint to file later. I kept up with them as they loaded her into the waiting ambulance. I tried to climb in with her, but one of the inept medics put his hand up. "Only one can ride along." I looked at Matthew, and he patted my shoulder. "I'll take care of her." I stared at the doors as they slammed shut. What was I going to do? I couldn't stay here. I had to follow her. "Shaw." I turned to see my coach and Jerry running toward me. "Come on." I followed them to a school vehicle, and Weston jumped into the driver's seat. We were only a few seconds behind the ambulance, but I still couldn't breathe. I wouldn't until I saw her eyes and heard her tell me she was okay. My stomach rolled as I realized what this meant. The nerves, panic, and pain in my chest meant something much more. I loved her. I was in love with her. It wasn't some dumb chemical reaction. It was inexplicable and overwhelming and wonderful and terrifying. And I needed her to wake up so I could tell her.
Chapter 21, Presley. Pain was the first thing to pull me from the darkness. Then the beeping. A calm, soothing voice. I couldn't open my eyes. I couldn't move my arms or legs. My first instinct was to panic, but as the noise around me grew louder, the memory of what happened came to the surface of my mind. I was hit. But I didn't hear the normal sound of an arena. I didn't feel the ice beneath me. The weight of my pads and the tightness of my skates told me I was still in my gear. I wiggled my toes and felt some relief. I wasn't paralyzed. But for some reason, I couldn't move any of my limbs. Finally, after trying over and over, I was able to open my eyes. Light immediately assaulted me, so I snapped them shut and gradually peeked until I was able to make out Matthew leaning over me. Presley? Can you hear me? That was the soothing voice I heard. It was him. I groaned. Presley, you're in the ambulance. Do you remember what happened? I tried to move my head toward him, but something stopped my movement. I was hit. I was able to mumble out the words. That's right. Do you remember anything else after that? No, was that bad? Had there been more? I should know how I got from the ice to here, right? We're about 3 minutes out, another voice from behind me said. We're on the way to the hospital, Matthew explained. You were hit and lost consciousness. We're not sure what your injuries are, so we left all your equipment on in case there are any breaks. I was knocked out. By who? Can you tell me if anything hurts? My entire body was throbbing, but I managed to whisper everything. Matthew looked over to where I assumed the paramedics were seated. Hunter? My voice broke. He's following us with Coach. You need to get checked out first. We need to know what injuries you have, but then you'll be able to see him. He winked at me, and I stared back at him. He knew we were dating. Or at least, I was pretty sure he did. Oops. We hadn't talked about telling the teams, but we didn't hide our relationship either. I didn't care if everyone knew. I just wanted him. I needed him to tell me things would be okay. I needed his calm reassurance. But I didn't have much control over the situation or when he could get to me, so I just lay there trying not to move anything. Pulling in, the same voice from before called. This was my last chance to ask the question I wasn't sure I wanted the answer to. How bad is it? I watched Matthew's face for any reaction, but he just offered a small smile. We'll make sure you're okay. That wasn't even close to the truth I wanted. He said he didn't know my injuries, but he could see more than I could. Will I be able to go? He frowned for a second before catching himself. I hope so. I closed my eyes as the doors opened, and my stretcher was pulled from the ambulance. The second we rolled through the doors, things went lightning fast, while also moving in slow motion. I couldn't keep track of everyone around me, the doctors and nurses speaking to one another. Matthew answered what questions he could before they tried asking me. I was only able to give them one-word answers, but it didn't seem to matter. The team around me were working on autopilot. My gear was stripped off, and a nurse changed me into a gown before I was rolled from one room to another and another as different tests and scans were performed. All I could do was keep my eyes open when they told me to, and the rest of the time, I tried to block everything out. If I accepted the reality going on, I would have to admit just how scared I was, and right now, I wanted to pretend this was happening to someone else. Like it was all a crazy dream. Maybe I should have listened to Hunter. Just because I was careful didn't mean that everyone around me was. I couldn't predict the movements of others, especially our opponents. Just because I was in a good mind space didn't mean that they were. I paid the price. I just had to hope that there was a chance that the injuries weren't as bad as I thought. That I might be able to still go to the Olympics, but deep down, I knew this was bad. I'd been taken to the hospital during a game before, but I'd never lost consciousness. I wouldn't know how bad things really were until the results came back. At least, I was finally in my own room. Matthew was with me and said that visitors would be allowed in soon. Once the doctors had a better idea of what was going on and how to treat me. He stayed silent next to me, but his presence was a comfort. I let myself close my eyes but didn't fall asleep per the doctor's request. Even though, all I wanted to do was slip away into a world where this wasn't happening. Finally, a doctor strode into the room and looked down at the clipboard in his hands. Well, Presley. It looks like you got very lucky tonight. Very lucky. We had drastically different ideas of what that word meant. You have a concussion, and you'll be sore from bruising, but you have no internal injuries. No breaks, no sprains. You just took a really nasty hit that will likely give you a headache for a few days. I looked from him to Matthew and back to the doctor. So what does that mean as far as recovery? We're going to keep you here for observation tonight, but you'll be able to leave tomorrow. That was so much better than I was expecting. I'd like for you to rest for several days before playing again. Does that mean that I can go? I asked Matthew, unsure if the doctor was caught up on my current situation. I'm not positive. We'll have to reevaluate in 2 days. Relief washed over me, and I stared up at the ceiling. It wasn't a no. There was still a chance. Now I understood what the doctor meant about being lucky. I might have taken an awful hit, but all things considered, a concussion and a few days of rest weren't bad at all. Especially if it meant my dreams hadn't been destroyed. The doctor left, and a nurse came by to set up and for fluids. I didn't want a needle in my arm, but I wasn't in a position to argue. I would play along with whatever they said. I would be the best patient ever if that meant I would be cleared to go to Alberta on time. A few minutes later, the door opened again, and Coach Jerry and Hunter walked in. Hunter rushed to my side, taking my hand and placing a kiss on the back of it. How are you? Are you okay? Where are you hurt? Are you in pain? I should have been embarrassed by the display of affection in front of my coach. But I couldn't find it in myself to care. Hunter was here. I was fine. And we were going to get through this. Jerry stepped up to Matthew, and they had a quiet conversation. I'm okay, I assured Hunter. Just a concussion. A little beat up, but I'll be able to go home tomorrow. And what did they say about traveling? I was sure my own expression had mirrored his concern just a few minutes before. I hope I'll be fine. Matthew wants to have me checked out in 2 days to make sure before giving me the all clear. His shoulders dropped as he exhaled, then he leaned over and placed a kiss on my forehead. I was so scared. I don't think I've ever been so terrified in my life. I'm sorry. I clung to his hand. I would never want to see him get hurt during a game, let alone taken away in an ambulance. I couldn't imagine what went through his mind. I'm just so glad you're okay. I've been pacing the waiting room. We locked eyes, and I felt his concern and relief. As scary and uncertain as this situation was, he made me feel calm by just being here. Bed rest was the worst. My classmates were sending me lecture notes, and I had exemptions to any quizzes or tests given this week. As nice as it was not to have to worry about keeping up with my classes, I was so bored. There was only so much binge watching a person could do before they lost it. Well, at least a person like me, who was used to moving and being on the go at all times. Lying in the theater room of the house and eating the snacks my teammates brought me made it a bit easier. Well, it made it harder to complain. At least I wasn't in the hospital. You ready? Carly approached me with her ever-present smile. Yes, please. It was finally time for my appointment to get cleared for play, but more importantly, to make sure I could leave for the Olympics. Let's go. She volunteered to come with me and Matthew to the hospital, and even though I appreciated her support, there was someone else I wished was in her place. Hunter was anxious to know the verdict and sent several texts wishing me luck and reminding me to tell him as soon as I knew. As if I would hold on to that information for a second longer than necessary. We didn't have to wait long. The exam and scans were done quickly, and the doctor told us what he recommended. By the time we were walking out of the hospital, I sent a text to Hunter, my parents, and Chris, letting them know the results. 2 days later, I stepped out in a red, white, and blue jersey next to some of the most incredible women I'd ever met. Tears pricked my eyes as I took in the roaring crowd. The Olympic flag hung over the ice, and I stared at it, taking a mental picture of this moment to remember for the rest of my life. I found the section for the tickets I received and scanned the rows until I found my parents, older brother, and Hunter standing together, cheering. Mom wiped her cheeks, and Dad was pointing at me and jumping up and down. Hunter was smiling wider than I'd ever seen, and I was so incredibly grateful he was here. I hadn't wanted to ask, I knew it was time away from his team, classes, and training, but he surprised me last night by flying in with my parents. He called them and arranged the whole thing, and I'd be lying if I didn't admit that it had made my feelings toward him grow stronger. He was proving with his actions how much I meant to him and how far he was willing to go, literally, to support me. Which was more romantic than any bouquet or restaurant or gift could ever be. He somehow knew I was watching him and blew me a kiss. My cheeks hurt from smiling, and I knew then that we would make it. The future was so unclear and there were a million questions and decisions we'd have to face, but we could do it. We were stronger together. We'd already overcome so much in the past month, more than some couples dealt with in a year, and we were better for it. He was here, witnessing and encouraging the most important event of my life. I wanted to be there for him when it was his turn. I wanted to be at his first NHL game. I wanted to cheer for his first goal. I wanted to hold his hand after his first loss, injury, or trade. I wanted the good and the bad. The beautiful and the ugly. The joy and the pain. I wanted it all with Hunter.
Chapter 22 Hunter. 3 weeks later. I love you too. I hung up with Presley as Benjamin burst into our room with fury and panic across his face. He barely made it to his desk before crumpling onto the chair and dropping his head into his hands. His shoulders started shaking, and my heart stopped. What's going on? He didn't look up, didn't even acknowledge that I'd spoken. This was bad. Really bad. Benjamin didn't lose it. He was calm and composed and thought things through rationally. If he was breaking down, something terrible happened. Was someone hurt? Had someone died? I sent a text to Ethan and Reed, telling them there was an emergency and to get here now. Hey. I knelt in front of him and tried to see his face, but his hands were covering his eyes. Tell me what happened. He shuddered but didn't speak. I was useless. I had no idea what to do or say to him. My best friend was hurting in a way I'd never seen before, and I didn't know what to do. He was the one who always took control of the situation. He handled things. He made sure everyone stayed calm while he came up with the solution. I wanted to be that for him now, but I had no idea what the problem was, so there was no way to even start. Whatever's going on, we'll handle it. You have me and Ethan and Reed, no matter what. The whole team will support you. The coaches will. You're not alone, but you have to talk to me. His whole body shook, and this time he released a sob that nearly shattered me. He was in so much pain, and I froze. Footsteps pounded down the hall, then our door flew open. Ethan took in the scene and immediately dropped down next to me, rubbing Benjamin's back. Reed watched for a moment before quietly shutting the door and crossing toward us. He raised his brows in question, and I shook my head. I didn't know. There was nothing to tell them. Now that they were here, seeing for themselves, we were all caught up. Hey, man, talk to us. Ethan shifted to wrap his arm around Benjamin's shoulders. We're here for you. We want to help. Benjamin shook his head. Reed tapped my shoulder and pointed to Benjamin's phone lying on the ground near the chair. It must have slipped out when he fell. I nodded, and he bent down and picked it up. He typed in the security code and started searching. While Ethan distracted him, I got up and looked over Reed's shoulder. He was reading through the most recent texts, but there were only short messages to guys from the team, classmates, and us. Nothing that would have upset him. Next, he went to the call log, but there were no new calls from this morning. Reed's thumb hovered over the screen. Emails, I whispered, and he clicked on the envelope icon. There was one message from today from an unknown address. Reed clicked on it without my prompting. There was no text, but 4 attachments. He opened the first one, and I fought down a gasp. Reed cursed under his breath and swiped to the next image. Each viler and more disturbing than the next. I shook my head, and Reed met my gaze, mirroring my horror. What were we going to do? We would have Benjamin's back through anything, but this? This was over the line. There were very few things in the world I couldn't forgive, and this was one. Reed's face twisted with rage. This was a personal blow to him, and I wasn't sure I wanted to be around when Ethan found out. I looked down at Benjamin, and my body deflated. How could we fix this?
Thank you for listening to Enemy Games, a West Penn hockey romance. Written by Brittney Mulliner. Text copyright 2022 by Brittney Mulliner. Production copyright 2023 by Brittney Mulliner.